Chapter 1701. The Crystal, as a stabilizer of energy for World Cataclysm Realm? A wide, stunned smile slowly spread across Robin's face, trembling slightly at the edges. He pointed toward the box with disbelief as shimmering curiosity filled his gaze. That thing actually functions as a stabilizer. It's the most unstable thing I have ever witnessed. No, not what you're seeing right now. Althera furrowed her brows a little deeper, her tone growing more serious. I'm referring to the crystals of newborn space beasts. Long ago, many of them were hunted down, and both their bodies and their crystals have been preserved for millions upon millions of years by the greatest powers. Every once in a long while, when one of those forces is desperate for funds, they discreetly auction off tiny portions of the beast through underground, secretive channels. She leaned forward slightly, lowering her voice. The most expensive component of a space beast's body is the crystal. Because, once, a madman experimented on his own son, using that crystal as a stabilizer. And incredibly, it succeeded. That boy eventually ascended and became a law guardian of monstrous strength. Ever since that tale spread, every major force hoards insane amounts of wealth, dreaming of snatching a newborn space beast crystal someday. To them, placing such a treasure into the hands of a gifted youth is essentially announcing the birth of a future guardian. She shrugged faintly, as if brushing away naive expectations. Of course, that belief is misguided. Throughout history, only a few dozen ever managed to utilize newborn space beast crystals. Only about a quarter managed to become guardians or monarchs. The rest either perished during the stabilizer procedure itself, or eliminated later in their lives due to the overwhelming envy they provoked, or reached their limit at the absolute peak of the Nexus state, never able to advance further. Still, in every scenario, their strength was terrifying compared to others within the same realm. Robin could easily hear the biting envy buried inside Althera's voice. It was painfully clear she never obtained such a stabilizer, and that absence forever capped her potential. Stabilizers are immutable. Once chosen, they cannot be replaced. Only newborn beast crystals? What about mature ones, like the one I possess? I told you they've never been traded before, not even the... Snap. Althera suddenly snapped her fingers, pupils tightening as if a forgotten memory resurfaced. There is one exception, one individual rumored to have used a space beast crystal above newborn grade as a stabilizer. Specifically, the crystal of a young space beast. Surely you've heard his name whispered before. Who? Robin asked eagerly, leaning closer. The Savage Behemoth, Zavros. Althera took a slow breath. It said that the young space beast crystal he fused with is what enabled him to ascend into a titanic, solitary force, capable of standing firmly against the destruction behemoth Helmer, patriarch of the Destra family. Their confrontation is a nightmare all other behemoths fear. Just the rumor of their clash sends waves through empires, and every attempt is made to prevent it. Robin's eyes shot open to their limit, trembling with dawning realization. He slowly turned toward the third box. A spectral eye manifested briefly over it, scanning the container, and with a casual wave, whoosh, the box floated smoothly into his palm. Click! It opened once more. What are you doing? Althera's voice sharpened, her body tensing again, fully prepared to flee at the slightest anomaly. Robin's gaze settled on the crystal of the space beast progenitor, lingering intensely for several silent seconds. Then, his vision drifted aside, searching, until he found it, the folded paper tucked neatly in the corner. Whoosh! The paper levitated gently before Robin and unfolded itself with a delicate rustle, revealing a single, chilling sentence inside. Prepare yourself for what happens when the universe reaches its 100 million years of age. I do not wish to stand alone when that time comes. Robin stared at the paper, eyes widening slowly and uncontrollably, as if trying to carve every letter deep into the core of his memory. That madman, he would never write something like this if he wanted me to use them as simple weapons or disposable bombs. He turned back toward the box, breath steady yet heavy. He wants me to use them as stabilizers. What? Althera dashed to his side in disbelief and snatched the paper, reading it repeatedly, her expression shifting through confusion, awe, and dread. 100 million years? What does he mean by that? Robin snapped his head toward Althera with a sharp, startled motion. The disbelief across his face made it clear she truly had no idea. That, however, was somewhat understandable. Even the cosmic elder himself wasn't certain of what would come. He was simply overwhelmed with anxiety, desperately wanting to survive long enough to witness whether the unknown would actually manifest. Yet when he spoke back then, the tremor in his voice and the caution in his eyes proved his concerns were far from groundless. The possibility of something occurring was staggeringly high, enough to shake even the greatest of beings. Robin forcibly ignored Althera's question, burying the uncertainty within him, and redirected his entire focus back toward the box in front of him. What exactly does he expect me to do with them? Seriously, he muttered, exasperation leaking into his tone. Forget for a moment that the crystals alone are disasters waiting to happen. There's an additional horrifying problem. All of them are still holding their complete reserves of energy inside, fully active and volatile. Does he think I'm some sort of grand sorcerer or mythical artificer who can simply handle this with a snap? There's no sorcery in existence greater than the miracle you performed when you healed the cosmic elder. Althera let out a long, weary sigh, finally lowering the letter after reading it again and again, failing to make sense of the deeper meaning. If someone like you, who commands and manipulates 3 master laws simultaneously, can't deal with them, then honestly, who in the entire cosmic expanse possibly could? Her gaze drifted toward the box as well, her expression thoughtful. I suspect he was hoarding them to use as components for powerful sacrifices or as concealed trump cards he could rely on in dire moments. But once he realized how much more efficiently you could benefit from them, he must have decided to relinquish them willingly. Robin remained silent, staring at the crystalline containers as if trying to peer through their mysteries. After a quiet moment, he nodded with heavy acceptance. He gently took the message from Althera's hands, returned it neatly to the box, and shut the lid before standing upright, carefully tucking the 3 boxes beneath his arm. Alright, let's get out of here. If the Cosmic Elder returns and finds us standing around his vault, he'll assume we were attempting to steal his precious fish. No need to worry about that for now, Althera replied with a small, confident smirk. He won't be coming back anytime soon. It will take him several long years to track down space beasts and slay them again. She nodded in agreement. But I do agree, we've lingered here far too long already. Robin turned to make his way toward the exit. Immediately, his expression shifted into one of amusement before he burst into uncontrollable laughter. Ah ha ha ha. There they were, Jabba and Shaddad clinging desperately to the metallic archway, their bodies practically welded to it, their expressions frozen in shock and residual terror, as though they were witnessing the end of the universe. One after another, the 4 travelers materialized back into Althera's dimly lit office, the shadows dancing softly across the room. Each of them wore distant, unfocused expressions, trapped within the labyrinth of their own thoughts. Each carried a burden only they could feel. Clack. Althera sank into her seat, brows knitting slightly as she reflected on the avalanche of events, especially the haunting phrase about 100 million years. Suddenly, her eyes widened slightly as a thought resurfaced, and she shifted her gaze toward Robin. Hey, do you remember why you originally came to see me today? Robin blinked, snapping out of his deep trance-like contemplation, turning his head toward Althera for several seconds as he tried to recall. Then, with a spark of realization, he snapped his fingers sharply. Right. I came regarding the matter of paying off my debt. You let me publish the 1st and 2nd volumes of the Atlas of Souls, and in return, I'll find a method to make you stronger. That was the deal. Althera stared at him for a strained moment, then slowly shook her head. I'm sorry. I know this is incredibly difficult, but the man is bound by his own words and I cannot free you from that promise. I want that method, and there is no substitute, no alternative. I will accept nothing less. Chapter 1702. Robin tilted his head slightly, his expression shifting with a faint curiosity. Up until this very moment, I was convinced it was nothing more than a casual promise you made simply to get those 2 volumes. I thought I would make use of it someday, exchanging your pledge for a favor when you finally mature. Then I planned to use it as leverage to bargain for Morgana instead, but... Althera stared deeply into Robin's eyes, her voice softening as she continued, after what I witnessed from you today, I believe you actually have a real chance at fulfilling your promise. No, I'll hold on to it tightly. She paused, then fixed her gaze again into Robin's eyes, her tone turning more fragile. I only hope it happens before that 100 million year marker the Cosmic Elder mentioned. I don't know what might occur when that time comes, but I do not want him to face it alone as well. What are you even talking about? Robin let out a light chuckle, then casually extended his free hand and pointed toward a metallic slab placed on the desk. And what do you think that is? Instructions on how to plant watermelons? ? Althera furrowed her brows and turned toward the slab, confusion spreading faintly across her face. When Robin first arrived and spoke briefly about Morgana, he abruptly stood up in frustration and tossed that slab onto the desk before requesting to leave the room entirely. She assumed it was a resignation request as a professor or something. Can it be? Althera suddenly jolted, grabbing the slab with both hands. Her spiritual sense pierced through it within seconds, then she slowly closed her eyes and sank into a long, profound silence. I love those reactions when I exceed expectations. Robin tapped his chin proudly. Maybe that Cosmic Elder was right. Perhaps I really am someone who enjoys the spotlight. Then he pivoted, tossing all 3 sealed boxes toward Jabba. How long are you planning to make me carry these? Ugh. Jabba rushed forward and caught them as if they were 3 fragile infants, sweat rolling visibly down his forehead from their weight and pressure. Big brother, did you actually create a manual that can genuinely strengthen a monarch? What exactly did you do? Did you devise some way to accelerate her breakthrough from low monarch to mid monarch? Shaddad finally snapped out of his first shock, only to find himself thrown into a larger one entirely. Anything relating to the 7th realm was nearly non-existent, top-secret knowledge that rarely even had a written form. The number of cultivators who ever reached the 7th realm was extremely small, and each one preferred to keep any discoveries strictly to themselves, or at best, pass them in secret to a single heir. In truth, every guardian, monarch, or behemoth was a researcher against their will, forced to advance knowledge in silence. Of course not. I still haven't fully comprehended the breakthrough method toward the Nexus state. How could I possibly contribute to speeding up a monarch's breakthrough? Robin shook his head. My agreement with her was for an increase in strength, not realm. I simply crafted a 5th-tier martial art that contains a refined mixture of fundamental laws, all structured to enhance the fundamental repetition path, and perfectly reinforce her close-quarters fighting style. A 5th-tier combat art, specifically tailored to support a 7th realm fundamental law. Shaddad whispered under his breath. It was something he would likely never achieve in his entire lifetime. What, do you think tier 5 is too low for her? Robin smirked faintly. True, it's only a 5th-tier art, but it's custom-fitted. He waved a finger thoughtfully. On the battlefield, it can increase her combat power and overall efficiency by about 7 to 10% if used properly. Then his gaze locked onto Althera, waiting patiently for her eyes to open. Let's see if she actually appreciates the amount of work I put into this. Several long, quiet minutes passed. Althera finally opened her eyes, raising them slowly to meet Robin's gaze in silence, astonishment gleaming faintly within. How long did it take you to create such a combat art? There isn't a precise continuous duration, Robin replied, shrugging lightly. But you could say it took roughly a century. Every few years I would reopen it to add something new. Robin smiled warmly. If you accept it as repayment for my debt, then consider it yours. Of course, you can refuse and swear never to use it. If you do, then I'll simply think of something else for you instead. I can make a few adjustments and sell it for a few billions. I accept it as repayment. Your debt with me is concluded. Althera exhaled slowly, her shoulders dropping in a gesture of reluctant surrender. She had thoroughly examined the martial art, scrutinizing every sequence and hidden layer, searching desperately for even the slightest flaw, yet she found none. It was nothing short of a carefully sculpted masterpiece. If her judgment wasn't mistaken, this martial art alone could increase her total power output by roughly 3%, and at her level, such an increase was nothing less than monumental, practically earth-shaking. Lord Robin, I am painfully aware this request may come across as greedy, but could you someday create a 6th-tier version of this combat art once you ascend to become the 6th Great Truth Chosen? Robin smiled openly, genuinely amused and secretly flattered by how firmly Althera already believed in his inevitable rise to such a legendary position. We'll discuss that when the time comes. He extended his hand toward her with a broad, almost mischievous grin that radiated far more confidence than necessary. Althera briefly glanced at his open hand, then raised her eyes to his annoyingly smug expression. What exactly do you want? My tip. Did you forget already? Robin chuckled lightly. Not even a full day has passed since you promised me a gift. You're not planning to retract your words now, are you? And what precisely do you want as a gift? Althera felt a sudden wave of regret washing over her. She shouldn't have allowed her emotions to push her into making promises while she was still excited. What could she possibly offer someone who already possessed a 7th-tier planetary artifact, an eternal quill infused with ancient authority, and more than 20 mature space beast core crystals of staggering potency? If he were to sell just one of those cores as a top-tier weapon, he could live beyond wealthy for the remainder of his natural life, multiple lifetimes even. Robin casually placed both hands behind his back, taking a relaxed stance. The 3rd volume of the Soul Atlas. I want official publishing rights within my empire, exactly like the first 2 volumes. You're absolutely certain? Althera blinked, genuinely taken aback. The first 2 volumes are already more than enough for you, and practically sufficient for nearly every empire in existence. Those who need the 3rd volume are royal-class soul masters, so they can learn their new limitations, evolutionary paths, and how to harness their expanded authority. It offers you no direct benefit whatsoever. Why would you waste decades reading and studying it just so others could possibly benefit from it? Oh, I think it's useful enough in its own way. Robin chuckled knowingly, a hint of meaning hidden in his eyes. So should I assume that's an agreement? Althera nodded quietly. You must want it for Morgana. Very well then, it's yours. This request cost her absolutely nothing. There was no political pressure, no resources lost, no favors owed. Why would she refuse? She genuinely expected him to request something absurdly large, like 1,000,000,000 pearls, or something equivalently terrifying. Haha, excellent. Robin clapped once, producing a sharp sound. By the way, I intend to remain within the academy for a while longer. During that period, I will allow Morgana to decide freely what she wishes to do. She may continue working as a teacher, and she can provide soul borrowings to your institution if she chooses. I will not take any payment in return for that, just ensure she's compensated properly for her efforts, and while we are still here, try to find a suitable replacement for her. Then he offered a small, respectful nod. If you don't require anything else, Your Majesty, then I formally request permission to depart. Thank you, Lord Robin. Althera nodded softly. With a simple flick of her fingers, whoosh, the 3 figures vanished instantly from the room. Althera remained seated, unmoving, for a long stretch of silent time. Her mind wandered through everything that had transpired today, Robin's actions, his surprising capabilities, and the words of the Cosmic Elder regarding the ominous approaching event. Her thoughts drifted back, circling quietly around Robin. It seems, Althera whispered, gazing at the space where Robin had disappeared, her voice tinged with a mix of anticipation and unease, that we are stepping into a new era. Chapter 1703. Robin glanced around slowly, surveying his surroundings before nodding a few thoughtful times. So she returned us directly to my academy building. Truly, Her Majesty the Monarch can be surprisingly considerate and gentle when she wants to be. To be honest, Shaddad muttered while scratching his head, I think she's mostly being considerate of the students who are still protesting outside her office in ridiculous numbers. And Jabba nodded vigorously after him, adding with a tiny shiver, right, maybe she was worried she might accidentally strike one of the kids if she teleported us outside. That would be messy. You two seemed very free today, making all sorts of commentary about my actions, weren't you? Robin shifted his gaze toward them, a peculiar smile tugging at the corner of his lips. How about I assign you some real work then? Jabba and Shaddad exchanged confused, slightly worried looks. Robin then turned toward the plush, bear-like disciple. Shaddad, as you can clearly observe, my extremely disappointing disciple here is practically a 0 in almost every category of power. It may take him quite some time before he chooses a law that fits him, but he must not remain weak in the meantime. Turn him into a peak-level martial emperor using your specialized weaponization method. Put the bill on me. I swear you will not pay a single thing. Shaddad barked, almost violently. I already decided that I would handle this personally anyway. I'm just say, it's settled. You won't pay even a speck of pearl dust. Shaddad slapped Jabba fiercely on the back with a resounding bam, knocking him forward a step. Then, pounding his chest, he continued with devotion, "He is my elder brother. I'll make sure he's properly taken care of." "Thank you." Robin smiled softly and nodded once, knowing full well how Shaddad behaved when stubbornness consumed him. Then he turned toward Jabba. "Submit yourself to Shaddad. He'll adjust and fortify you through weaponization. You already possess the first and second volumes of the Soul Atlas, so study them carefully and thoroughly. And if you require assistance, seek out Morgana. She sides with us now. Within 100 years, I expect you to return significantly stronger than before." Jabba gave Shaddad a pitiful glance for a moment, then quickly nodded toward Robin. "Yes, Master. As for training your internal energy pathways, Robin rubbed his short beard thoughtfully, his expression slightly grim. "I cannot give you much theoretical advice in that aspect, but I can provide some practical help." Robin reached into his storage, pulling out 3 massive metallic slabs, each nearly identical in size to his own height. He inhaled deeply, fragmented his consciousness into 3 distinct portions, and inserted his soul sense into all 3 slabs simultaneously, working several layers of information at once. The two stared silently at the bizarre operation for several long, heavy minutes, unsure what to say. Finally, Shaddad leaned closer to Jabba and whispered, "What do you think he's even doing?" "When he accepted me as a disciple," Jabba murmured thoughtfully, "he gave me hundreds of laws to study, hoping that the truth might eventually acknowledge me. Because of those laws, I accumulated a massive amount of knowledge, which later helped me awaken the eye of truth for real." He shrugged helplessly. "Maybe this time he plans to give me thousands of laws. Honestly, I wouldn't put it past him anymore. He accepted you as a disciple before you even became a truth chosen." Out of all the things mentioned, that was what Shaddad locked onto. What in the deep hells did he see in you back then? "You're still clinging to that question." Jabba let out a wry chuckle, closing his eyes briefly as he recalled their very first encounter. I think he was genuinely impressed by the sharpness of my mind. I'm sorry, I don't mean to brag, but that was when I correctly deduced he came from another world entirely, while my planet didn't even know space invasion was possible at the time. I honestly don't think there's any other logical reason. My physical talent is practically worthless in his eyes, after all. He was impressed by your intelligence during your very first meeting." Shaddad seemed to lose all force at once, his shoulders slumping as if he suddenly aged 1,000 years on the spot. In their very first meeting, he made a complete fool of himself, stumbling over his words, acting clumsily, and drawing every bit of attention for the wrong reasons. It had reached such a point that Her Majesty, Monarch Althera herself, had to scold him and order him to reflect on his actions. Slowly, Shaddad walked down the steps of the Grand Academic Hall until he reached one of the stone benches. He sat down heavily, resting his forehead between his hands, his mind drowning in thoughts that stabbed deeper than any blade. Could it really be that he had lost the chance to become the disciple of the great truth chosen of this entire era, just because he wasn't clever enough at dealing with people? He had lived his whole life surrounded by silence. He had always been the quiet one, rarely speaking, rarely mingling, rarely needing to. Conversations and social subtleties had always felt foreign to him, like a different battlefield he had never trained for. He was a genius in the art of the body, a prodigy of raw strength, a warrior whose very essence resonated with the master truth law itself. The law acknowledged him. It responded to his being. Yet all of that seemed to matter little when faced with something as simple as human communication. He didn't know how to weave words, how to plot and persuade, how to build relationships or connect ideas in the vast social web others navigated so easily. All he knew was how to live among books, draw diagrams, inscribe runes, and strengthen his body and soul. And now, sitting there in silence, he couldn't help but wonder, was that really why he was passed over? Wasn't that too cruel? Too unfair? To be abandoned not because of weakness, but because of what loneliness did to him? All right, Robin's calm yet firm voice broke through the silence as he finally opened his eyes. He raised his hand gently, and 3 massive metal slabs floated before him, each radiating a faint pulse of divine resonance. With a subtle motion, he sent them gliding through the air toward Jabba. "After you've seen what's inside them, destroy them." "Ugh," Jabba groaned, struggling to carry the slabs, clutching all 3 as if he were holding a wardrobe made of solid iron. "Tell me honestly, Master, how many thousands of laws are inside these things?" What kind of ridiculous question is that?" Robin's tone sharpened, though a faint smirk crept into his eyes. "Why would I give you thousands of laws when I already told you I'd help you choose just one? Do you think I'd allow you to pick through random cosmic trash?" He gestured toward the floating slabs, each one humming faintly with celestial energy. "These 3 each hold something very specific. One contains the first tier of the Master Balance Law, another contains the first tier of the Master Creation Law, and the last contains the first tier of the Master Spacetime Law." Robin folded his hands behind his back, his presence calm yet overwhelming. "You won't just find ordinary explanations within them. You'll find complete frameworks, their core principles, their divine applications, every inscription and rune related to those tiers, and an expanded commentary on their mechanisms. If you wish, you can choose one and begin building your foundation using it. But once again, I do not recommend balance." He paused briefly before continuing, his voice steady and serious. "Understand this, Jabba. If you choose one, your progress will most likely be bound to mine. As long as your comprehension depends on what I've already discovered, your future growth will remain tethered to me. Unless you uncover the law's essence from its roots, you'll never truly own it. And also, He stopped mid-sentence. Jabba's face had turned ghostly white, so pale it nearly glowed. With his jet-black hair and his mouth wide open in an oval shape, he looked like a terrified cartoon character caught in the headlights of divine revelation. "Didn't I tell you before?" Robin clenched his teeth, raising his hand with visible restraint. "To stop embarrassing yourself." He waved sharply back, and a burst of energy descended upon Jabba's head, reconnecting his body to his soul domain in an instant. "Ah!" Jabba yelped, clutching his head before turning toward the three towering slabs. His eyes shimmered like a child's before a miracle. These are for me." He hugged them tightly, pressing his cheek against the cold metal as though embracing a long-lost son. "For me? Really?" Robin frowned slightly, sighing in resignation. "Listen carefully. Once you've finished reading them, whether you use them for breakthrough or not, I expect something in return. A creation, a technique, an array, a martial art. Any form of innovation will do. Maybe a solution to a problem the Empire cannot crack." He stepped closer, his tone now carrying the weight of command. "Something tangible must emerge from those three laws by your hand. I'll accept at least one application every 1,000 years. Do we have an agreement?" Chapter 1704. Once every 1,000 years? You have a deal. Jabba's eyes flew wide open in utter disbelief, a smile stretching from ear to ear until his cheeks almost trembled with excitement. His bright naivete even made Robin's lips tug upward into a faint smile. When Robin first met Jabba, the man was around 60 years old, and at that time there were roughly 48 years left before the cataclysmic Nihiri War. Then the curse befell him, freezing his body and consciousness right after the war that lasted about 2 grueling, blood-soaked years, leaving him frozen or unconscious for hundreds of years. Those years cannot truly be counted toward his age because he never lived them, so it is fair to say Jabba's real age is around 100 years. When someone who is 100 years old, someone who fought, ruled, created wonders, built legacies, and lived a legendary life filled with triumphs and scars, hears that he only needs to create one technique every 1,000 years, then to him this is the most joyful, least burdensome promise he has ever been forced to take in his long saga of a life. It is something that feels almost laughable, nearly too easy. But once he begins studying those three terrifying laws, he will understand just how badly he trapped himself, how heavy the burden actually is, and how deep this promise runs. As for Shaddad, he still had his head buried in his palms, shoulders slightly trembling, his expression shifting from shock, to terror, to deep, biting shame. He felt shocked that someone could casually hand down items and knowledge of such immense, priceless value to a disciple. Most masters would never hand something like this down even to their own blood, their own children. He felt terror that Jabba was told to choose any of them freely, and that even more layers, levels, and mysteries would be provided if needed. What was with this overwhelming confidence? What was with this monstrous generosity and pampering? And shame cutting into his heart, because he knew with absolute certainty that such treatment, such warmth, would never be his, no matter how hard he tried. One application from a master law every 1,000 years? Jabba will almost certainly never manage to achieve this rate, and Big Brother Robin likely knows this all too well. It is simply a clever way to make him feel he's on a sacred mission, so he will give everything he has, and when he inevitably fails, he will probably receive a firm smack to the back of his head, motivating him to push harder, to chase growth, that's all. At the moment, Shaddad's face had become utterly pale and lifeless, eyes empty, as though his soul had stepped out of his body. Good then. Robin nodded with a bright, amused laugh. If you choose one, then you have my full blessing and support. If you don't, continue searching and wandering through possibilities. The important thing is that you don't forget your promise. These runes will benefit you your entire life whether you use them to construct techniques or merely study and refine your understanding from the structure of the universe. Then he clapped his hands sharply. All right then, I'll leave you now, likely for a few decades. I have a rather urgent trip to the Soul Society. 140 years ago, hundreds of missions were waiting for him inside the Soul community, missions worth billions of pearls, tasks that could shift destinies. But now, after all these centuries passing by like drifting dust, there are definitely even more missions accumulated, more rare pearls needed by his three empires to fuel expansion and research. Thinking about the three mighty empires, Robin showed a very faint, almost nostalgic smile, as if remembering a grand dream. With a 7th-grade planetary displacement artifact, the limits on planetary transport no longer exist. Rather, even the limits on transferring celestial bodies between entirely different sectors have vanished completely. The size of the Nihiri galaxy is now practically open-ended, limitless like an ocean without shores. And the equipment can be used in completely different, ingenious ways. For example, if the Grave Empire had access to this gear, they could transport resource-rich planets from any region of the sector at any moment directly into the starfield beside them before occupying them, securing strategic gains instantly. They could even trade planets with the Cradle Empire if one of them needed a certain planetary environment, mineral template, or special ecosystem more than the other, creating a cosmic exchange economy beyond imagination. Of course, he could easily transport Morgana's clean planets to the starfield beside the Grave Empire, executing the operation with almost casual efficiency. He could even dispatch entire purification arrays to cleanse the remaining planets one by one, then deliver all 49 directly to Arrow on a silver platter without lifting much effort. The number of possible applications behind this extraordinary piece of equipment was immense, staggeringly vast. One simply had to spend enough time discovering its limits, studying the amount of power required to operate it safely, and perhaps figuring out creative methods to use it discreetly without drawing unwanted attention or stirring suspicion from cosmic forces that should not be provoked. As for the eternal feather, Seraphim, Robin's eyes shimmered with a faint mystical glow, a spark of calculation and curiosity flickering within. Perhaps he should accept missions from the Soul Society and use the legendary quill to resolve them. Thinking about this, Robin turned slowly and took a single step away, his coat fluttering slightly behind his heels. Ugh! He abruptly halted mid-stride, lifting a hand to scratch his hair in frustration, muttering beneath his breath, "How did I not think about this sooner?" Where would he go now? Morgana was currently occupying the teacher's apartment. Of course he wasn't going to climb up and sleep in the same residence with her. That would be beyond awkward, and he couldn't kick her out either, since she was actively using this arena for her weekly lessons and could not simply relocate. So where was he supposed to stay then? This academy didn't have dedicated residential districts other than student dormitories, and perhaps a few modest quarters for guards, servants, and administrative staff. Damn it, I should have asked Althera to construct a proper palace for me to spend the coming years in. Robin released a helpless sigh, shoulders drooping slightly. Master. Robin turned again to face Jabba, brows drawing together ever so slightly. What's the matter now? Can I share them with Brother Shaddad? Jabba pointed toward the space beside him with earnest eyes. This way, you'll get 2 applications every 1,000 years instead of just 1. What do you think? Shaddad felt as though a thunderbolt erupted through the top of his skull. He jerked his head up from between his palms, turning toward Robin with wide, trembling eyes, hope bursting uncontrollably within his chest. Really now? Robin chuckled toward Jabba, amusement dancing in his tone. Are you worried about my personal benefits, or do you simply want a partner in crime to blame things on later? 2 minds are better than 1, hee. Jabba laughed awkwardly, scratching his cheek. Little brother Shaddad is kind-hearted, gentle like me. A wide, radiant smile bloomed on Shaddad's face for a brief heartbeat, a spark of fragile hope igniting in his soul, but it disappeared almost instantly. He lowered his gaze once again in silent misery. He already suspected what Big Brother's answer would be. He understood the reason behind refusal all too well. The great truth chosen of this generation viewed him as a slow-thinking fool, someone unfit to stand in the spotlight, unworthy of carrying his name, and incapable of representing his legacy with dignity. He could only console himself with one trembling reason, that Big Brother Robin chose to reveal those priceless, unimaginable techniques and grant them to his disciple openly, right in front of him. At the very least, that gesture implied he was trusted enough to witness such secrets. Shaddad. When Shaddad heard that familiar voice call his name, his head snapped sharply to the left, almost instinctively. Why yes, Big Brother. Robin stared at his face for a prolonged moment, as if reading every expression and emotion carved into his features, then pressed his fingers firmly between his brows with a long, weary exhale, before finally clasping his hands behind his back once again. It's clear my disciple no longer enjoys being alone. Would you like to become my second disciple? Chapter 1705. Would you like to become my second disciple? Shaddad's eyes quivered violently, as if struck by a bolt of disbelief. He struggled to lift a shaky finger and point awkwardly toward his own chest. Me. His voice came out thin and broken, barely more than a whisper. Realizing how pitiful it sounded, he swallowed hard, shook his head rapidly, and forced himself to try again with trembling effort. Am I the one you mean? Do you truly mean me specifically? Robin exhaled softly, scratching the center of his forehead as his gaze dropped to the ground for a fleeting moment of embarrassment. I've refused you many times in the past for personal reasons, alright? First, you're significantly older than me, by absurd margins. Teaching you, correcting you, and trying to guide you would have felt awkward and cumbersome. And back then, I had no idea what your temperament was like. I'm a harsh, blunt teacher, as you've seen countless times. My methods aren't comforting or gentle. Meanwhile, you've lived hundreds of thousands of years. You might have felt offended, insulted, or even felt I wasn't qualified to discipline you. Second, he continued, his tone deepening, you were far stronger than I was when we first crossed paths. Physically, as someone at the peak of World Cataclysm, you could have crushed me like a bug simply by placing your hand on me. So how exactly was I supposed to act as your mentor when you possessed strength many times greater? Those 2 reasons alone were more than enough for me to refuse you without hesitation when we first met in that quiet library. There's also a third reason, Jabba chimed in, proudly raising a finger like an overly eager student eager to impress. You were traumatized by the student system because of me, and you didn't want to accept another disciple for fear of repeating the chaos. And right now, what you're doing is just trying to emotionally assure yourself that trauma is gone, by making a dramatic offer like this. Crack! Robin rolled his neck slowly, trying to release the sudden annoyance before it erupted. He forced himself not to glare at Jabba, then turned back to Shaddad with a calmer expression. If you don't wish to become my disciple anymore, I truly won't hold it against you. I do. Shaddad burst upright with explosive enthusiasm, his long-awaited moment slamming into him like a tidal wave. His eyes shimmered, a glossy layer of tears reflecting desperate relief. That's all it was. Such trivial reasons. If it's about age, don't worry, strike me if you must, discipline me however you see fit. And if it's about my strength, I'll only ever use my power to help you, never to oppose you. Humph. Even if you did use your strength against me, you wouldn't be able to accomplish much right now. Robin tilted his head casually, almost tauntingly. Well, that's simply because I don't want to injure you, of course, big bro, I mean. Master. Shaddad corrected himself quickly, voice cracking with joy. No, Robin waved, dismissing the idea entirely. It's because you genuinely wouldn't manage to do anything at all. A thick vein bulged across Shaddad's forehead, and his sharpened fangs clenched so tightly they nearly sparked. Don't attempt to provoke me, Master. It won't work. I have absolute control over my emotions. I refuse to be angered. Even if you did get angry, Robin smirked shamelessly, you still wouldn't be able to do anything. Grrrhh. Shaddad's fists began cracking, knuckles popping like thunder. Master, perhaps you require a demonstration of the upgraded bear hug technique. Jabba suddenly began sweating waterfalls, stepping forward swiftly as if his life and sanity depended on it, hugging the 3 colossal slabs to his chest like newborn children. Let's maybe cool down the wrestling ideas, friends. He glanced left and right nervously, then turned to Shaddad and nearly shouted, the master's in the 2nd level now, man. Shaddad froze, then slowly lifted both hands overhead in surrender. He sucked in a calming breath, then burst into hearty laughter that echoed warmly. Today truly is a wonderful, glorious day. How about I treat both of you to sandwiches? All expenses on me. Chicken, Robin said with a taunting, almost mischievous smile on his face, his voice dripping with playful provocation as if he were nudging an old wound on purpose. Alright, that's enough nonsense. It's time for hugs. Shaddad announced boldly. He stepped forward with his arms spread wide, every muscle in his towering frame tightening with anticipation. In his mind, he imagined the perfect embrace, firm enough to display his overwhelming physical superiority, yet careful and gentle enough not to irritate or disrespect his newly accepted master. A delicate balance, like wrestling a raging bull while trying not to bruise its ego. Whoom. Suddenly, a shimmering soul gate snapped open behind Robin, the circular portal humming with deep, resonating power. Radiant spiritual light spilled over the floor like golden water. From within, a white gold soul creature marched forward, wearing an ornate set of gleaming armor and holding a thin, elegant sword forged entirely from spiritual essence. Its physique was humanoid, sculpted like a veteran warrior, yet where a face should be, bundles of twitching tendrils extended downward from its neck like delicate, living whiskers that shivered with anticipation. Beat him thoroughly, but don't break any bones or cut the skin, Robin commanded calmly, his eyes flashing with sharp intent. A few bruises are acceptable, nothing beyond that. Ever since attaining the rank of Royal Soulmaster, his curiosity burned endlessly. He craved a challenge. And a peak World Cataclysm body-type cultivator was practically the perfect moving, breathing test dummy. And frankly, modifying that obnoxiously large nose just a little would feel deeply satisfying. A student should never forget that the teacher can destroy him at any moment. Respect mixed with a touch of fear, that was the proper foundation. Understood. The sword dissolved into sparkling particles in the soul creature's hand. The tendrils sprouting from its shoulders coiled tightly, merging into the snarling shape of a massive bear's head. The creature opened its arms as well and closed the distance toward Shaddad with unnerving calmness. Shaddad blinked, baffled. A soul creature wants to wrestle me? That's just crack. Ghhhh. His scream echoed across the hall, bouncing off every surface mercilessly. Hee, Robin chuckled, his laughter rumbling from his chest down to his stomach, shaking his shoulders. A part of me has been desperately wanting to hear that scream for quite some time. Now my spirit feels completely refreshed. Wonderful. Creak. Jabba dragged the 3 colossal slabs across the floor with noisy difficulty until he stood beside Robin, panting softly. Is this some kind of traditional initiation ritual for welcoming new disciples? Well, Robin replied, patting Jabba's back twice with a heavy hand, when a disciple starts believing he's stronger than his master, smarter, wiser, when he begins to think he no longer needs guidance, terrible things unfold. Don't you agree? So this time, I'm establishing the rules clearly from the very beginning. Jabba turned his eyes away, lips tightening slightly as if wrestling with a thought. Listen, Robin continued, his gaze fixed with meticulous focus on the precise hit Shaddad was taking. About what you said earlier, I was not traumatized by the disciple-master system. What happened with you did sting, emotionally, I won't deny it. But I learned. I grew. I evolved. I would never accept another disciple unless I could control every variable around them. Then he smiled, more sincerely this time. I don't become traumatized or crippled by failure. I learn, and I try again. And if I fail again, I learn even more, and I try again. There's simply no room in my heart for regrets or dwelling on the past. Maybe that mindset is precisely why I am who I am. Jabba kept his gaze stubbornly turned away. He wasn't sure if he should feel relieved that his teacher never formed a psychological scar because of him, or ashamed for having believed his presence mattered more than it actually did. Perhaps, if he vanished from existence this very second, Robin would continue on, unshaken, without the slightest hiccup. And honestly, after witnessing the master's accomplishments, the impossible distances he crossed, the monstrous achievements he accumulated during only 3 days, everything seemed to support that conclusion. Maybe he truly had been exaggerating his own importance from the very beginning. Creak. The door behind them opened, wooden hinges protesting, followed by the soft rhythm of footsteps descending the stairs gracefully. What is all this noise? What's happening down here? Oh, Sister Morgana, Jabba turned his head, desperately pushing away his heavy thoughts. Little brother Shaddad is undergoing his ceremony to become the teacher's newest student. That mule will become His Majesty's disciple. Morgana replied with thinly veiled annoyance, still clearly irritated ever since he assumed she was Robin's mother. But when she saw Shaddad being pulverized into the polished floor of the lecture hall, her expression shifted instantly. Her lips curved, predatory and amused. Ha! Chapter 1706. Gya. Hihi Morgana's smile widened with playful delight, clearly entertained by the dramatic sight unfolding before her. At this exact moment, a majestic white gold soul creature was tightly restraining Shaddad's arms from behind, its grip firm and merciless while pressing its foot down harshly on his back, as though preparing to rip both arms out of their sockets without hesitation. But gradually, almost piece by piece, Morgana's cheerful smile began to fade. Her brows pulled together, tightening with confusion and suspicion. Isn't that mule supposed to be at the peak of a World Cataclysm body cultivator? What exactly is happening here? Whose soul creature could possibly overpower him like this? Haha, the masters, of course. Jabba laughed proudly, puffing his chest slightly, announcing it as if it were the most obvious truth in the entire universe, something that required no explanation. However, almost immediately, Jabba's own expression stiffened. His eyes narrowed, and he turned back to observe the situation with true seriousness. Wait, World Cataclysm. He had definitely heard of that rank before. Wasn't that level the one directly above Martial Emperor? And wasn't it the exact same rank possessed by the infamous Three Shadows who annihilated several territories in Nihiri, slaughtering the demon King Morin with nothing more than a casual gesture? A cold bead of sweat slid slowly down Jabba's neck, followed by another. Shaddad had truly been at the absolute peak of World Cataclysm this entire time? And yet, Teacher Robin was effortlessly thrashing him using just a single soul creature? What on earth had happened during all those countless years Jabba spent in hibernation? To what unimaginable degree had the gap between him and his teacher expanded, widened, and stretched beyond reason? Jabba felt his mind spiraling, as if he were on the brink of losing his sanity entirely. Gya-a-a-a-ah. Shaddad's scream echoed again, filled with agony and disbelief. Your Majesty, is that your soul creature? Morgana asked, turning sharply toward Robin. Genuine astonishment, mixed with faint fear, colored her voice. Robin nodded with a calm, light smile, as if this display was perfectly ordinary. But this level of power, are you actually a royal soul master? Morgana asked, her eyes widening further, the impact of the realization hitting her like a hammer. Robin nodded once more, unbothered. Exclamation point. Morgana's eyes stretched to their very limits. Her breath caught. Since when? You didn't show any signs of being a royal soul master when you fought the faction of the Spectre King Arcalan. You used that strange eye technique and nearly died. Why didn't you ever tell me? Even once. There wasn't an opportunity, Robin replied with a short, almost dismissive tone. What was he supposed to do? Tell her, I refined multiple soul stars right after I last saw you on Spectre Valley Planet? Morgana's eyes trembled violently, shaking with conflict. All this time, she had believed, no, she was convinced, that she mattered to him because she was a royal soul master. She thought he designed that extraordinary technique for her, that he saved her repeatedly, and treated her with rare care because she was special, because he relied on her. But now, if he himself was a royal soul master all along, why push himself so far for her sake? Why go through such exhausting effort? Your Majesty, Morgana swallowed hard, the sound thick in her throat as her confidence crumbled like fragile glass. How many stars do you have exactly? Maybe I simply happen to possess a very exceptional soul creature while still having only one star. Why are you asking so seriously? Robin replied with a relaxed chuckle, almost teasing. I have one star, Morgana confessed, pointing a trembling finger toward Shaddad being crushed on the ground, and it's absolutely impossible for me to overpower a peak World Cataclysm body cultivator to this degree using only a single soul creature, no matter how extraordinary it might be. Her voice wavered. How many stars do you have? In front of those words, Robin smiled with quiet, unshakable confidence. Indeed, everything unfolding at this moment was the natural result of multiple dense layers of purple matter accumulating upon his soul creature, an unmistakable sign that more than a single soul star resided within him. Just as Neri had explained to tempt him into compressing the next star, the amount of soul force he could convert into purple matter each day would leap drastically from 5,000 for a single star, to 30,000 upon gaining a second. And this wasn't merely a simple six-fold increase in the quantity of purple matter being produced daily. Robin had also discovered that the density, richness, and structural complexity of that purple matter increased sixfold as well. Meaning, if the soul beast standing before him could previously hold 200,000 standard energy units in its inner structure, those 200,000 units first received reinforcement from the purple matter, increasing their raw power, density, and fine details. Then, after receiving the support of the second star, their density multiplied 6 times further, then came the third star's enhancement, and so on. The original 200,000 units remained 200,000 in number, yet that bizarre purple substance continued to accumulate relentlessly, fortifying and evolving those units in a terrifying, exponential manner. The difference between the same soul creature empowered by one royal soul star versus two was nothing short of frightening. And even so, this level of power still didn't fully justify what was happening to Shaddad right now. In truth, Robin had merely ordered a light, playful wrestling match, and Shaddad himself refrained from tapping into his full strength. Otherwise, this entire building would be reduced to dust in a single moment. Here, the ancient memories of that warrior, the soul creature, its overwhelming presence, refined battlefield instincts, and vast combat experience surfaced, allowing it to subdue Shaddad effortlessly through pure technique alone. If Robin commanded both sides to unleash their full, unrestricted power, no one could accurately predict who would ultimately stand victorious. But one thing was painfully clear: this one-sided domination would instantly vanish. After all, Shaddad possessed enough raw physical power to level several academy buildings with a single punch. At that point, Althera would most certainly arrive to personally kick everyone's backsides without mercy. I do, in fact, happen to possess more than one star, Robin replied calmly, voice steady, then casually cast a sidelong glance toward Morgana. You ask far too many questions, Morgana. Are you genuinely shocked that I am a little strong? How do you think I managed to save you in the first place? And why would you ever submit to me if I were weak? Perhaps you should show a little trust. I know you hide countless secrets, but I never imagined you were a royal soul master. This changes everything. Morgana replied quickly, almost panicking. More than one star? How? How old are you? You haven't even reached 1,000 years. I desired to become a royal soul master, so I accomplished it. It truly is that simple. Robin lifted his shoulders in a casual shrug. There was something undeniably refreshing about boasting of one's strength without shame. Thud, thud, gay. Morgana took another glance at Shaddad. At that moment, the soul creature forced him into a complete submission hold, pinning him as if he were helpless. Then she turned back toward Robin, brows drawing together tightly. That young man said you intend to take Shaddad as a disciple. Yes. I'll see if I can pass on the knowledge I've gleaned from the truth law to him. He's a good person. Robin nodded twice, as if confirming it to himself. Then, Morgana bent forward slightly, voice carrying genuine respect and urgency. Please accept me as well, and pass down your experience and profound insights regarding Soul Force. Chapter 1707. Please, accept me as your disciple. Morgana bowed slightly, lowering her head with a mixture of humility and determination, her voice carrying a faint tremble. Robin turned toward her, genuinely puzzled, raising an eyebrow. What is this supposed to be, the cosmic holiday for recruiting disciples? The acceptance ceremony for the second one isn't even properly over yet. It's over. I've already learned my mistake, just let it end peacefully, I beg you. Shaddad screamed from behind, his voice distorted with agony. Thud. Gya. Please accept me as your disciple, Morgana repeated firmly, her posture unwavering despite everything. I want to become stronger, for your sake, yes, but also for my own survival. I never want to stand helpless in that kind of situation again. Morgana closed her eyes tightly. The terrifying image of dozens of world cataclysms and Nexus state experts slowly pressing their planetary weapons against her abdomen, inch by inch, flashed vividly in her mind. The memory made her entire frame tremble as if reliving the terror. Age difference? Irrelevant. His Majesty never cared about such trivial details when he saved her from the jaws of death twice. Once on the Spectre Valley planet, with enemies breathing hot air down her neck, ready to tear her apart, and once more when he rescued her dead, hollow soul domain, an incurable fate for any ordinary cultivator. Robin stared down at the top of Morgana's lowered head, remaining silent for several heartbeats. Eventually, he released a deep sigh. Stand. You don't need me as a master. What? But Morgana shot up, nearly shouting her objection. She wanted to argue that he was stronger, older, more experienced, and that it was natural to rely on such a person as a master. But Robin lifted his hand, demanding silence, then placed the other neatly behind his back. If I have passion or talent anywhere, it's in exploring universal laws and crafting law techniques. That's the reason I accepted those two clowns behind me. I truly have something of substance to offer them. But with you, it's different. I have no real passion, no affection, no special aptitude for soul force. It simply strengthens me, so I cultivate it out of necessity. You, however, he continued, are on an entirely different level. Your talent for soul arts is exceptionally rare. You shocked me the very moment I saw you. Even now, I cannot fathom how you managed to cast soul spells with such an eroded and decaying soul domain. How did you compress a soul star? How did you manage to keep that star producing purple matter continuously? And furthermore, your soul domain capacity, nearly 2 million. That means you were somehow expanding it constantly, preparing and reinforcing the structure for a second star. But the infection gnawing at your domain blocked you. That specter refused to allow the compression of another star so you wouldn't gain sovereignty over it. Robin nodded to himself. You are a prodigy, Morgana. Your talent in soul matters is extraordinary, and your foundational structure is excellent. While treating you, I discovered that nearly 20% of your soul domain's framework is composed of soul essence, something absurdly rare. That alone guarantees you a staggering future. Now that you're finally cured of the disease that chained you for years, it's only a matter of time before your strength skyrockets, far beyond your imagination. A small smile curved on his lips. And who knows, perhaps your future research into soul force will benefit the entire empire someday, and maybe even benefit me, personally. Morgana's large eyes widened further, shining with a mixture of disbelief and excitement, as if she were glimpsing a radiant destiny stretching out before her. Is that why you refuse me as a disciple? Because I'll surpass you in soul force one day. What? Stop your delusions right there, you'll never surpass me in soul force. Robin waved both hands dismissively. Do you think I'll retire to frying chickpeas outside the academy while you progress past me? How ridiculous. Thwack. Shaddad took a punch right to the eye, hard enough that a faint crack seemed to echo through the air, and he screamed in agony, Master, stop this bastard. Stop him, I'm going to lose my eye. As long as you're confident you'll always remain stronger than me, then why not accept me as your disciple? Morgana took a small, graceful step closer to Robin, so close that the warmth of her breath brushed against his skin and their noses nearly touched. She gently lowered her gaze, her large irises shimmering like twin galaxies, and stared deeply into Robin's eyes before whispering with a voice that carried both eagerness and mischief, I'll be obedient. Completely obedient. Jabba's jaw slowly dropped open in disbelief. Not only was the scene intense, it was dangerously exciting. It felt like he was watching a live drama unfold right in front of him, and he could barely handle it. It seems you still don't understand what I've been telling you, Robin replied seriously, his tone steady and without hesitation. I have no passion for soul force. He turned away with casual confidence, walking toward the professor's desk in slow, controlled steps, each one echoing through the hall, before sitting down. However, I'm willing to share the methods I personally used to become stronger. He calmly reached into his storage ring and pulled out 3 metallic slabs. With a faint metallic shing, he slid 2 of them across the desk toward Morgana. Take these. Then he kept the final slab in his hand, closed his eyes, and concentrated. Morgana received the 2 slabs carefully, her fingers trembling slightly, and examined them. Soul Atlas, Volume 1 and Volume 2. She opened the first volume with curiosity, finding detailed information regarding white soul power, fundamental theories, basic building blocks of cultivation, and insightful perspectives that most soul masters only learn after years of struggle. Yet mixed within were subtle hints of knowledge she had never encountered in any official textbook before. This is unreal. After about a minute of silent processing, Robin opened his eyes again. His expression was calmer now, as if he had finished imprinting something inside the slab. He pushed the third one toward her. And this one too. Don't underestimate it. Is this the third volume? Morgana accepted it gently like it was a priceless treasure. As she examined it, she noticed the title deeply engraved across its surface, glowing faintly, Efficiency Division Technique for Compressing Royal Stars. A technique for compressing royal stars? Morgana's voice cracked. Something like this actually exists. Her breathing quickened, and she immediately immersed her consciousness into the slab to absorb the overwhelming torrent of information within. What she found inside was nothing short of revolutionary. This method allowed a soul master to compress 100,000 units first, instead of attempting the suicidal feat of compressing the full million at once. Meanwhile, the remaining 900,000 units would serve as active stabilizers, preventing chaotic backlash while reinforcing the process. After achieving perfect compression of the first 100,000 units, the soul master would begin compressing the second cluster, again supported by the remaining 800,000 units, carefully stabilizing the first while forging the second, and so forth, step by arduous step, until eventually reaching the 10th and final cluster. At that final stage, the 9 previously stabilized cores would work together in harmony, maintaining perfect balance, while the Soul Master painstakingly compressed the last batch. Once all 10 cores were completed, a final merging phase would begin, layers folding into layers, forming a single, unified core that would then collapse, giving birth to the royal black hole. The method, however, demanded more time, countless preparations, and meticulous discipline. It included dozens of checkpoints, emergency stabilizers, breathing cycles, soul circulation revisions, and mental focus locks, but anyone who executes all of this perfectly is practically guaranteed to obtain a royal star on their very first attempt. Morgana's eyes widened to their absolute limits, her pulse racing. This, the single greatest obstacle in star compression, the nightmare of every soul master, had just been dramatically reduced. Your Majesty, did you design this technique yourself? Morgana raised her voice in disbelief, unable to hide her admiration. No, Robin replied, shaking his head calmly. That was our Callan. He's been working on it in his phase time recently. This version is the latest revision. At the mention of his friend's name, Robin's brows furrowed, and an irritated yet amused smile tugged at his lips. That bastard, he could definitely simplify it even further if he wanted to, without a doubt. But instead, he deliberately lets his brain rest so he can focus on perfecting that new soul force absorption technique. Priorities, apparently. Chapter 1708. Our Callan. Morgana furrowed her brows slightly, her expression tightening with a faint hint of caution. You mean that Spectre King? The one in Spectre Valley? Even I had a rough time facing that guy. I needed to build an army first, then go do something about it. Yeah, it's him. Robin nodded once, his tone carrying a casual confidence as if discussing something trivial. He's a soul creature working under me now. A proud, almost smug smile spread across his lips. Anyway, what do you think of what you've taken so far? Just these 3 tablets alone were enough to qualify you to be my master. Morgana's gaze sharpened as she stared deeply into Robin's eyes for several long seconds, testing his reaction. Simply receiving techniques doesn't make you my disciple. Robin shook his head slowly, dismissively. If that were true, then all my generals, my followers, no, my entire population, would be considered my disciples. He leaned forward slightly, eyes serious. All it means is that you'll have to work extremely hard to compensate me for what you received, just like they do. Morgana's eyelashes trembled subtly. She stared at Robin's face for several seconds after being compared to common citizens of the Empire, a blow to her pride, then finally nodded. I will definitely return this investment without fail, Your Majesty. Her voice held quiet conviction. Then she continued with a faint, confident smile, with this knowledge and these techniques, all I need is to gather enough essence soul units, and I'll make my next star. Just give me 5 years, and you'll have a 2-star royal soul lady at your command. Do you need a source of essence soul units? I can provide you with some emerald. Robin offered without hesitation, but just as the words left his mouth, he paused. His expression shifted, and he smiled wryly, realizing this concern was laughably unnecessary. No need, Your Majesty. If you ever need any, I'll gladly provide them. Morgana answered with unwavering confidence, a hint of playful pride curling at the edge of her lips. Needing soul emerald? That was practically comedy. Morgana owned 49 planets that once served as Spectre farms. 17 of them are already cleaned after she abandoned them entirely, letting every living thing perish. Even if she lacked emerald at this exact moment, she could simply visit any one of those planets and scoop up emeralds scattered across the ground like worthless gravel. I'll count on you then. Robin nodded seriously, his tone firm. In the coming years, I'll be entering a long, uninterrupted seclusion. You may continue working here as a substitute instructor if you like, and you may keep selling soul borrowings to the academy, but I want compensation. 50% of your borrowings must be delivered to the Shadow Swords at first, then 60, then 90, until eventually you completely stop delivering borrowings to Althera. That girl needs to move and find a royal soul master of her own, not rely on shortcuts. Perhaps the true beginning empire doesn't truly require royal soul borrowings. Their strength throughout the young belt is overwhelming and unquestioned. But the Cradle Empire and the Grave Empire absolutely do, and Robin simply doesn't have the time or patience to sit and craft hundreds of borrowings personally. Deliver them to the Shadow Swords. Morgana tilted her head slightly, processing the request with visible curiosity. Aha. Robin nodded. It won't be difficult, really. They're everywhere throughout Mid-Sector 99, watching closely. He chuckled, amused by their persistent presence. Then he infused his soul sense into his sound ring and spoke loudly. If there is a shadow sword nearby, come to my private lecture hall immediately. The sound ring normally contained an emergency signal, used to broadcast distress to anyone in its vicinity. Back when Robin was on planet Zurin, the Shadow Swords attempted to use the trick to track him. When they finally reached Zurin, they tried contacting him through the ring, but he refused to pick up, intentionally ignoring them. Whoosh! After only a few seconds, a shadow slowly rose and materialized from beneath the door, as if it had always been there. Then a young man dressed entirely in black stepped forward and immediately dropped into a full kneel. I greet His Majesty, the Emperor. Morgana's eyes widened to their absolute limit. Shock flashed across her face as she looked at Robin, then at the mysterious shadow sword. What is happening here? How did you enter the academy? You're not a student. Do you have a servant's authorization badge? A guard permit? The shadow sword slowly lifted his head, only a fraction, glancing toward Robin from beneath the shadow of his hood, as though silently requesting permission to speak, his posture respectful, cautious, and disciplined. It's fine, you may talk. Robin rubbed his chin thoughtfully with a wide, satisfied smile. In fact, I'm also rather curious myself about how the Shadow Swords managed to enter the academy. Security around spatial gates is notoriously strict, and no ship can breach a planetary atmosphere without someone noticing. The surveillance arrays should catch even the slightest fluctuation. We have a special version of instant spatial portals, Your Majesty. The Shadow Sword replied calmly. He produced a void ring from his sleeve and gently sent it toward Robin from a distance, as if handling a priceless treasure. Robin examined the contents of the ring carefully for several seconds, his soul sense dancing within. Oh ho, they used the 5th stage of the major space law in this version. That's not simple at all. Instant spatial portals packed into a ring, and incorporating the 5th stage of the major space law. Morgana's eyes flew open in shock, her mind racing. The 5th stage of the spatial laws. It was the very first 5th stage law Robin fully deciphered after that exhausting month-long journey from the young belt to the mid-belt. Centuries ago he entrusted it to Sky Opening City, allowing their scholars to study and advance their knowledge further. Yes, Your Majesty, the Shadow Sword nodded beneath the hood draping across his face, voice steady. With this new version, I can teleport directly between planets, provided the destination planet lies relatively close, within a maximum distance of roughly 1 light day, and that we possess accurate spatial coordinates. He continued with quiet confidence, to reach this place, we simply traveled to a nearby planet, then obtained the coordinates of a remote, isolated point on the target planet. And even this was effortless, thanks to a device invented by Sky Opening City. It can determine coordinates from a considerable range away without the need for direct contact. Morgana's heart pounded violently against her ribs, a chill running up her spine. What she was hearing was horrifying. What that Shadow Sword was describing wasn't just a technique. It was a system, an infiltration infrastructure that simply couldn't be blocked. One that allowed them to slip into any planet at will, and escape whenever they wished. No, worse still. If they learned the spatial coordinates inside vaults, sealed bunkers, and hidden chambers, they could materialize there directly, bypassing walls, guards, and alarms entirely, from the surface of an entirely different planet. And these Shadow Swords had already been moving throughout the academy for who knows how long, like termites hollowing out the core of a massive palm tree from within. And she, an elite royal soul lady, hadn't sensed a single thing. If Lady Althera discovered this, ugh, that mischievous little brat. Robin clicked his tongue, then burst into hearty laughter. She created something this magnificent and didn't bother giving me even one. He was genuinely delighted, almost proud. A light year, a seemingly short and simple term when it came to space, but in real, cosmic measurement, that distance is enormous, easily large enough to encompass most solar systems no matter how big they are. Meaning, with this portable array and that coordinate detection device, a Shadow Sword operative could slip into a solar system aboard a specialized vessel, locate the precise coordinates of a desirable location on any planet within that system, and teleport there instantly, ignoring conventional travel time, borders, and planetary defense grids entirely. No wonder their organization was renowned as the most complex, elusive, and feared intelligence network known today. It was only a matter of time before they eclipsed that syndicate in this specialty, assuming, of course, they hadn't already surpassed them quietly and without fanfare. Sky Opening City truly doesn't play around. Chapter 1709. Sky-opening city never ceased to amaze him. He merely supplied them with ingredients, and they were the ones who did all the cooking. The sheer ingenuity of their artificers, the almost reckless creativity of their engineers, and the limitless ambition of their research divisions continued to shock him every time he witnessed one of their creations in person. Only 3 have been manufactured so far, Your Majesty, the Shadow Sword explained respectfully, his tone carrying the weight of classified knowledge. All of them are currently in the hands of Shadow Swords. They're physically and soul-wise bound to us and will self-destruct if separated, preventing theft, reverse engineering, or unauthorized study. He paused before adding, Her Highness did not order more because they're extremely expensive, and the project is still under development. It's said that another version, capable of teleporting across a longer distance, a full light week, is coming soon, though the energy requirements for such a leap are extravagant. He then bowed even deeper, posture almost kneeling from devotion. If you wish, please take the version in your hand. I'll retrieve an official transfer permit from the city so you may use it freely. No need. I can use the same technique without the array anyway. Robin casually tossed the ring back toward the Shadow Sword, as though it were nothing more than a trinket rather than a priceless prototype. His gesture implied complete mastery and calm confidence. Morgana turned toward Robin in disbelief, pupils trembling with shock. Robin could travel between nearby planets without gates, without ships, and without even an array? This is Substitute Instructor Morgana, of course you recognize her. Morgana has sworn loyalty to me. Spread that word to everyone it concerns. From today onward, treat her as you would a supreme general. Robin announced calmly, voice carrying authority like iron wrapped in velvet. His tone allowed no argument, no loophole, no hesitation. Congratulations to you, and to the Empire for acquiring such an exceptional member, Your Majesty. A rare smile appeared on the Shadow Sword's face. It was obvious he was thrilled by this announcement. His eyes glimmered with excitement. And how could he not be? Who inside the Academy didn't know Morgana and her significance? Her reputation as an unparalleled prodigy of control, precision, and soul perception preceded her everywhere she went. His Majesty had just fished out the cleanest, most precious catch in the ocean, something others had failed to lure for decades. Robin nodded, effortlessly authoritative. Morgana will prepare royal soul borrowings for us starting today. You must contact her to receive them and exchange information regularly, and ensure the channels remain discreet. Any leak could be disastrous. Understood, Your Majesty. The Shadow Sword bowed once more. Then he stood and offered Morgana a ring, its surface swirling faintly with hidden enchantments. Please, my lady. You'll find my spiritual imprint inside. My name is Harper. Simply call me at any time, whether it's to deliver borrowings, request information, or issue commands. His eyes gleamed faintly with seriousness, acknowledging the weight of authority being handed to her. And since His Majesty has granted you a rank equal to the marshals, you may also give us any orders you desire, no matter how demanding, dangerous, or delicate. He then bowed to her, and then to Robin. I request permission to withdraw, Your Majesty. I mustn't remain in my full form for long. The surveillance arrays may detect me. Exposure would compromise several ongoing operations. All right. Robin nodded and waved casually, giving leave to depart, though his casualness contrasted sharply with the tension Harper described. Morgana stared at the ring for a few long seconds, feeling the invisible weight of responsibility settle into her palm, then slowly lifted her gaze back to Robin's eyes. You're really infiltrating and monitoring the Academy right now. Her voice trembled between shock and admiration. In my defense, the Shadow Swords infiltrate everything, not just the Academy. Robin chuckled lightly, shrugging as if this enormous espionage network were nothing but mild convenience. In truth, the Shadow Sword's widespread network would be his greatest weapon against annihilation in the coming Nihari War. Not Caesar. Not Arrow. Not Sakaar. It was Theo who bore the heaviest burden, silently supporting webs of intelligence like a ghost lurking in every shadow. And he had already surpassed Robin's expectations by a tremendous margin. The boy's brilliance, ruthlessness, and talent for manipulation blossomed far beyond what his frail appearance suggested. To think Robin acquired him for just a few gold coins off a slave platform. Perhaps his luck hadn't been terrible after all. Perhaps destiny had nudged him on that day. Thwack! Shaddad screamed from a bizarre position, limbs twisted and consciousness spinning. Master! Master! His cry echoed through the training field like a desperate alarm bell. Ah! Robin slowly turned his attention toward Shaddad, waving his hand lazily as he parted his lips to speak, his tone carrying a faint hint of amusement. All right, this show dash. Knock! Knock! Before he could finish, 2 firm knocks echoed through the room, sharp and authoritative, cutting his words in half. A composed voice followed from outside the door, a special delivery from Her Majesty to Instructor Robin. Robin raised his eyebrows slightly in mild surprise, curiosity flickering in his eyes. Without speaking, he gestured toward Jabba, signaling him to answer. Understood. Jabba carefully set the massive metal slabs down with exaggerated caution, as though they were priceless artifacts. He then gently placed the 3 rectangular boxes atop them, positioning everything neatly, before moving toward the door with hurried steps. Creak! The door opened, revealing an elderly man whose presence felt scholarly and ancient. He clutched a softly glowing book, and his brows furrowed the moment he laid eyes on Jabba, clearly confused by the unexpected sight. Jabba didn't bother explaining. Instead, he stepped aside and widened the entrance, presenting Robin in full view. Oh, there you are, sir, the old man said, his tone shifting to respectful formality. Her Majesty asked me to tell you, your time is made of gold, so invest it wisely. He extended the luminous book gently toward Robin, bowed deeply, then turned on his heel and departed without another word, his robe swaying behind him. Bang! Jabba shut the door firmly, then spun to face Robin with wide eyes. What was that supposed to be? Didn't we literally just leave her audience chamber moments ago? Robin rotated the book in his hands, inspecting its cover and spine from every angle. Only once satisfied did he open it. Immediately, a tidal wave of information surged into his mind. Dense concepts, layered insights, and intricate soul theories flowed relentlessly. Even with his monstrous mental capacity, already doubled beyond normal limits, Robin stood frozen, eyes unfocused, posture rigid as a statue carved from thought. Several long, heavy minutes passed in complete silence. Then at last, he exhaled softly, eyes snapping open as a victorious smile curled across his lips. Heh, that girl, she's finally beginning to act like a truly wise ruler. I'm proud. What exactly was it? Morgana raised a curious brow, arms folding as she waited for an answer. Whoosh! Robin casually extended the book toward her. Lucky you. This is the third and final volume of the Soul Atlas, clean, unmodified, and free of deceit. Althera just saved me decades of tedious searching and psychological torment. I'll have to repay her generously later. He paused, tapping the book lightly. This is the most valuable volume for you. It focuses on the purple substance from the perspective of a royal soul master of 7 stars. Study it, comprehend every layer, rewrite it in your own voice, and deliver the refined version to the Shadow Sword along with your annotational borrowings. Morgana accepted it carefully, not daring to open it yet. A tome like this deserved a dedicated session, silence, and absolute focus. Oh, what will they do with the rewritten version? Do you have other royal soul masters serving under you? Not yet. Robin's smile deepened, his voice dripping with quiet confidence. But we'll address that matter once we leave the academy. Morgana tilted her head, confusion clouding her expression. Then realization crashed into her like thunder. Those 3 foundational volumes, combined with the miraculous star compression technique capable of dividing royal effectiveness, together, they formed a near-perfect blueprint. Achieving the rank of Royal Soul Master, once considered a nearly impossible dream, suddenly felt several magnitudes easier. All they needed was a steady stream of promising candidates, a capable instructor, and a reliable source of soul emeralds. Morgana stumbled one step backward, eyes trembling with shock. You're planning dash. Clap, clap. Robin clapped twice with exaggerated cheer, his grin widening as he deliberately ignored her accusation. Then, with a voice full of authority, he declared, all right, that's enough, Moffith. Return to the soul domain. Shaddad has officially passed the acceptance ceremony. Chapter 1710. Shaddad stood in the very center of the grand hall, wobbling slightly on his feet. His left eye was swollen shut, his lower lip was dripping warm blood, his nose was tilted at an awkward angle, and clear bite marks covered the side of his cheek, giving him an almost feral appearance. Jabba couldn't hold his laughter for long. He looked the other way, noises escaping his mouth as his shoulders trembled. Hey! Shaddad barked at him immediately, clearly unable to tolerate even the slightest mockery. It was also obvious his throat had suffered some damage, because his voice came out strained and scratchy. Just because you got an easily doesn't give you the right to make fun of me. I didn't say anything. Jabba turned away, trying to hide the smirk threatening to escape. Well now, Robin spoke with a soft smile, attempting to ease the humiliation boiling inside the bruised newcomer. His situation wasn't any better when I accepted him as a disciple. Really? Shaddad squinted suspiciously with his one usable eye, glancing at Jabba as if hoping for comfort. Ugh. Jabba groaned, as if recalling a trauma buried deep. He detonated a talisman on the back of my neck that day, then tied me up like a roast and planted several more talisman traps all over my body. Shaddad forced the swollen eyelid open just a little further, interest gleaming through pain. Hey. Jabba snapped back this time. My face didn't turn into a bruised potato like yours. You. Alright, enough. Robin clapped both hands sharply, the authority in his tone cutting through the bickering. You'll have plenty of time to chatter later. Now then, Shaddad. Yes. Shaddad answered with instinctive haste, heart pounding intensely in his chest. You are officially my second disciple. From now on, you may study the 3 master laws alongside Jabba. You will share the same mission, at least one application of these laws every 1,000 years. Robin nodded, his smile gentle but confident. Shaddad stared at Robin's face for several silent seconds, then slowly lowered himself onto his knees and palms. This disciple greets his master. Robin nodded once more with a proud, satisfied grin. Do your best, Shaddad, especially in forging a personal body cultivation path. He gestured toward Jabba. Your senior brother created a formation to strengthen the physical body before. You may study it, and since he is a truth chosen specialized in blood differences, I'm sure he'll be able to add a few valuable touches to your path. Really? Shaddad's eyes sparkled with unrestrained joy as he glanced at Jabba, before bowing deeply toward Robin once more. Understood, Master. Robin continued calmly, from today onward, you no longer need to exhaust yourself searching for resources for your experiments or body forging. Simply tell Harper what you require, and he will obtain it, no matter the rarity or cost. You may also request research archives from Sky Opening City, especially studies related to physical power, elixirs, or anything else you desire. He then turned toward Jabba and Morgana. The same applies to both of you as well. Suddenly, something seemed to spark in his memory. Ah, right. If you need someone with extreme physical durability for testing or comparison, summon Halak. If he finds out there are trials that can make him stronger, he'll rush here instantly. Thank you, Master. A thin sheen of tears formed at the corner of Shaddad's eye, trembling. I'm ready now. Ready for what? Robin raised a brow, genuinely confused. For the oath. Give me the method, and I shall recite whatever you require. Shaddad's voice trembled with seriousness, as though he were about to pledge his very soul. An oath of loyalty? Eternal servitude? Silence as punishment for betrayal? It didn't matter. Becoming a disciple of the great truth chosen of this era was worth any price. To serve such a generous, magnanimous, astonishing human was worth anything. Jabba let out a long exhale and straightened his posture. The moment the oath method appeared, he would immediately demand one as well, even if their master didn't ask. He had been thinking about it for a long time. Stand up, big guy, Robin waved with a carefree chuckle. My disciples don't take oaths. Then he declared proudly, voice echoing across the hall, if a disciple personally chosen by me betrays me, then I shall blame no one but myself for choosing poorly. Since the very beginning of his long and arduous path, Robin had decided deep within himself that his adopted children, his lineage, and his disciples would never be bound by any rigid oath of loyalty. He believed that forcing devotion would only shackle their growth. Instead, he wanted them to feel that they contributed out of pure, genuine free will, pouring their full creativity, passion, and individual brilliance into whatever they pursued. He wanted them to feel like valued partners, not slaves or tools, inspiring them to always strive to elevate the empire to a better and more prosperous state. And also, to convince himself in the quiet chambers of his own heart that he was not merely a tyrant obsessed with authority and control, but a leader carving his own philosophy of trust. Shaddad stared into Robin's eyes for several quiet, trembling seconds, as if trying to confirm whether those words were real. Drop. A few stray drops of tears slipped from the corner of his eyes, pattering softly against the floor. He inhaled sharply, then began to nod as he pushed himself upright, voice trembling with emotion. Understood. Shaddad understands completely. At that moment, he carved a burning resolve deep into his heart. The rest of his life would be devoted to the master, without hesitation or regret. Jabba cast a long, thoughtful glance toward Robin, then exhaled a quieter sigh than usual. Even though he eventually returned and annihilated the army of the Great Serpent Empire, it was still astounding, almost unbelievable, that the master refused to place any oath on him or on Shaddad after all that happened. Perhaps he truly had overestimated his own importance in the master's eyes. Now a single path stretched before him, bright but steep. He would have to prove, with sweat and achievement, that the master did not make a poor choice. Robin nodded with a warm smile that held confidence. Good. Work hard, Shaddad. With what Jabba will provide you, those 3 master laws, and the shadow swords. I fully trust you'll accomplish something truly remarkable, something history might whisper about. And should that happen? Robin paused deliberately, letting anticipation bloom. I promise you a great reward. A great reward. Shaddad wiped lingering tears from his eyes with the back of his sleeve, voice cracking slightly. Is there even a reward greater than studying the inscriptions of the balance and creation master laws? Morgana's eyes widened so fiercely they almost trembled. His Majesty would provide them access to master laws. But her brows gradually tightened with realization. His Majesty mentioned 3 laws. Why did Shaddad only mention 2? Whether it's you or Jabba, Robin continued, stepping slowly as he explained, studying all 3 will drastically broaden your horizons. It's like a sturdy chair you stand on to peer over a tall wall that once blocked your view. But that is not your prize, Shaddad. Your reward is something else entirely, something you'll benefit from directly, something personal, tailored to your path. Shaddad bowed instantly, spine straight and respectful. I'll do everything within my power. I won't waste this. Excellent. Robin clapped loudly once, the sound echoing through the chamber, and began walking toward the exit. Start what you must do. I'll be entering seclusion now to prepare. Get back here. Shaddad suddenly roared with surprising speed, then whoosh, lunged at him like a wild beast. What are you doing? What are you doing, Shaddad? Robin's eyes shot open in pure shock as he suddenly found himself lifted high above Shaddad's head like a trophy. I've gathered the requirements for your bath and have been waiting for you for well over a century. You're not leaving until you complete your bath today. Shaddad hoisted him with both arms and sprinted toward a sealed side chamber. His soul sense brushed the door like a key, and it slid open instantly, revealing a small, shimmering pool behind it that glowed faintly with power. Shaddad, be reasonable. Shade. Bang! The heavy door slammed shut behind them like a prison gate. Oh, he must have noticed the master has been in seclusion for far longer than usual and needed to wash. Shaddad is surprisingly thoughtful about that. I'll keep this in mind when master returns from his next seclusion. Jabba clapped palm to palm with a faint grin. PSSST. Jabba slowly turned his head, ears twitching after hearing a faint whisper that sounded suspiciously like a cat's call. PSSST, come here, Morgana leaned slightly, beckoning quietly with a sly, playful grin. I have a question about your master's wives. Chapter 17:11. Come here, I have a question about your master's wives. Morgana gestured for Jabba to come closer, lowering her voice into a secretive whisper. The master's wives. Jabba furrowed his brows in mild confusion, then scratched the back of his head awkwardly. You couldn't find literally anyone else to ask. Why? What's wrong with asking you? Morgana retorted sharply, narrowing her eyes, clearly irritated by his reaction. He's your master. Surely you have some insider information. Ugh, that's a long story. Jabba sighed heavily, leaning closer as if preparing to unload something unpleasant. Anyway, the master only ever had one wife, and she was killed, in a very terrible, brutal way. Really awful. Why are you asking? How terrible are we talking? Morgana pressed further, tilting her head in curiosity. Was he the one who killed her? No, absolutely not. Jabba shook his head firmly. His city was attacked while he was away. She chased after him into enemy territory without telling anyone, hoping she'd be safer near him. Instead, she ended up surrounded, and she died there before she could even reach him. The master didn't learn about her death until 20 whole years after the incident. Jabba exhaled slowly, deciding to spare her the ugliest details. And in that moment, the memory of Richard's hysterical laughter that day flickered painfully in his mind. Oh, then he isn't to blame at all, Morgana murmured, frowning. How could he prevent something he didn't even know was happening? Still, why hasn't he remarried? He's a man, surely he has needs like all men do. Did he love her that deeply? Ugh, I don't really know about that. Jabba scratched his head again. I've heard plenty of stories about how he met Lady Neela. Apparently, there wasn't any love between them at all, not until close to the wedding. Their marriage was arranged as a diplomatic move between big families. I mean, sure, he did love her after the marriage, but before that, he never intended to marry anyone in the first place. Before her, he lived roughly a century and a half without a wife too, so I doubt he thinks about it much. I see. Morgana muttered thoughtfully, absent-mindedly biting her finger. Hey, why are you asking all this anyway? Jabba nudged her shoulder twice with a mischievous grin. What exactly are you plotting? Just general knowledge. Morgana smiled innocently, far too innocently. By the way, you said he eventually loved her, right? So, what did she look like? I've never seen her with my own eyes, Jabba admitted. I don't really know how she looked in person, but everyone says she was both a warrior and a businesswoman, trained to lead a massive family, yet she still managed to be gentle and kind to the master. He tapped his lower lip and thought, of course any woman would be gentle with a husband like that. Morgana snapped, then angrily pinched Jabba's shoulder. I'm asking about her appearance. Was she slim or curvy, tall or short? Did she look like a young girl or more mature? Arg, I've seen a few paintings of her. Jabba rubbed between his brows. But I don't feel comfortable describing my dead master's wife. How am I supposed to describe something like that to you? Then he paused, looked Morgana up and down slowly, and sighed, honestly? She wasn't too different from you, just a little shorter. Really? Morgana's eyes widened to their absolute limit, sparkling with triumphant joy. She quickly turned away, muttering to herself, then why did he call my current form old if he's into mature women? Hey, what exactly are you planning? Share it with me, Jabba insisted, poking her shoulder again with rising curiosity. Silence. I told you, it's just general information. Morgana waved him off several times, then abruptly switched to a bright smile. Anyway, congratulations on obtaining the Master Laws. Haha, thank you, and congratulations on receiving the Soul Atlas, and that Royal Star Compression Efficiency Split Technique. Jabba puffed out his chest proudly, laughing loudly. Judging from how you two described them, our gifts aren't all that different, His Majesty granted me the chance to reach strength I never dreamed of achieving, Morgana replied, lightly shaking her head. I'm sincerely grateful, but nothing can be compared to a Master Law. She lifted her brow teasingly at him, smiling. So then, what exactly did you obtain? Jabba slowly returned to sit beside the massive, towering metallic slabs, letting his fingers glide gently across their cold surfaces. First stage of balance and first stage of creation. He murmured with a mixture of disbelief and awe. Honestly, I still can't fully comprehend what a Master Law truly represents in the grand scheme of things, but I'm almost certain, they stand on the exact same level as the Master Law of Truth itself. And, I've witnessed their effects with my very own eyes. His voice trembled slightly. I still can't believe someone like me is allowed to peer into what's hidden inside them. The Master is unbelievably generous, as always. One man possessing truth, creation, and balance. Morgana's brows trembled, her expression conflicted, then she exhaled deeply. Even if he only has the first stages of creation and balance, something like this has never, ever been recorded in the long history of the universe. She bit her lip. Is that what he used to snatch me back from certain death? What kind of monster? No. What kind of magnificent man is he? She narrowed her eyes and turned toward the metallic slabs once more. So what about the third one? What third one? Jabba blinked slowly, still wearing the dreamy expression of someone intoxicated by possibility. There are 3 identical slabs right in front of you, Morgana said, tapping her foot impatiently. And I distinctly heard His Majesty instruct you to extract an application from the 3 Master Laws. So what is the third one supposed to be? She placed a hand on her hip. Do you think I'm blind? Trying to keep secrets from me? We're supposed to be allies in this. No, you're misunderstanding something for sure, Jabba stammered, waving his hands frantically. The Master clearly said 2. We only saw him use 2, didn't we? He raised 2 fingers defensively. You're mocking me again. Morgana leaned down sharply. Count the slabs. Haha, pointless. Jabba scoffed, though sweat formed on his forehead. Do you take me for a child who can't count? Still, he reached out and began counting anyway. 1, 2, th3. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Jabba started separating the slabs frantically, eyes widening with every passing moment. Then he turned toward Morgana, face pale. Why are there 3 of them? Why are you asking me? Morgana spread her arms in frustration. You and that other mule heard the instructions and looked at the same slabs I did, yet your stubborn skulls only saw 2 and only heard 2. What is wrong with both of you? Could it be that this is also? Jabba shook his head violently. No, something's off. Maybe he handed us a new technique, or a puzzle, or something he wants solved. His heartbeat raced. Wow! Jabba drew in a long breath and pushed his soul sense slowly into the first slab. Then he yanked it out, eyes squinting. This one's titled Balance. He immediately inserted his soul sense into the second slab. And this one is Creation. Ugh. He groaned, gripping his head as torrents of structured, complex information surged into his mind from both slabs before he forcefully severed the connection with visible effort. Still clutching his temples, he cautiously extended his soul sense into the third. Wah-um. Jabba jerked backward violently as though struck by lightning. His soul sense recoiled like a snapped cord, and he tumbled backward, landing on his rear, eyes trembling uncontrollably, breath shaky. This is M-Master SP Spacetime. He could barely form the words. The master law of spacetime. Morgana's eyes widened to their absolute limits, heart thundering inside her chest. Doesn't that make them 4 in total? His Majesty possesses 4 master laws. Her voice cracked with disbelief. Slowly, Morgana's head turned toward the sealed room Robin and Shaddad disappeared into. Her gaze quivered, pupils shaking, her voice dropping into a terrified whisper. Just who are you exactly? Lord Robin. And instantly, from behind the sealed door, Robin's voice roared back. Chapter 1712. Mid-Sector 100. Clank clank. Beneath a suffocating sky choked with ash, dust, and toxic vapors, the air itself trembled from the echo of distant explosions. The ground below was a graveyard of metal and blood, broken armor, shattered weapons, and the remains of fallen warriors scattered across the scarred earth. In the midst of that desolation, a colossal battle was unfolding, its fury shaking the very atmosphere. On one side stood a vast human army, their ranks gleaming under the dim light that filtered through the clouds. Every soldier wore golden armor engraved with runes of protection, and from a distance, they looked like a tide of molten sunlight moving across a world drowned in shadow. Push forward after the second count, one of the human generals bellowed, his voice crackling with command and authority. 1, 2, bam! The front line didn't wait for the third count. Without hesitation, every warrior hurled themselves forward like a golden avalanche, shields locking, spears thrusting, the thunder of their charge shattering the enemy's formation. Their enemies had heard the order, they had braced themselves for the charge, but it didn't matter. The momentum behind those armored humans was overwhelming, unstoppable. The sheer physical might driving each strike made resistance meaningless. The opposing army, an alliance of mutated species and mechanical hybrids, found themselves helpless. Even if they could predict the humans' next movement, their bodies simply couldn't withstand the brute force that powered every blow. Kasha. General Raiden raised his spear high, and with one devastating swing, the skies erupted. The full power of a level 50 martial emperor burst outward like a storm from the heavens. Thunderclouds cracked open, and streaks of silver lightning descended, striking dozens of enemy officers in an instant. Stop, a furious voice echoed from the other side. One of the World Cataclysms noticed Raiden systematically executing their command leaders. He couldn't watch any longer, his rage boiling over as he dashed forward like a phantom of destruction. Swoosh! Hold it right there, handsome. A sudden flash of gold intercepted his path. A bald old man in obsidian gold armor appeared, his presence like a mountain pressing against the storm. His laughter was raspy yet confident. You'll have to go through me first if you want to touch our ground forces. It was Rhine, patriarch of the Mazer family, and his aura had grown immensely since the day he had sealed his alliance with Caesar. Power rippled from him in waves, dense and suffocating, filled with the resonance of thunderous will. Rhine, the green-skinned World Cataclysm snarled, his fangs flashing. Do you actually think the Mazer family has grown strong enough to stand against me? A few centuries ago, you weren't even worthy of kissing my boots. The past is for the past, Rhine said with a crooked grin, his tone laced with both mockery and pride. Now I'm part of the Centennial Cradle Empire. Our family has got 16 world cataclysms now, and more are rising every decade, ahahaha. After joining the Cradle Empire, the Mazer family's rise had been meteoric. With access to high-grade stabilizers and cultivation techniques, every young Mazer broke through barriers that once seemed eternal. Counting Batsu, they reached 13 cataclysms within only a few decades. But that was just the beginning. Joining the Cradle Empire lifted all reproductive restrictions, they could expand their lineage freely. New generations were born with powerful bloodlines, and from them, 3 more cataclysms had emerged. 4 young prodigies were now walking the path toward that same realm, each burning with limitless potential. And beyond all this, there was something even greater, the legendary Sky-Opening City, an ancient, near-mythical entity allied with the Cradle Empire. It specialized in crafting alchemical elixirs tailored to enhance affinity with the law of sound. To the Mazers, it was like witnessing a divine prophecy unfold. The dream of producing a Nexus state descendant, something once considered fantasy, was now within reach. You think the Centennial Holy Wind Empire would tremble before 16 miserable cataclysms, the greenskin being spat, his voice dripping with venom. You dare boast with an empire that hasn't even reached 1,000 years of age? A fledgling realm built from the scraps of fallen nations and lowborn rabble like you? Pathetic worms. Know your place. He raised his sword, energy pulsing violently around him. Step aside, Rhine. If you value your pitiful life, leave now. Swoosh. Before he could advance, a second figure descended beside Rhine, her aura fierce enough to distort the battlefield air. It was a middle-aged human woman, her long red hair streaked with strands of white that glimmered like embers. She wore the same black and gold armor, and in her hands burned a bow forged from pure flame. Her arrows weren't mere projectiles, they were radiant spears of infernal energy, each one carrying the weight of annihilation. She drew her bowstring to the fullest, her voice calm, sharp, and commanding. Leave. I will not repeat myself. For a brief moment, the World Cataclysm froze. He could feel the killing intent pressing down on him like an avalanche of fire. His instincts screamed that if she released that arrow, his body would cease to exist. Tisk! He spat with frustration and retreated swiftly, rage boiling but fear silencing his defiance. From the safety of the distance, he could only watch, helpless, as his officers, those he had commanded for thousands of years, were struck down one after another beneath the relentless advance of the golden-armored human army. In truth, those three were far from being the only world cataclysms on the battlefield. Bam bam! The skies trembled as explosions burst through the clouds, shaking the air with thunderous roars every few seconds. The firmament was a swirling canvas of smoke, plasma, and flickering lights. Across that chaotic expanse, at least 10 cataclysms from both sides were engaged in direct, devastating combat, each clash birthing waves of energy strong enough to distort the land beneath them. Yet not all of these terrifying beings had joined the fray. Many lingered in the shadows of the conflict, observing from afar, waiting like patient predators for the perfect moment to strike at the enemy's heart, or to intercept whatever secret weapon the opposing army might unleash. For beings of their level, a single move could shift the fate of everything. Damn it all, the man hissed in rage, his body flashing backward at full velocity, streaking through the dusty air like a falling meteor in reverse. His pride stung, his aura flickered with furious energy. He kept flying until he reached the summit of a nearby mountain, its peak cracked and barren from the intensity of past battles, before landing heavily on the stone. "My lord, you must intervene." "What is it now?" came a calm yet commanding voice. A man sat atop a throne-like seat carved from a dark rock, overlooking the entire battlefield. His posture was straight, regal, and unshaken. Even though his location was completely exposed, visible to both armies, no one dared aim a single weapon at him. Not an arrow, not a spell, not even a speck of dust drifted near him without disintegrating. He was the Nexus state assigned to this army, the supreme mind and will guiding their entire front. His very presence distorted the air around him, bending light in ripples, as though reality itself avoided touching him. "Your Excellency," the green-skinned World Cataclysm said, kneeling immediately, his tone both urgent and restrained, "the situation in the aerial battlefield is still manageable, but the tide on the ground is worsening fast." He clenched his fists and continued, "The rumors and reports about those golden armors didn't exaggerate enough. They are far beyond anything we've seen. Their defenses are monstrous, their coordination unnatural, and worse, they're using unfamiliar tactics we can't predict. The ground engagement has only lasted 2 hours, yet we're already losing foothold after foothold." He lifted his gaze, eyes burning with anger. "And this is all before the arrival of their famed Terra Cavalry Division. The 4 elite Special Forces units haven't even appeared yet. Not a single one of their aerial fleets or Draco squadrons has entered combat. It feels as if they're deliberately using us to train their new recruits." The Nexus state let out a long, deep exhale, his eyes narrowing as he gazed down at the chaos below. New recruits? That would explain it. None of the golden soldiers on the ground radiated the seasoned aura of ancient warriors, the aura that usually clung to veterans who had slaughtered enemies for centuries without rest. Their movements were powerful but not yet fluid, their coordination near perfect yet slightly mechanical. So this was a training exercise? In a war of such magnitude? Crack, his teeth ground against each other, the sound faint but sharp. Rage stirred within him, but his outward composure remained unbroken. "Continue the engagement at the same pace," he ordered, voice heavy with control. "It's well known that the Centennial Cradle Empire's armies can't sustain continuous battle for more than 2 hours. Every soldier you see now will soon retreat to take their affinity elixir, and replacements will arrive afterward. You must seize that window. Reclaim every inch of ground we've lost." "That's standard procedure, my lord," the World Cataclysm replied bitterly, bowing lower. "But wars aren't won by trading ground in cycles. They'll return again and again until nothing is left but exhaustion. Please, my lord, intervene personally. If you were to descend and craft a legend here, the Cradle Empire would be terrified to continue this war. It would end before it truly begins." "Humph." The Nexus state's expression darkened, his voice rumbling with restrained fury. "Me? Terrify them? You expect me to be the one to bring victory?" He rose slightly from his throne, and for a moment, the mountain beneath him cracked, unable to bear the pressure of his rising aura. "Do you not know who commands their army today, you blind fool?" The World Cataclysm froze, trembling under the weight of that gaze. "It is the Emperor Slayer herself," the Nexus state said coldly, his voice quiet but heavy enough to crush the air around him. For a heartbeat, silence fell between them. The mere mention of that title made the sky seem darker, as though the world itself remembered her deeds. "She's here," the World Cataclysm muttered, color draining from his face. "Yes," the Nexus state replied, eyes still fixed on the horizon where flashes of gold and thunder danced. "We've prepared countermeasures in case she moves. But honestly," his tone lowered, the calm of a god hiding faint unease, "from all my heart, I pray she never moves at all. Let her stay a spectator, that would be for the best." Chapter 1713. On the far side of the vast, trembling battlefield, Renara stood high above the chaos, upon the gleaming hull of a note of destruction to class worship. She did not look down. She did not flinch. She showed no concern for the countless lives being crushed and erased beneath her with every passing heartbeat. All she did was watch the colossal mountain that loomed on the opposite horizon. She wore a magnificent black and gold armor forged solely for her, a masterpiece of craftsmanship that radiated both elegance and dread. Even her 9 flowing tails were encased in segmented metallic plates that shimmered faintly beneath the light of the burning sky, forming long, curved lines of gold along their length. Her hair, long, pale, and silken, fluttered like threads of moonlight in the thin air, yet she showed no interest in the gentle winds whispering around her. Her eyes were sharp, narrow, and merciless, like the gaze of a serpent that had already coiled around its prey. From her body emanated a suffocating bloodlust, heavy and tangible, one that could be sensed from hundreds of meters away. Every muscle in her body was tensed, ready to unleash devastation upon that mountain across the field, and yet, she restrained herself. Something held her back. Something deeper than anger, colder than wrath. "My lady," came a firm voice from behind her. Of the 4 warriors standing at her back, each clad in full heavy armor and bearing 7 or 8 tails, one stepped forward and bowed deeply before continuing. "I have received the report. The army will commence the gradual withdrawal operation." Renara simply inclined her head in silent acknowledgement, her expression unchanging. The 4 soldiers behind her immediately saluted, then vaulted over the edge of the warship, soaring into the air in 4 separate directions. Clatter, clatter. Finally, Renara's gaze drifted downward toward the chaos below. Now, the army of the Centennial Cradle Empire began the legendary maneuver for which it was known across the sectors, the Progressive Replacement Formation. This strategy was one of the Empire's most famous signatures. Everyone in the universe knew they were human, and everyone knew they walked the third path, the path of elixirs. But none could comprehend the depths of their alchemy. No one knew where they acquired such impossible quantities of materials, or how they brewed that rare and sacred substance known as the Affinity Elixir, a potion capable of amplifying human stamina and focus beyond mortal limits, allowing soldiers to fight for endless hours without faltering. Even the mighty factions of neighboring sectors, those with no enmity toward the Cradle Empire, had sent ambassadors and scholars to negotiate for the formula or purchase it in bulk. But every offer had been refused. The secret of the elixir remained buried within the Empire's laboratories. Yet no matter how miraculous the temporary enhancement was, the surge always came to an end. When the elixir's effect finally faded, that was when the true battle began, the decisive moment that determined victory or annihilation. At that moment, the front lines of the human army began to shift, executing the maneuver with disciplined precision. The rearmost ranks advanced rapidly, slicing through the formation until they reached the front, unleashing fierce strikes upon the enemy's vanguard. Meanwhile, the weary soldiers of the first line, those who had been fighting for what felt like eternity, slowly retreated, disengaging from their foes one by one before leaping away in powerful bursts, their armor streaked with blood and dust. The second line repeated the process, then the third, then the ranks of archers. Every unit began rotating in perfect synchronization, exchanging places with those who had just arrived from the rear. Through this method, the exhausted frontline troops could fall back, rest, and take another dose of the Affinity Elixir before its current charge expired. The tactic had been analyzed, documented, and refined to theoretical perfection across countless campaigns, but perfection on paper rarely mirrored reality. For the battle-hardened veterans of the Cradle Empire, those who had trained and fought since the age they served beneath the banners of the Nine Paths Empire, back on the ancient world of Orlando, this maneuver was more than a tactic. It was instinct, a rhythm engraved into their very souls. They could execute it with flawless precision, moving as one living entity. To an outside observer, it looked less like warfare and more like an elegant, terrifying dance, one in which the flow of the battlefield itself bowed to their will. In fact, the veterans often turned this rotation into a weapon of momentum. As fresh troops surged forward, the experienced soldiers used their renewed force to deliver devastating counterstrikes, pushing the enemy line back even further and seizing the upper hand in a single, unified motion. However, not every soldier shared that mastery. Reaching such perfection required years of brutal experience, sharp instincts, and the scars of countless near deaths. And in this maneuver, where timing and coordination meant survival, every misstep, every hesitation, every moment of confusion was fatal. The number of Cradle Empire armies that had been completely wiped out while attempting this same maneuver had reached 17. 17 armies, each composed of tens, and at times hundreds of thousands of soldiers, had been utterly crushed across the centuries, all because of a single miscalculation during the replacement maneuver. A single mistake in the rhythm of time. A single heartbeat out of sync, and an entire legion would vanish beneath the weight of chaos. Had that changed after all these long years of suffering, loss, and relentless refinement? Not really. The Centennial Cradle Empire had grown too vast, too swiftly. Its expansion was like a wildfire consuming the edges of the universe, spreading faster than wisdom could keep up. There was no longer any method, nor any manpower, that allowed the Caesar to send seasoned veterans to every new battlefield that erupted across their ever-expanding territories. So the Caesar devised a new plan. He gathered all the true veterans, the ones who had mastered the rhythm of war and time, and forged them into a single unified army, a living bastion that he kept stationed within the capital. They were to serve as the Empire's unbreakable shield, dispatched only to defend the heart of the realm or to crush the most violent, uncontrollable fronts of war. As for the rest of the Empire's endless battlefields, they were left in the hands of the new generation, young soldiers still in training, still unpolished, still untested. And today was one of those training days. Now, the enemy general roared the command as soon as he noticed the telltale movements of the Cradle Army, the beginning of the Progressive Replacement Formation. His voice echoed like thunder across the blood-soaked field. Boom, boom. The entire first line of his troops suddenly halted combat. Shields raised, knees slammed into the dirt, they crouched in unison, forming a metallic wall. Then, something massive shifted behind them. Shoulder-mounted cannons. Dozens, no, hundreds of them. Thwum. A deep rumble shook the plains. Oh no. Raiden's pupils dilated in dread. He had seen this tactic before, and he knew exactly what it meant. The timing was disastrous. This won't end well. He muttered under his breath before raising his spear high, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Special units, advance, now." From the distance, he could already see the terrifying formation of Terra Knights, their golden banners flaring in the wind, their charge like a living storm tearing through the horizon. Just their arrival would be enough to decide the outcome of this battle. But as Raiden's eyes darted across the battlefield once more, a cold realization struck him. He was too late. At least a quarter of this young, inexperienced army was doomed, victims of inexperience and hesitation. Boom, 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 boom. The cannons unleashed a relentless barrage, shaking the air itself. The projectiles screamed across the battlefield, tearing through dirt, armor, and flesh. Most of the shots struck the newly rotated ranks who had just arrived at the front, blowing them apart before they could even orient themselves. But they weren't the true targets. The cannons were aimed at the retreating lines, the soldiers who had turned their backs and begun to withdraw. The shells tore through the first 20 ranks effortlessly. With no formation and no order, the army had devolved into chaos, soldiers running in all directions, commands lost in the roar of explosions. The barrage punched through like lightning through paper, cutting down anyone trying to flee. Within seconds, thousands were dead. The battlefield was painted red as bodies fell like rain. The first 20 ranks had been reduced to nothing, shattered between corpses, crippled survivors, and confused soldiers who no longer knew their positions. The army's formation had completely collapsed. Crush them, the enemy general bellowed, his voice filled with savage triumph. He raised his iron baton high, and his troops surged forward like a tidal wave. It was time to finish the job, to slaughter whatever remained standing from those broken ranks, and then grind the final lines of resistance beneath their boots. Today, the ground battle would end in glorious victory. But at that precise moment, the heavens trembled. From above the battlefield, a shadow descended, vast, metallic, and blazing with golden lights. A note of destruction 2-class warship tore through the clouds, its engines howling like thunder as it positioned itself directly over the killing field. Then, its hangars opened. Whoosh, whoosh. Thousands of golden armored soldiers rained down from the sky like divine punishment. They fell in disciplined formations, their massive tails trailing behind them, cutting through the smoke and ash like streaks of light. Each one landed with explosive force, their arrival shaking the earth beneath the enemy's feet. Humph. The figure standing at their forefront, clearly not a human with those ears and tails, raised a hand, pointing toward the enemy's cannon squads. His voice, cold and commanding, echoed like a verdict from the heavens. In the name of the great Centennial Cradle Empire, today all shall witness the wrath of the Xianxia race. And in that instant, the tide of the war shifted. Time itself seemed to hold its breath. Chapter 17:14. After half an hour. Pam! Raiden landed with a thunderous impact on the warship's upper deck, the shock rippling across the metallic surface beneath his boots. He straightened slightly, lowering his head in respect. Lady Renara. Renara didn't immediately turn to face him. Her long silver hair fluttered in the cold wind that swept across the command deck, glinting under the faint crimson light of the twin suns. She merely gave a slight nod, her gaze still fixed on the battlefield below, a shattered wasteland of smoke, molten earth, and fading screams. May I ask, Raiden began, clasping his hands neatly behind his back, his tone perfectly formal, why you ordered those troops to intervene in the middle of the engagement, my lady? After hundreds of years of endless war and slaughter, Raiden's youthful light had long since burned away. The warmth that once existed in his voice was replaced by a steady, battle-forged calm. His body bore the heavy aura of countless campaigns, his face was cut sharp like steel, his stance like a pillar rooted in the heart of storms. A strange question, coming from you, Renara replied, a faint smirk tugging at her lips. You've just had tens of thousands of your soldiers saved from certain death. Why is there no trace of gratitude in your voice? Not tens of thousands, Raiden corrected coldly. At most, 9 or 10,000. And with all due respect, my lady, the purpose of today's battle was to temper the new recruits, not to seize territory or win glory. His expression was stone, devoid of warmth. The planetary occupation assault begins in 3 days, once the reinforcements arrive, as you're well aware. That gives you the right, Renara's voice sharpened, to abandon 10,000 soldiers to die and watch 10,000 epic armor sets be reduced to scrap? That kind of reasoning is not just reckless, it's dangerous. Raiden didn't flinch. My soldiers must learn to depend on themselves, my lady. If we teach them that salvation always comes from non-human allies, we are admitting weakness, planting in them the belief that humanity is a lesser race. That is something I will never allow. The special forces were already on their way to intercept the enemy's advance. They, too, are young and made their share of mistakes. But they must witness the cost of delay, see it in the blood and torn limbs of their comrades. Only through that pain do we forge true elites. The truth was, Raiden, the first general to ever reach the mid-belt, had spent centuries experimenting with every conceivable tactic to prevent the mass casualties that struck armies when the temporal elixir's effects ended. He tried dividing armies in half, one line fighting, the other held in reserve, but enemies always found a way to intercept, cutting off the advance or trapping the retreat. He placed veterans among the recruits, hoping their guidance would stabilize the exchange, yet the enemy was quick to notice and target the veterans first, crippling the formation. He even designed small autonomous squads of 100 fighters each, rotating between combat and rest, but discipline broke too easily under pressure. In the end, he accepted the brutal truth. Only real bloodshed could create mastery. Throw the inexperienced into chaos, let half die, and the other half would emerge tempered like forged iron. That was the cruel arithmetic of survival. And that surviving half would not be ordinary soldiers, they would be the blades of humanity, the race deemed the weakest in the cosmos, a race without a single unified empire, and yet, in time, those same fragile beings would conquer starfields and tear apart stellar domains piece by piece. Yes, tens of millions had perished in pursuit of that ideal. And yes, hundreds of millions more would follow. But to Raiden, it was inevitable. That was humanity's path, their burden, their destiny. The weak must die so that the strong may rise. I'll take your words as arrogant gratitude, Renara said icily, finally turning her head toward him, her eyes glimmering with quiet disdain. Raiden's brows drew together slightly, but his tone remained controlled. If your grace believes there was no wrongdoing, then I will have no choice but to file a report directly to His Highness, Caesar, for final judgment. Good for me. Renara gave a single approving nod. Just be sure to include in that report the number of lives I saved today. Of course, my lady. The report will be entirely impartial. Raiden raised his arm in a crisp salute, then turned and stepped onto the deck's railing. With one powerful leap, he vanished into the smoky horizon below. Step. From behind Renara, a figure approached, a woman of the Kaiamaji race, her presence emanating quiet power. She appeared in her early 30s, dressed in black and gold battle armor that shimmered faintly with energy. 8 long tails swayed behind her, moving with slow, deliberate grace. In her gloved hands, she carried a small sealed box. My lady, the woman said with a bow, your serum has arrived. Finally. For the first time in hours, Renara turned fully from the panoramic view of the battlefield. Her lips curved into a faint, relieved smile as she stepped forward, boots echoing softly against the metallic floor. 2 graceful strides carried her to the Kaiamaji woman, and without hesitation, she reached forward as the box was opened before her, a subtle golden mist escaping into the air. Huum! Inside the ornate, rune-engraved box rested a single radiant blue vial. Its light pulsed softly, like a sleeping heart beating beneath the glass. The liquid shimmered with countless microscopic motes of light, and if one stared too long, they could almost see ancient shapes swirling within it, the faint silhouette of a mountain frozen beneath glacial ages, sealed since the dawn of creation itself. Blue. Without hesitation, Renara lifted the vial, unsealed it with a sharp twist, and tilted her head back, drinking it in one graceful motion. Her lips parted slightly as a delicate sound escaped her throat, a sound both mesmerizing and dangerous. Her eyes closed halfway, her long lashes trembling as if savoring an ethereal ecstasy. If a man had stood nearby to hear that sound, he would have been driven to madness from its seductive power alone. SSSHHH. Moments later, the transformation began. Renara's 9 tails twitched, shivered violently, then flared outward as waves of pale golden energy coursed through them. They pulsed, expanded, and thickened visibly, veins of glowing essence traveling along their length like rivers of molten light, making each tail appear heavier, stronger, and more alive. Even the air around her vibrated faintly, humming to the rhythm of her empowered blood. Perfect. Renara finally opened her eyes, and a faint smile curved her lips. Must I truly wait another 10 years for one of these? As you are aware, my lady, the woman behind her replied with care, slipping the empty box into her dimensional ring before standing with her head slightly bowed. The sky-opening city claims that a serum capable of affecting the density of your beast blood while in the Nexus state requires a lengthy and complicated refinement process. They say 1 dose per decade is the most they can safely provide. Humph. Renara exhaled sharply through her nose, turning back toward the chaotic battlefield below. Do you honestly believe that? No, the woman answered after a short pause, stepping closer until her shadow brushed against Renara's armor. I would wager they can create far more, and stronger, too. But Marshal Caesar prefers to treat the serum as a prize, or perhaps as a leash. A method of control disguised as a gift. But what can we do? Renara's golden eyes narrowed slightly. Yes, that sounds like him. She said nothing more, but her expression made it clear that she knew the truth. Everyone did. The blood density serums, derived from Davos and refined by the alchemists of the sky-opening city, were the most sought-after creation in the empire. Everyone chased them, and everyone was bound by them. Her sister must have endured at least 100 years of humiliation, serving males on who knows how many beds for the same benefits Renara had just consumed from 1 dose. My lady, The woman behind her spoke again, voice hesitant yet burdened with worry. Renara didn't turn. Her focus returned to the horizon, where distant bursts of light illuminated the mountains. She could feel the new power coursing within her veins, surging through her heart, reshaping her bloodline. Her mind was already weaving plans, ways to test the serum's potential, to measure what she had become. Is it wise to challenge Marshal Caesar's command so openly? The woman gestured toward the battlefield below, her voice almost trembling. Once he receives Raiden's report, he may see you as defiant, and she hesitated, swallowing dryly. We honestly cannot endure the Marshal's fury. Chapter 17:15. Oh, and what exactly did I do to anger the Marshal? Renara's lips curved into a faint, teasing smile, her tone carrying both amusement and defiance. Was it because I saved several thousand of his soldiers from dying due to their own poor arrangement and sloppy strategy? Truly, how unreasonable. Why doesn't he make better use of the Kaiamaji Fox forces? They, after all, are also part of the Empire, bound by its banners and its laws. My lady, the woman beside her, a composed yet visibly uneasy officer in her 30s, spoke with hesitation. You already know humanity's eternal, ancient problem with the 4th stage of the laws. They carry their own power, their own pride, a pride so deeply rooted that they still boast of having declared war on an entire starfield simply because we joined it and held our ground. And more than that, they endured. They survived, they expanded. Because of their tremendous achievements, nearly every human power within that starfield has now joined them under the Cradle's banner. The woman's voice wavered with concern as she continued, her words flowing rapidly. All major trade entities have sworn allegiance and sought the Cradle's protection. Every influential human family of note, nearly every clan and academy across the starfield, they have all become willing parts, of the Centennial Cradle Empire. And not only that, after Lord Hedrick's war and the beginning of our expansion into neighboring starfields, more and more human powers began reaching out to them, eager to establish ties. She took a short breath before pressing on. Can you even begin to imagine it, my lady? The war for the starfield still rages, yet at the very same time they are expanding beyond its borders. Just think how much pride must swell in Marshal Caesar's heart and in the hearts of his generals. Tell me, which one of them would dare admit, even by a single %, that there is a flaw in their human nature? A flaw which, if wasn't there, could erase every limitation before them and set them on the path to becoming a millennial empire within just a few short centuries. Rhaenyra's eyes trembled faintly, her expression hard to read. To hear talk of the Cradle Empire, an empire that hadn't even reached its 500th year since founding, being spoken of as a millennial empire sounded absurd, almost like a cruel joke whispered by a nightmare. Yet for some reason, it did not feel absurd. It felt natural, logical, even inevitable, should that one impossible equation be fulfilled. But unfortunately, it was impossible. That ancient human flaw, the one that had persisted through 5 great truths chosen, would not vanish merely because humanity wished it so. After a brief pause, the woman in her 30s continued, her voice lower, steadier. As for the Xianxia-blooded army, we aren't cast aside, we have our own wars, battles against enemies personally chosen by us. For now, we're fighting alone on 2 fronts. No human troops accompany us except the shadow swords. I did not choose to attack those wretches. Rhaenyra's tone sharpened, her voice rising slightly. We were presented with a list, and we selected only 2 of them. That's all. But my lady, the woman answered quickly, almost desperately, that list contained the names of all the powers that stole our worlds, that cast us down when we were weak. Because of them, we were forced to dismantle our great empire and seek refuge beneath the Cradle's banner. You, your very highness, made it a condition that Marshal Caesar would aid us in avenging those humiliations. Rhaenyra remained silent, her gaze fixed far toward the horizon, where the light of distant stars flickered dimly through the mist of dusk. That was the official reason, the one the people believed. But buried beneath it were layers upon layers of deeper truths, unspoken and unresolved. All those names, Rhaenyra finally murmured, are secondary. Their time will come, the guillotine will find them soon enough. But, her voice lowered to a whisper, almost trembling, the one name I want did not appear on that list. The Empire of the Twilight Spectrum, the woman said softly, nodding as if confirming a dreadful secret. A full century had passed since the Nine Paths Empire had been formally dissolved and its remnants absorbed into the Centennial Cradle Empire. After that public declaration, the Starfield Council issued a stark ultimatum to the Cradle. Expel the demonic power known as the Nine Paths, or face direct intervention. The report was spread across every channel of media and communication, echoing like thunder across the stars. And in that moment, when the Xianxia people trembled with dread, knowing full well what was to come, remembering the centuries of bitter wars they had already endured, and certain that once again they would be cast aside, Marshal Caesar ascended the imperial dais. Before the entire Starfield, he declared with unwavering resolve that no harm would come to the Xianxia race nor to their lands, and that he himself would defend them to the very end. His words struck like fire across the void, a promise of iron from the most powerful man alive, and a vow that would change the course of empires. The word destruction wasn't nearly enough to capture what came next. It was far beyond ruin, beyond devastation, beyond anything the Starfield had ever witnessed. It was annihilation made manifest, a calamity that rewrote the balance of power across countless worlds. Most of the great powers of the Starfield, already trembling in fear at the Centennial Cradle Empire's relentless expansion, decided to take the chance and strike together. They each sent portions of their armadas, a quarter, or half, of their entire fleets. And when these fragments gathered, the result was a force so immense that the skies themselves seemed to bend under its weight, an endless legion stretching across the void, so vast that even the most advanced sensors could not calculate its true scope. It was a war host with no beginning and no end. In the first 30 years of the campaign, Caesar lost more than 50 planets to the methodical, almost mechanical advance of this combined onslaught. Entire solar systems were stripped bare, colonies erased, star routes severed. Yet, through sheer determination, or perhaps divine cruelty, the Cradle Empire did not collapse. Somehow, against all odds, it endured. Then, when the situation seemed utterly hopeless, reinforcements appeared, fleets and legions that materialized as if conjured by the void itself. Only later did Rhaenyra discover the truth. These were the remnants of the first army of the young sector. They had abandoned every one of their ongoing operations, shut down their entire infrastructure there, and come as one to stand beside their commander. They brought with them dozens of starfleets, hundreds of thousands of martial emperors, and hundreds of veteran generals from the Burton family. It was a complete army, whole and pristine, a sleeping giant that had been quietly maturing in the shadows of the young belt, untouched by the constant bloodshed of the mid-region. A force so pure, so disciplined, that it could replace Caesar's entire military without faltering for a moment. At that time, Caesar had already performed the impossible. With his existing forces, he had managed to halt the enemy's advance exactly at the line where he had lost those 50 planets. No matter how hard they pressed, the invaders could not move further. Meanwhile, the Shadow Swords had infiltrated their ranks, igniting chaos, betrayal, and sabotage from within. Several major powers began to stumble, while others, disoriented and paranoid, withdrew their fleets entirely. So when those reinforcements arrived, it was like a tsunami colliding with an already overfilled dam. The flood burst forth, unstoppable. That day became immortalized in history as the dawn of a new era of blood and fire. It was called the War of the Day of Reckoning. On that fateful day, Marshal Caesar himself stepped forward before the galaxies, his voice broadcast to every corner of the Starfield. With a tone as cold as the void and as fierce as the sun, he declared total war, not on one faction, but on the entire starfield. And that war, that cosmic storm, still rages to this very day. But now, there was a fundamental difference. The Centennial Cradle Empire was no longer the side defending. At first, they had only 40 fleets, a number barely enough to maintain their borders. Yet they fought with unyielding ferocity, holding every inch with blood and will. Then came the 50 new fleets, a mixture of restored veteran armadas and freshly forged ships from the Imperial Corps. United, the 90 fleets surged forward like a tidal wave of vengeance, reclaiming every single world that had been torn from them, and continuing far beyond. The newly unified army opened more than 40 battlefronts simultaneously. And impossibly, they won on every single one. Their triumphs unfolded beneath the protection of Renara, the mad guardian who moved between planets at impossible speed to fight for everyone. From desperate defense to unstoppable conquest, the transformation was so swift and brutal that the starfield itself trembled. The Xianxia people, once outcasts, scorned and discarded, found themselves reborn in fire. They worshipped Caesar as their savior, their protector, their eternal general. They marched willingly beneath the cradle's radiant banner, fighting not out of fear or obligation, but from genuine pride and faith. Even Renara, whose original goal had been a slow, cautious merging of the two forces, was struck speechless. The unity she had dreamed of achieving through centuries of planning had happened in a fraction of the time, born out of blood, victory, and the unbreakable charisma of a single man. Everything seemed perfect. The starfield trembled before their might. The Centennial Cradle Empire stood unmatched, unstoppable. Everything except for one lingering shadow. The Empire of the Twilight Spectrum. Chapter 1716. It tears me apart from the inside. Renara's face contorted. A thin sheen of tears gathered at the corners of her eyes, which burned with a furious light. Her claws bit into her forearm until they left crescent marks. The fact that I'm at war with every one of them, with every power and court and petty throne in this starfield except for the Empire of the Twilight Spectrum, it rips me apart from within. The woman in her 30s standing behind her lowered her gaze to the dust-strewn ground and fell silent, wary of becoming the target of her lady's unleashed fury. "My lady, you know the Marshal's reasons," she offered in a quiet, careful voice. More than a century had passed since the Nine Paths Wing rose to prominence, and from that very day Lady Renara had been pressing, again and again, to secure permission to strike the Empire of the Twilight Phantoms, to make them a primary objective, or at the very least a significant secondary target. Each time she brought the proposal forward, Caesar had shut it down. The reason was painfully simple: he did not know the full extent of what Eleanor had leaked to the high commands within the Twilight Spectrum. The real fear was that the instant war was declared, a flood of secrets would pour out. News would spread like wildfire, revelations of Lord Human as their true emperor, whispers about a Nihari seed hidden in young Sector 99, disclosures of the true beginning empire, its advanced technologies, and the terrifying speed of its progress. Once those facts reached every court and command in the sector, everything would change. Back when the war first flared all those years ago, the Twilight Spectrum had not joined the assault on the Centennial Cradle Empire, despite being among the powers most eager to slaughter the Xianxia and seize their females as trophies. Yet when reinforcements arrived and the Cradle launched its counteroffensive, the Twilight Spectrum chose a different tack. They sent an envoy to Caesar requesting a quantity of Treyant bark, claiming their royal soulmaster required it. The Cradle Empire had never trafficked in such things. Renara herself had once, in the years following the coronation, procured Treyant bark at discounted rates from the true beginning empire, a trade that had ceased centuries ago. The meaning behind the envoy's request was unmistakable. It was a polite, coded way to say, "We know things about you." On that day Caesar had hurled the envoy from his presence in a rage, his voice booming as he vowed that if anyone dared bring such a message again he would have their head. His fury was real, but so was the damage. The message had already been sent, and it had landed loudly where it mattered. Now, 100 years later, Caesar remained hesitant. He dared not strike them, nor would he permit Renara to do so. "I know," Renara whispered, wiping her tears away with a quick, furtive motion. "I know he fears Eleanor's leaks. I know I am to blame. I am the one who let her listen, who exposed those scoundrels, the hallmasters, to such dangerous information. It was my fault, my old, naive self." She turned her face again toward the distant mountain range, her eyes narrowing with a cold, coiling rage. "But that does not mean I will forget my vengeance upon the Twilight Spectrum. I will not forget my retribution against Eleanor, against that aged whore, the last hallhead, nor against the brood of whores who fled with her. They must all die. Every last one of them." The woman behind her rubbed her hands together in an anxious, almost superstitious motion. In truth, the whores the wing lady spat out were the woman's own kin, siblings and cousins who had chosen to abandon the hall. She had been among the few who refused to leave the ancestral grounds, who stood her ground on the old soil. Because she was now the eldest of the survivors and the strongest among them, Renara had honored her with the title of that hall's head. "Everything has its time, wing lady," the woman in her 30s said with a slight bow, forcing a steadiness into her voice as she tried to suppress any hint of familial sympathy. "For now, everything depends on Marshal Caesar's judgment. Either he finds a way to contain the spread of those revelations, to silence or discredit the leaks, or he will cast aside caution and declare war on them on your behalf. I do not know whether he can do anything about stopping the spread," Renara said, her brow knitting in frustration. "If the information keeps flowing, he will remain fearful of striking them forever." She paused, jaw clenched, then added with a dangerous softness, "But I have begun to walk the other way." "The other way?" The woman in her 30s flung her eyes wide, hope and disbelief warring across her face. "You mean, winning the Marshal over? Have you finally followed our counsel?" "Yes. Renara's answer was curt, almost reluctant at first. At first the thought felt humiliating to have to curry favor, to rely on gratitude in politics, but I act in his interest regardless. A little extra effort will not harm him. She swept her hand toward the distant battlefield, the smoke and lights of conflict still visible on the horizon. Today I personally saved thousands of his soldiers. He must factor that into his report when he reads it. Is that your method of winning the marshal? The hall mistress's face registered a raw, disappointed hurt, the kind that trembled on the edge of a sob. Yes, Renara replied, firm and cold. This is only the beginning. I will throw myself into more battles, I will risk my life to save more of his soldiers, and I will collect more favors with every life saved. She nodded with a hard certainty. Do you think that will be enough? Perhaps. The hall mistress's voice cracked. She looked as though she might cry. The 9 had been pressing Renara for months, urging, scheming, whispering the same desperate idea into her ear, get close to Marshal Caesar by every means available. Make him yours and then everything would follow. Your revenge would be secured, your rank in the sector would be raised beyond anything you now possess, and the 9 Paths wing itself would ascend to a stature far greater than its current standing. They did not speak the plan aloud when others were present, not boldly, for they were ashamed and afraid to say the words in a clear voice. Yet everyone understood the implication. There was another reason for their silence. Marshal Caesar was still so young. He was, in truth, a warforged emperor, a military genius, and in blood the son of a man with whom Renara had once argued as an equal. The idea of binding herself to him in that way felt obscene to some of them. It felt like prostituting their cause. Still, the 9 argued between themselves almost daily, trying to decide who among them would have the courage to voice the plan, who would sacrifice reputation and desire for the sake of the greater cause. Even if none of them acted, they hoped the mere existence of the idea in Renara's head would soften her resistance. In the end, they want her to marry him officially, not like what her sister did. But who would live long enough to explain that to her? Saltire, Renara asked after a short silence, turning toward the hall mistress with a measured gaze. I sense a higher blood density in you than the last time I saw you. Have you taken your serum? The victory serums from the Sky Opening City were not reserved for Renara alone. The second strongest concentration was being administered to the 4 newly appointed hallmasters. The 5 elders had already failed to reach Nexus state and had exhausted the last of their cultivation potential, but those 4 still stood a chance of breaching into a Nexus state. The serums, diluted or full strength, were the secret many employed to alter fate itself. Yes. The hall mistress smiled, a mix of pride and nervous triumph. I drank it, and I am currently circulating it through my body. Honestly, I think that after 1 or 2 more doses I will be able to claim the 9th tail. She laughed then, a wide, delighted sound, and continued, not only that, the other 3 new hallmasters are on the brink as well. All the talented children with 7 or 8 tails are taking a milder serum, and the density of their blood grows daily. The Kayamaji strain has never been stronger than it is now, wing lady. She swallowed, then stepped forward as if to claim the truth of her words. By the way, I believe I have grown closer to Marshal Caesar. These serums may increase that proximity. Do you think so? Renara lifted an eyebrow, then nodded once. Very well then, we take this planet today. With that cold decision, she launched herself in a mad, furious flight toward the mountain on the opposite ridge. 3 stars began to flare above it, a clear sign she meant to bring ruin. Wah-a-a-a. Hey, the hall mistress exhaled, listening to the screams erupting from the second mountain and watching the ensuing detonations paint the skyline. It was hopeless. Absolutely hopeless. Chapter 1717. Somewhere within the vast expanse of Young Sector 101. Marshal Fargus slowly opened his eyes, his eyelids heavy as stone, his mind swimming in a fog of confusion. He stared forward blankly, his vision adjusting to what appeared to be a wall of pure white, seamless and unbroken, with no door, no window, not even the faintest shadow of a line. After a long pause, he raised his hand and began to gently massage his forehead, his fingers trembling as if trying to coax his scattered memories back together. Ah, the young space beast. Fargus suddenly jolted upright, his entire body tensing as adrenaline surged through his veins. He sat up violently after having been sprawled on his back, panic flickering in his eyes. It took him a few seconds to realize what he was actually seeing. He had not been staring at a wall at all, it was the ceiling. Even so, his surroundings were still peculiar, a perfectly sealed room, smooth on all sides except for a small metallic door to the right. A faint hum reverberated through the walls, accompanied by rhythmic tremors beneath him. The sensation was unmistakable. He was inside some kind of moving structure, perhaps a spaceship. What exactly happened? Fargus murmured, his voice hoarse. He lowered his gaze, trying to piece together the fragments of his last memories. The final thing he could recall was deploying a 4th-degree extremity gear to erect a barrier that shielded Verilion from annihilation. Then, the space beast had smashed through his defense, and after that, everything went black. Nothing remained in his mind but silence and void. His thoughts were interrupted as his eyes drifted downward, and then widened in disbelief. He realized he had been lying atop a bed woven entirely from energy pearls, their soft glow pulsing faintly beneath him like a living heartbeat. He raised his hand again, examining it closely, rotating it in the light. Then he looked over his uniform, his chest, and his arms. The dried blood that once covered him was gone. The deep wounds he had suffered, nearly all of them, had vanished without a trace. Even the energy core within him, which had been cracked and completely drained, now shimmered weakly once again, about 5% recharged. The conclusion was clear, the energy pearl bed had been designed to restore him. His body still felt sluggish, weighed down by exhaustion, and the dull ache of internal injuries lingered deep within. Yet, despite all that, his energy pathways were stabilizing. His life force was no longer fading. It was recovering. Somehow, impossibly, he was alive, breathing, and conscious. Just what in the, Fargus muttered faintly, his voice barely above a whisper. SHHK. The small metallic door slid open with a hiss, releasing a soft gust of sterilized air. A crimson-armored soldier stepped in, ducking slightly to squeeze his curved horns through the narrow doorway. Once inside, he straightened his back, his presence firm and disciplined. The guards heard a noise and called for me, the soldier said from behind his mask. Had a pleasant rest, Marshal. Fargus looked at him from head to toe, his expression unreadable. It's you, the one whose horns grow from his eyes, the wielder of those bloody daisies. He gave a few small nods, then exhaled deeply. So you're the one who pulled me out of that mess. You survived because you're strong, Marshal, Sakar replied, stepping forward with measured calm. He took 2 slow steps and crouched before Fargus. All of Verilion survived because of you. Don't try to flatter me, Fargus said with a dry chuckle that turned into a cough. If it were not for you and the Hammerbearer, both I and Verilion would have been erased from existence. As he spoke, Fargus raised his gaze toward Sakar's face, his tone softening. Then he extended his hand forward. I don't say this often, but thank you. Sakar hesitated, just for a moment, then reached out and clasped Fargus's hand firmly. Clank! In that instant, Fargus's grip tightened like a vice, refusing to release him. It's you, isn't it? What are you talking about? Sakar's brow furrowed as he tried to pull his hand free, but Fargus's strength, though diminished, was still formidable. You're the one who spoke to me from within the planet, Fargus said sharply, his eyes narrowing. The voice that told me reinforcements were on their way. You're Marshal Sakar, the silent guardian who has watched over Verilion's surface for the past century and a half. Release my hand, Sakar said flatly, his tone composed but laced with warning. Fargus held on for a few more seconds, the tension heavy in the air, then finally let go. He leaned back slightly, breathing out. I still owe you my life, Marshal Sakar. All I ask for is an explanation. The armors are similar, Sakar replied, resting his palm calmly on his thigh, and our voices even more so. This is absolute nonsense. Fargus swung his arm through the air with force, his voice echoing off the white metallic walls. What kind of fool do you take me for? I'm the one entrusted with guarding Verilion, its shield, its wall against annihilation. I've seen you with my own eyes before, fighting on the surface of the planet. Do you honestly believe I would not recognize you sitting right here before me? He leaned forward, his tone deepening. And not just you. The one wielding that monstrous hammer who grows to titanic size in battle, and the other commanding that squad of projectile warriors. I've seen all of you, scattered across Verilion's surface, appearing in separate incidents whenever disaster struck. Don't treat me like a blind fool. That's all you'll get from me, Sakar replied without hesitation, his tone sharp and controlled like a blade barely sheathed. Don't make me regret pulling you out of that battlefield alive. Fargus's face hardened. His thick brows furrowed deeply as silence fell between them. He did not respond, but his eyes said enough. He did not believe a single word of what Sakar just said. You don't need to believe my words, Sakar continued, his voice steady, though the faint edge of fatigue crept into it. You don't even need to investigate or question me. All that's required from you, Marshal, is faith in the one who sent us to defend Verilion. He lifted his chin slightly, the dim crimson light from his armor gleaming across his face. Have we not fulfilled our duties? Haven't we done exactly what we were sent to do? You've done that, and more, Fargus finally muttered, nodding once, slow and heavy. Then there should be no tension between us, Sakar said curtly, his words deliberate and clipped. That's the only reason I came here, to confirm that much. You realize I have to ask, right? Fargus's tone dropped, deep and grave, like a judge preparing a verdict. There's only one kind of entity in the entire young sector capable of entering and leaving planetary boundaries without triggering any of the sector's restriction protocols. His gaze traced over Sakar from head to toe, evaluating every inch of him, the armor, the horns, the faint aura that seemed to ripple unnaturally around his body. You're not one of those, are you? Sakar went silent. For a long moment, the only sound in the room was the low hum of the ship's core. The plague. He knew what Fargus was referring to. The plagues, the various forms of that ancient corruption, were the only things unaffected by planetary restrictions. They were not classified as living beings, merely self-propagating infections of reality itself. And now, Fargus was testing him. How was he supposed to answer this? Did the Shadow Swords foresee that this moment, this exact confrontation, would occur the moment they revealed themselves? Should he have let Fargus die on Verilion's surface instead of interfering? Yet if Fargus had perished, who would remain to lead the armies, to stand as the celestial shield and spearhead of Verilion's defense? Whether I am one of them or not, Sakar finally said after a long pause, his voice low but firm, shouldn't concern you too deeply, Marshal. What matters is that we will continue our vigilance, our protection, our unseen service. You, on the other hand, must continue your tireless work, as you always have. And in time, everything will return to how it once was. He folded his arms. Do we have an understanding? Fargus did not answer immediately. He simply stared into Sakar's eyes, his gaze heavy with thought and a hint of defiance. After several seconds of silence, he said slowly, no, we don't. A subtle shift coursed through Sakar's aura, a ripple, like tension in the air. We're not going back to how things were, Fargus said with conviction. I want you, all of you, to keep fighting by my side, to remain stationed around Verilion. His brow tightened as he spoke, his tone ironclad. The battles have evolved beyond anything we've faced before. The front lines are collapsing faster than ever. I can't hold the defense alone anymore. Sakar turned his head slightly, exhaling a quiet breath. His expression remained unreadable, but his voice carried a restrained heaviness. That will be difficult. You said it yourself, you've already seen all of us across Verilion's surface. Whether that's true or not, don't you think the allied fleets might have noticed the same? Chapter 17-18. Can't they say the same? Can't they at least claim that we can move through the atmosphere as we please, entering and leaving whenever we wish? Who cares what they think? Fargus said with a low chuckle that quickly turned into a sharp tone of certainty. Even if they have got an entire division of analysts dedicated to watching you, tracking your every breath, the most they will ever achieve is suspicion. Let them suspect all they want. Let them investigate, theorize, and dig through endless data. It will all lead to the same place, a dead end. He motioned toward the armor again, his gloved fingers tapping the metallic surface with growing fascination. These armors, holy mama, they are beyond impressive. I have never seen craftsmanship like this. They don't just hide who you are, they erase your very presence. No sensors, no scanners, no soul sense can trace what's beneath them. The fact that every one of your soldiers wears the same design? Wow. Then he leaned forward slightly, his tone shifting from analytical to darkly excited. And secondly, his eyes gleamed. You saw it yourself, didn't you? The carnage around Verilion. The battlefield littered with corpses of world cataclysms and shattered nexus states, the torn fragments of soldiers spinning endlessly in orbit. The blood, there was so much of it that it dyed the void itself crimson. Even the stars seemed to dim under that color. Tell me, Sakar, didn't you feel alive in that chaos? Didn't you savor the battle, even just a little? Sakar froze, his expression stiffening. Fargus was not hinting anymore. He was speaking openly, recklessly, as if acknowledging the unspoken truth. He was talking to the Red Plague. Aren't you afraid of us being on Verilion's surface? Sakar asked, his voice quieter now, edged with caution. Fargus took a deep breath and let it out through his teeth. Afraid, he echoed softly, almost as if tasting the word. No. I have long accepted that your kind had a century and a half to do whatever you wanted, yet you didn't destroy the planet. You preserved it. That means something. I keep reminding myself that His Majesty Hedrick personally sanctioned your existence here. That's enough reason for me to believe there's a purpose to it. He paused, then tilted his head, his expression changing into something strange, a blend of curiosity and thrill. Even so, you will have to forgive me. Curiosity eats at me like acid. His lips curved into an unnerving smile. How? The single word struck like a blade. How could a Red Plague reason with him? How could a Red Plague protect what should be its prey? How could a Red Plague forge armor and weapons more sophisticated than human technology? How could a Red Plague serve the interests of great powers rather than consume them? A dozen thoughts tangled together, all beginning with how, and all sharing a single, inevitable answer. We have a good lord, Sakar said at last, his tone as cold and solid as iron. There's no need to ask who he is. You will hear no more of him. I have already heard rumors from my peers, Fargus replied, waving a hand casually, though his eyes glimmered with intensity. They say our master's ally is someone called Lord Human, the one who sent you. Perhaps only someone like him could achieve this, to subdue one of the cosmos' greatest threats and wield it as a weapon under his banner. Astonishing, truly. Sakar frowned slightly. The name meant nothing to him. Lord Human, perhaps a codename, a mask meant to conceal the true name of their lord. Tell me, Sakar, Fargus said suddenly, his voice low and serious, do we have an agreement? I want you at my side for the rest of this war, not just as a weapon, but as a strategist. You have seen the tides of battle, haven't you? You understand chaos, timing, and fear better than anyone. Perhaps I wasn't entirely sane back then, but I remember every second of what you did to Brontaer. He gestured with his hand, as though replaying the memory before his eyes. How you showered him with those spectral daisies, how you turned the air around him into a fog that dulled his soul sense. How you used the chaos to bring your hammer-bearer friend close, how you wrapped Brontaer in mist, trapping him, confusing him, giving your comrade the window to deliver the final strike. And all of this after you had taken a direct blow from him. A strike powerful enough to shatter a mountain, delivered by someone at the peak of a nexus state, a breath away from becoming a guardian. Everything was masterful. Fargus's voice deepened, the admiration in it unmistakable. I had no idea your kind possessed such intelligence, such precision. I thought you were beasts, mindless creatures that tear and bite until nothing remains. But you think, you adapt, you plan. Stay by my side, Sakar. I will make you my right hand, my second in command. When I step onto the battlefield, you will take command in my stead. What do you say? Sakar was silent for a few moments before answering. We cannot remain in open space with you, he said quietly. My people have a duty to eat and reproduce, to sustain our kind. But I can emerge when you need me. On two conditions. First, you provide us with the same cover you gave last month, or you help us build another underground gate. Second, you allow us to harvest any blood or flesh that falls from your daily battles. Done. Fargus barked with relief, slapping his thigh with a laugh that echoed in the chamber. The weight that had haunted him for centuries, the fear, the uncertainty, the silent dread of Verilion's end, finally began to lift. For the first time in ages, he felt the faint, fragile glimmer of hope that perhaps, just perhaps, Verilion might survive a little longer. The last few days felt like fragments of a dream, or perhaps a nightmare that refused to end. Wait, did you just say a month ago? Fargus's voice cracked in disbelief. The battle was a month ago. How could that be? His eyes widened, the reflection of the cabin lights trembling within them. What happened to Verilion? Where are we right now? Sakar exhaled slowly, his expression calm but edged with exhaustion. Verilion was displaced, shifted to random spatial coordinates by the Emperor of the crumbled meteor's empire himself. His tone carried both admiration and a trace of resentment. For the past month, we have been drifting through the void, traveling in one constant direction away from the battlefield at maximum possible speed. During that entire time, we have been transmitting encrypted signals, each one routed through the private communication bands of the crumbled meteor's fleets, hoping someone would respond. He leaned back, his voice steady but hollow from the weeks of silence. Only 3 days ago did we finally receive a signal, a coded response with a new set of coordinates. We are already en route. If nothing interrupts our course, we should arrive in about 3 weeks, maybe a little less, if the engines hold. Excellent. Fargus's entire demeanor shifted in an instant. He slapped his thigh with a loud thwack, a grin spreading across his face. Did you receive any further intel? Is Verilion still holding out? Are they under attack right now? There's no attack, Sakar replied, a faint gleam crossing his sharp features. Quite the opposite, in fact. His voice hardened, pride seeping through. Verilion has never been in a better state for centuries. Before I left, I placed General Helga in full command, along with the main bulk of my forces. My final orders were simple: fight without concern for anything. And since I haven't issued any recall signals since then, I can only assume she obeyed to the letter. He clasped his hands together. Verilion is completely clean now. No enemy remains alive on its soil. The skies above it are silent and clear, not a single hostile ship lingers. Multiple fleets have already converged on its orbit, and every single one belongs to our allies. Fargus felt his chest tighten with excitement. His blood surged like fire through his veins. Lord Human, he murmured, voice trembling in reverence. What a man, what a terrifying mind. Then he turned sharply toward Sakar, eyes narrowing with half a grin. How does someone even conceive of such a plan to seize the entire young belt? Your presence alone on that battlefield was like bending the rules of the universe. It's unfair to every other commander alive. He laughed, a low, wild laugh that filled the room with raw energy. After all these centuries, the surface of Verilion is finally pure again. No more invaders, no more siege lines, only our banners standing tall. But then his laughter faded, his brows knitting together. Still, something doesn't add up. Why haven't the allied fleets arrived yet? Normally, they would reach the same rendezvous point as ours or at worst, be a day or two behind. Those ships are far faster than this cargo vessel. Sakar nodded slowly, his tone dropping into a quiet, weighty register. That's a question, he said, that only Lord Hedrick himself can answer. You mean? Fargus's smile faded. His posture stiffened. I'm not certain, Sakar admitted. I don't know if they ever found Marshal Bronte or what state their fleets are in. But, his gaze drifted toward the dark viewport, where streaks of light warped by their ship's speed shimmered endlessly. I have a feeling they are heading back toward the middle belt. And if my instincts are right, then while Verilion may be safe for now, Lord Hedrick's own fate may soon take a far darker turn. Chapter 1719. Sector 101 Midline, Planet Shathar. Hedrick leaned heavily against the edge of the vast map platform, his gaze locked onto the sea of lights shimmering before him. What unfolded across the projection was not a map of his usual starfield, nor a detailed chart of the stellar hubs in Sector 101, nor even the perimeter map of Verilion. No, what stretched out before his eyes was something far more chaotic, countless luminous points scattered like stars in a dying galaxy, clustered densely in one area and eerily void in another. The reflection of those lights shimmered in his crimson eyes, two blazing rubies filled with undying will, still burning with the restless hunger of a warrior who had never known defeat. Even now, that battle-born spark within him refused to fade. His long white hair, tied neatly behind his head, framed his sharp, determined face, and every line of his body radiated tension, like a predator ready to leap the moment prey dared to move. And yet, the calm that once defined him was gone. Beneath that icy facade, the great Hedrick was sweating. A faint sheen glistened across his forehead, betraying the unease that rippled beneath his disciplined exterior. Tap. Lord Hedrick, did you summon me? The voice came suddenly from beyond the colossal doors of the throne hall, echoing with respect but also urgency. Theo, come in. Hedrick's tone lifted slightly, a trace of relief slipping through. His expression softened for the first time in hours, as though the mere presence of that name promised a measure of clarity amidst the confusion. Whoosh! Without the slightest creak or gesture, a long shadow slipped beneath the doors and cut across the polished floor like a spear of darkness, halting right behind Hedrick before rising and solidifying into human form. How may I assist you, Lord? The shadow murmured as it became Theo, his voice calm as still water. I want you to explain the current situation, Hedrick demanded, exhaling a slow, tense breath. Reports keep reaching me in fragments, bits of information here and there every few minutes. It is impossible to form a full picture. I hate that kind of blindness. There are very few who possess your mind, Lord Hedrick, your sharp intellect and unyielding command, Theo replied evenly. You remind me of my brother, Caesar. Dispersed data should not be an obstacle for a commander of your stature. He paused slightly, his eyes glinting beneath the shadows. Or have you begun doubting yourself after assembling the fragments and realizing what the complete image reveals? Just start talking, Hedrick snapped, straightening his posture. He lifted his open hand toward the projection, his voice cutting through the silence. Something here is wrong. I can feel it. As you command. Theo stepped closer, his cloak brushing faintly against the metallic floor as he leaned over the platform. He studied the projection with keen focus, his expression unreadable. After a few silent moments, without touching a single control, he gave a slow nod. The map is flawless. Every coordinate, every alignment, perfectly placed. I should have known, something this precise would never elude your lordship's senses. Are you telling me, Hedric's tone rose as he pointed again toward the illuminated surface, that this is our current situation? Without question. Theo gestured toward the glowing clusters on the left side of the display. These represent Lord Zarian's forces, along with the armies of his allied coalition. Over the past several years, we have been able to slow their advance through carefully orchestrated operations, swift strikes to their flanks followed by tactical withdrawals, under the command of Marshal Darn and Marshal Livia. Our intelligence division has supported those operations by triggering ammunition depot explosions aboard several of their flagships, as well as sabotaging and destroying a number of their military outposts. He paused, then continued with grave composure, but even with all of that, they are still advancing. Their numbers stand now at approximately 1,600 fleets, and they have seized control of 70 additional planets in just the last 10 years. Hedric's jaw clenched, his teeth grinding together. Compared to the initial 6,000 fleets he had once prepared to face, 1,600 seemed almost merciful, yet that illusion dissolved instantly. 1,600 fleets was still a force of unimaginable scale, each one a floating citadel armed with enough firepower to level continents. He cast a sharp, accusing glance toward Theo. Their numbers would have been far less if not for your insistence on blocking the retreat of those who tried to fall back from mid-sector 100. From the very beginning of this long, grueling war, the Shadow Swords had acted with impeccable logic and ruthless efficiency. Every maneuver they made was cold, calculated, and strategically sound, except one, Theo's order to divert forces to strike down any fleet attempting to withdraw to mid-sector 100. Those who turned back were intercepted, forced to return to the front lines, hunted down, and annihilated completely. That single decision had left nearly 300 fleets trapped, fleets that wished to retreat but could not. It was, in essence, an act that served only to strengthen Zarian's dominion, allowing him to consolidate control over his commanders and bind them under his leadership. This is but a small service to us, Lord Hedric, Theo said with a faint, composed smile that carried both confidence and mystery. In return, we have been systematically crushing their morale, day after day, by spreading word of the chaos unfolding in mid-sector 100, and the steady collapse of their once proud empires. One by one, they fall, and their soldiers lose the will to fight. Our agents make sure that every whisper, every rumor, every transmission feeds their despair. Add to that the traps we have been planting in their equipment, the sabotage of their communication lines, and the silent erasure of every guard post they abandon. Tell me, can such forces still be considered a strike group of 300 fleets? Their morale has sunk lower than dust, their ranks are riddled with exhaustion, and their losses mount with every passing day. They are no longer a spearhead, Lord Hedric, they are a fracture in the coalition's blade. If Lord Zarian had the freedom to act as he wished, he would have cast them aside long ago. Humph. Hedric's eyes flared, a sharp gleam reflecting the red of the star maps. Your elegant words do nothing to hide the truth, he snapped, his voice low but heavy with restrained fury. You are using the crumbled Dreams Empire's army as a tool, to prop up the Centennial Cradle Empire. How dare you, Theo? How can you stand there, look at my position, my battlefield, and the first thought that crosses your mind is how to assist an empire sitting comfortably in another sector entirely? Theo remained perfectly silent, his face unreadable. The air between them grew dense and heavy, as though even sound itself feared to linger. Of course, Hedric read that silence exactly as he expected. To him, Theo's lack of words spoke louder than any argument. It was the same as saying, we will continue doing as we see fit, no matter what you say. Words, he realized bitterly, would be useless here. For a fleeting moment, rage welled inside him, and he almost rose from his place, ready to shout, to slam his hand on the console, to remind Theo who truly commanded this war. But he stopped himself at the last heartbeat. He could not afford it. Not now. The Shadow Swords were not just another division of assassins, they were the hidden spine of the entire conflict. Their influence stretched far beyond the reach of his armies. Their intelligence, their infiltration, their manipulation of enemy networks, losing them would mean blindness, paralysis, and eventual collapse. Theo knew this perfectly well. That was why he could make such unreasonable requests and still stand there calmly, without fear of reprimand. Fine, Hedric muttered, rubbing his forehead with a weary hand. His fingers pressed against the bridge of his nose as he forced his breathing to slow. Then he pointed toward another cluster of flickering lights on the map display. What about these? It was the only comfort he could find, the thought that at least the Shadow Swords were relentlessly targeting those fleets, crippling them bit by bit until they were nearly inoperative. Was that truly enough? Perhaps. But there was no use in arguing further. The wheels of war would keep turning regardless of his frustration. These, Theo began, stepping forward slightly. His hand rose to indicate a group of luminous dots gathering near the bottom of the projection. They were farther out, yet clearly moving with remarkable speed toward the southern borders of the Empire. They are the fleets that once encircled planet Verilion. Based on official records, the permanent station garrisons combined with their incoming reinforcements, they should total somewhere between 400 and 450 fleets. He paused for a moment, placing one hand behind his back as the light of the hologram shimmered across his face. But according to our intelligence, he continued, their real numbers are far smaller, around 300 at most. Once we account for the losses they suffered against our forces, the destruction inflicted by the Space Beast, and the heavily damaged ships that are no longer operational, the picture becomes clear. Their morale is crumbling as well. After witnessing that monstrous creature and after losing their marshal, fear has seeped deep into their ranks. Even among their elites, several Nexus state users in World Cataclysms are gravely wounded. They are still receiving treatment and have yet to recover fully. Hedrick turned toward him sharply, disbelief flickering in his eyes. How do you know all that? Their morale, their medical status, the exact number of crippled vessels? The latest reports claim those fleets have not stopped moving since the Space Beast incident. Theo's lips curved into a subtle, knowing smile, but he said nothing. Chapter 1720. Theo smiled silently, saying nothing at all. How could he possibly explain to Hedrick what was really happening? How could he describe the absurd brilliance behind the operation of the Shadow Swords? They waited in complete silence, hidden in the emptiness between stars, until the enemy fleets passed close to a planet. Then, using the coordinate detection device, they would identify the mothership's precise transition point. Immediately afterward, they activated the new generation of the instant transmission array, allowing them to infiltrate directly into that mothership itself, swiftly, quietly, like shadows folding into deeper darkness. Once inside, they gathered intelligence, sabotaged systems without leaving traces, and then, when the timing was right, they simply vanished, jumping out to another planet along the route. Even the information about Marshal Boranter's absence had come from whispers overheard by spies among ordinary soldiers aboard those very fleets. This form of deep infiltration and intelligence warfare was utterly unprecedented. It was a technique so secret, so dangerous, that it could never, ever be leaked. Not even within the Shadow Swords themselves. Only a handful knew about the new array's existence, and each of them had sworn an oath far stricter, far more binding than that of any ordinary member. The new model of the instant transmission array operated using 5th stage major space law, and its technology remained among the most classified secrets of the organization. No one outside their circle even suspected it existed. Even the older version was still considered highly restricted. Whenever the enemy caught a glimpse of it, that glimpse was meant to be the last thing they ever saw. Sometimes you truly get on my nerves, Theo, Hedrick muttered with irritation burning in his voice. That faint smile of Theo's felt like mockery, a mirror reflecting his frustration. He sighed, nodded a few times, then shifted his focus back toward the holographic platform. Fine, let's continue. You said around 300 fleets are moving from the south. Correct, Theo replied without emotion, his voice calm as the vacuum of space. They should reach the middle belt within 2 months at most. Judging by their current trajectory, it's clear they're heading toward the southern edge of this starfield. The southern part of the starfield where I have no defenses whatsoever? That one. Hedrick's face twisted into a furious half-smile. The war had raged for months in the western front of the starfield, where a massive confrontation between 1,600 fleets and 270 defending ones was tearing the heavens apart. Hedrick's side survived only thanks to the Shadowblade's covert actions and their intimate knowledge of the starfield's hidden strongholds. If 300 new fleets were to strike from the south, where no defenses were deployed, no reinforcements prepared, wouldn't that mean they'd have a clear, direct path toward planet Shathar? They couldn't be dismissed as retreating remnants or disorganized forces. 300 complete fleets, a colossal armada, outnumbering Hedrick's entire active military presence. Yes, that's the one, Theo nodded with the same cold detachment. There's a strong possibility the assault on Verilion was merely a distraction, meant to draw your attention westward so they could circle around and strike from behind. Whether or not Verilion fell, they were always going to turn south eventually. The crumbled Dreams Empire controlled the southeastern quadrant of the 101st Middle Sector. Any southern flanking maneuver would have been impossible without first breaching the Young Belt. And if they tried looping from above, they would have run into Marshals Darn and Livia, both leading rapid strike operations. No, their plan had been to strike Verilion first, a move that would devastate morale. Destroy Verilion, crush Marshal Fargus and the 100 fleet stationed there, and then pivot south to hit Hedrick from behind. A perfect strategy, if only they had accounted for two unpredictable factors, the sudden intervention of the Crimson Forces, and the awakening of the young space beast. What are we supposed to do with them? Hedrick finally asked, his voice rough and subdued, as though the words themselves were being dragged out of him by force. It was a question he hated, no, feared to utter. The ruler of an empire that had lasted millions of years, the sovereign who once dictated the fates of sectors and stars, was now seeking counsel from a young man barely a fraction of his age. Yet despite the sting to his pride, there was no one else to turn to. If those enemy fleets truly reached from the south and launched their offensive, what would await them was not a setback, but an absolute catastrophe. We should stop worrying about that front for now, Theo spoke quietly, his tone carrying both calm and weight, as he raised a single finger and pointed toward another cluster of glowing lights further across the holographic star map. And instead, we should see how you'll deal with that one. Hedrick's expression twisted instantly, his jaw tightening until faint cracks appeared along the energy lines that marked his cheekbones. He had deliberately avoided glancing in that direction, even thinking about it filled him with discomfort. But that exact region, the one Theo now indicated, was the reason he had summoned the young strategist here in the first place. At the far western horizon of the map, a storm of radiant lights pulsed and shifted, dense enough to resemble a living sea of stars. The sheer number of them rivaled the allied fleets of Zurian's coalition, perhaps even exceeding them. And worse, they were advancing, slowly and deliberately, toward the rear of the western front, toward Zurian himself. If those points had represented reinforcements, friendly forces coming to strike the enemy from behind, Hedrick would have rejoiced beyond measure. That would have meant salvation, victory, the beginning of a turning tide. But the truth was crueler. Deep down, in the pit of his cosmic intuition, he already knew what they were. They were not allies. They were executioners. Those are. Hedrick's voice trembled as he raised a finger toward the luminous swarm. A unified army from Zavros the Savage Galaxy and Darvian the Cursed Galaxy, Theo answered firmly, his tone like a blade sliding free from its sheath. Each has dispatched a full swarm of 500 fleets, and every formation is led personally by a monarch and a guardian. Crack! The sound of grinding metal echoed through the command chamber as Hedric's hands clenched. Then, boom, he slammed his fist against the glowing edge of the platform, sending a ripple of light across the map. Has the universe gone completely mad? Have the behemoth galaxies forgotten the very meaning of their own names? Under normal cosmic order, such great galaxies never moved their military powers directly. The most they would do was provide materials, logistics, talismans, complex arrays, pearls of power, things that preserved their image of supremacy and restraint. For a behemoth galaxy to raise its own banners and march into war personally was considered a humiliation beyond words, a stain upon its divine prestige. And now, two galaxies were doing so simultaneously, each dispatching not just high fleets, but monarchs and guardians, their most exalted champions? After years of inactivity along the borders of the 101st Middle Sector, everything has shifted, Theo continued, his voice steady but laced with grim certainty. Even now, preparations are underway for a dual declaration of war from both galaxies. Once it's announced, through the Soul Society, the Galactic Councils, and every major cosmic channel, they'll officially invade the 101st Middle Sector, with you as their target. He paused briefly, then added with disdain, the declaration accuses you of attacking peaceful men from the cursed galaxy, claiming they were harmless envoys and that you've become a demonic threat to universal order. They intend to frame this invasion as an act of justice, a purification. They'll even call upon the stellar academies to join their crusade against you. Of course, it's nothing but a hollow show of legitimacy. No academy will ever actually respond. It's a theatrical excuse, just a veil of false righteousness to justify their aggression. Peaceful men. Hedric's voice erupted with fury, resonating like a thunderclap. Are they referring to that so-called marshal and the dozens of war fleets who've spent endless days feeding our enemies with curses and enchantments? He slammed his palm on the table once more, boom, and this time the strike left a visible fracture across the star map's holographic base. His energy flared in waves that rippled through the chamber, shaking every light around him. Do they even know what shame is? He roared. Chapter 1721. It's all just political reasoning, a convenient cover so they can legally enter another sector ruled by a behemoth, Theo explained, his tone heavy with cynicism. But deep down, they all know it's nothing but a flimsy excuse. They know full well that this move tarnishes the very image of the galaxy. That's why they only sent 500 fleets each. He paused briefly, nodding before continuing. After the continuous losses that befell Lord Zarian, it was expected that the galaxy would eventually send reinforcements. Yet the aid that came was both small and delayed, a direct reflection of his failures. Ironically, the very reason help arrived was because of those failures. The Galactic Command had tried to ignore this war for as long as possible, portraying it as nothing more than a personal vendetta between you and him. But they can't stay silent anymore. Every day you endure, every hour you stand, you hammer another nail into their pride. Lord Zarian's reputation is crumbling, and with it, theirs too. Actually, Lord Zarian has been trying desperately to block the reinforcements, Theo went on, his voice lower now, but he failed. His position inside the galaxy is deteriorating fast. Meanwhile, his brother's influence grows stronger while his own collapses. Some say he won't remain among the high ranks for much longer, not after forcing the galaxy to intervene on his behalf. That alone is seen as a confession, a silent admission that Lord Zarian lost to you. Now, they just want to end this farce as quickly as possible. As for the intervention of the cursed galaxy, that one needs no explanation. You sent your army to annihilate the marshal of one of their great houses, destroyed a massive number of their fleets, seized countless spells and curses that belonged to their legions, and then you refused to return any of it even after they sent an emissary. Theo paused briefly, letting his words sink in before continuing. Their biggest problem now is that the battle was colossal, and the news leaked everywhere. Everyone across the star systems is talking about how you wiped out an entire cursed galaxy force. They come to kill me and expect me to stand there and let them. Hedric sneered, his fangs slightly visible. And second, who in their right mind would send back their spoils of war to the losers? That's absurd. That's bullying. The Shadow Swords were the ones who located the position of the cursed galaxy's forces and instructed him to eliminate them, but Hedric felt no anger toward the Shadow Swords for that. If that den of serpents had continued supporting Zarian from the shadows, the war might have already been lost. Eradicating them was a duty, not a choice. Was there a better way to deal with them, or even with the cursed galaxy itself? Perhaps, but there was no use crying over spilled blood. What's done is done. Hedric clenched his fangs tightly, his expression dark and calculating. The two galaxies would lose prestige and their names would be dragged through the mud. But so what? What came next? The incoming reinforcements were vast, 4 7th realm beings among them, in addition to the furious Zarian himself. That made 5. Even if Hedric stood as a sovereign under a law of destruction, facing 5 monarchs and guardians simultaneously would still be dangerous, even for him. And then there were the 1,000 fleets approaching, fleets not from a single world, but from entire galaxies. They represented the pinnacle of interstellar warfare, the finest that military science could craft. Those pitiful 1,600 fleets surrounding him right now were nothing in comparison. And behind each of those 1,000 armadas were soldiers of renown, warriors who served behemoths directly, arriving under the banners of their most fearsome generals and legendary marshals. How could it be otherwise? They were coming not to fight another battle, but to erase the stain of their repeated defeats, to reclaim their honor in a single decisive strike. And as if that wasn't enough, the 1,600 fleets already pressing against his defenses continued to advance relentlessly, while another 300 moved in from the south, tightening the noose. So the question now burned in Hedrick's mind, heavy and merciless: what will I do when those 1,000 fleets finally arrive? After a long, deliberate silence, one that let every calculation, every dread, and every possible outcome ferment inside Hedrick's mind, Theo finally spoke. His tone carried that eerie calmness of someone who had already seen the ending of the war before it happened. Lord Hedrick, he began, his voice steady but resonant, this entire quarter of the universe now echoes your name. Every realm, every academy, every empire, everyone speaks of your feats. They speak of the man who, alone, crushed countless cosmic armies and forced the advance of the coalition to a halt. They tell tales of your unmatched courage, of how you delivered blow after blow, refusing to yield even when outnumbered 1,000 to 1. And they speak, too, of the failure of the Allied army, which weakens day by day beneath the weight of your defiance. We, the Shadow Swords, have worked tirelessly to ensure these stories reach every ear and every star. Theo paused, letting his words sink in, then continued with a faint smile. You've already become a hero of the people. Your title, Son of Destruction, has taken root like ancient steel anchors in the hearts of countless beings. Whether it's your individual might that drove legions to retreat, or the indomitable strength of your army fighting against enemies many times their number, you have already won the moral victory. You stand as the symbol of endurance, the banner of defiance itself. But, his tone darkened, I fear this is the point where we must pause and change course. Hedrick's voice came out low and cold. What do you mean by that? His fingers drummed against the edge of the table, sparks of soul force flickering unconsciously. Are you telling me to just walk out there and declare my surrender, to let them trample what we built? All I'm saying, Theo replied patiently, is that from this point forward, the war ahead won't be fought with fleets and fire, it will be a political war. You need to lay down your maps for now, Lord Hedrick, and start opening channels with anyone who can aid your cause. It's no longer a matter of who commands the strongest armada, it's about who controls the narrative of the universe. You cannot keep fighting this battle alone. That's not the way of the crumbled dreams empire, Hedrick muttered, his voice trembling with restrained fury. That's not my way. His mind drifted briefly through the scars of his long life. Hedrick had faced betrayal, deceit, and abandonment so many times that the idea of alliances now sickened him. To him, politics was nothing but a masquerade, a hollow mask hiding greed and self-interest. Alliances built on favors were never real, they were transactions disguised as friendship. Give and take, he thought bitterly. That's not partnership, it's parasitism. For centuries, he had worked to ensure that his empire would stand alone, unyielding, self-sufficient, and feared. In all that time, he had never once extended his hand to another ruler. His relations with others were either neutral or hostile, nothing in between. Dependence was weakness. But you have a good relationship with my father, Theo said, his eyebrow lifting slightly, a trace of amusement in his tone. That's something to build upon, isn't it? Hedrick's eyes narrowed. I didn't choose your father because of what he could offer me, he replied bluntly, his voice sharp as a blade. I chose him because he's a candidate, and he knows that's the reason. I won't deny that I've gained more from our alliance than he has so far. I certainly never expected that he possessed an organization like yours, one capable of orchestrating campaigns across entire sectors. But even that wasn't without cost. You've already twisted more than half of my planetary armaments from my grasp. Theo showed no surprise. If anything, he seemed faintly amused by the honesty. I know you're betting on the height my father will one day reach, he said quietly. And I, too, am wagering everything on that same rise. I believe, no, I know, that he will achieve what no candidate before him has ever done. The incoming Nihiri Seed War will mark the beginning of that truth, a declaration to the entire cosmos. That war had already become a matter of record, its name whispered among the archives of the 1,000 planetary empires and ancient academies. Theo had studied those records well. Then, with the quiet authority of someone who could see further than most, he tilted his head down to meet Hedrick's gaze from above. Still, Theo said softly, can't you place your faith in other partners as well? There are more paths to survival than one man's rise. Who do you mean? Hedrick raised his head slowly, locking eyes with Theo. Chapter 1722. Lord Hedrick, you have parties you can call on for support, parties with enough influence, armies, and ancient debts of honor to stand by your side, Theo advised in a calm yet deliberate tone. His words carried the weight of strategy, not sentiment. Like who? Hedrick raised an eyebrow slowly, his expression carved from exhaustion and cynicism. No one in this universe is willing to stand with me. I have made enemies of them all, every lord, every emperor, every scheming counselor who ever pretended to be an ally. Blood is still heavier than water. Theo tilted his head slightly, watching Hedrick's reaction carefully. There are people, blood relatives, commanders, old allies, who would be harmed by seeing you perish. Not for love, perhaps, but for the imbalance it would cause. Hedrick's lips curved into a faint, bitter smile, heavy with fatigue and years of disappointment. Do you mean those I sheltered at the cost of my life? Those for whom I sacrificed more than half my army, who cost me a marshal and 5 generals in the war for their survival, only for them to go and swear loyalty to that man the very next day? I should put my trust again on those. His voice shook with restrained fury. The memory was still vivid, the moment his brothers bowed to the father who had once exiled them all. The humiliation of watching them rejoin the old banner, erasing every drop of blood Hedrick had spilled for them. Of course, Hedrick's shock at being able to wound his father, and the savage, intoxicating joy he had felt that day, had not erased the deep humiliation his 4 remaining brothers suffered afterward. They all chose to return under that man's banner, seeking safety in servitude, accepting absurd debts and oaths because they could not imagine a world without his shadow looming over them, a world where they would have to rely solely on themselves. They are still your brothers, Theo continued, his tone soft but insistent. Still members of the Destra family. Even when they betrayed you, that betrayal was done for their father, your father. If you requested aid against an external threat, they should comply. At least your second brother would. Despite his ongoing war against two centennial empires, he could still spare at least 100 fleets to repel the southern adversaries closing in on your borders. Forget them, Hedrick said coldly, shaking his head. They are zeros on the left, empty ornaments meant to decorate our father's false glory, useless and hollow. The only one with real promise is Helen, but she is far too weak now to contribute anything meaningful. He let out a hollow laugh, one that carried both mockery and pain. Imagine, after my brothers marched to my aid, after endless negotiations, political games, and concessions, only for that man to whisper a single order, and for them to abandon me in the heat of battle, to leave me bleeding while they retreat with smiles on their faces. Pitiful. Speaking of orders from your father. Theo leaned forward slightly, his voice gaining a sharp, dangerous edge. That is exactly what I was about to broach. Your greatest opportunity, my lord, will be the intervention of Behemoth Helmer the Destroyer. Hedrick turned slowly toward him, the air thickening between them. I warn you, do not push down that path. Lord, you may not realize this, but your father, Behemoth Helmer the Destroyer, has been watching your campaign closely, almost obsessively, Theo said, his tone mixing respect and calculation. One could say he hears every step taken by one of your soldiers, and every move made by your enemies. He purchases intelligence at impossible prices to construct a perfect map of this war. Theo's eyes gleamed faintly as he continued. According to my reports, he laughed maniacally when he received word of the cursed galaxy's annihilation. He was delighted when you led that lightning raid that obliterated 60 fleets belonging to Lord Zarian's coalition, and when you crushed their command ships in a single strike that silenced 3 admirals in less than an hour. Enough. Hedrick raised his hand sharply, silencing him. He didn't rejoice for my sake. He rejoiced at the losses inflicted upon Zavros the Savage and Darvian the Cursed. He can't stand either of them, especially Zavros, ever since that Savage dared interfere in his war against his own sons and slaughtered 2 of them. His fists tightened until his knuckles cracked audibly. That man, he doesn't hate Zavros the Savage because he loved his sons. He hates him because Zavros surpassed him. If Zavros the Savage had beaten a stray dog on the streets of Destra, he would have retaliated with the same ruthless rage. That man is not a father, he is a creature of pure arrogance, a monster who believes the universe exists to mirror his pride. Why not use that arrogance? Theo asked, his gaze steady and unflinching. If he is burning with the desire to intervene, then invite him. Let his wrath become your weapon. Use his hunger for dominance as your shield. Bring him here to defend me. Hedrick slammed his fist onto the map platform so hard the projection trembled. Why, in your opinion, did I do all of this? Why did I thrust myself into the heart of this cosmic war to begin with? For decades now Hedrick had ceased hiding secrets from Theo. The shadow swords had given him the unnerving impression that they could read the shape of his dreams. Keeping anything from them felt pointless, an illusion. Theo fell silent for a few long breaths, letting Hedrick's anger burn itself out a little. When he finally spoke, his voice was steady and clinical. It would be an opportunity to bleed 3 galaxies dry in a war of attrition. Forget it. Hedrick waved the idea away with a sharp, weary motion. How long has that man been watching this conflict? Decades? Centuries? Why hasn't he acted sooner? He could easily announce that he has come to defend his eldest son. Hedrick's lips curled in disgust. He waits for an official summons from me. He would stride in, humiliate me publicly, give orders from my halls, sit upon my throne. Do you understand how degrading that would be? Do you know what he has done to me in the past? His voice rose, raw with memory and pride wounded to the bone. I know. Theo's expression softened for an instant and then hardened. He looked down, conceding a point without yielding strategy. Someone else might see it as a chance to manipulate every side for their own gain. But, Lord Hedrick, if you are not prepared to face him, if you won't meet him eye to eye and settle that debt, then I will not press the matter again. Hedrick stared at him for several heavy seconds before dropping his chin into his hands in a show of exhausted irritation. He knew Theo was right in the abstract, but this was not his way. The next time he stood before that man, he swore, it would not be to clasp hands and broker favors. It would be to kill him. Anything less would render everything meaningless. Better to turn his face to the soil and southfields than to bow. After the loss of trust in your brothers, and your total refusal to rely on your father, Theo resumed after a pause, you have one last potential ally who could truly make a difference in this war. Who? Hedrick braced himself, defensive and ready to dismiss whatever suggestion followed. If it hadn't occurred to him already, it would likely be useless. We are. Theo nodded toward himself and the silent figures behind him. The true beginning empire. You. Hedrick's incredulous laugh was half disbelief, half a sliver of hope he did not want to admit. I know your capabilities as the Shadow Swords, but an empire in the Young Belt aiding me directly against the behemoths? How would that even look? Lord Hedrick. Theo's smile sliced just enough to be unnerving. We just saved Verilion for you from 450 fleets. On top of that, a space beast assaulted the armada and we turned it aside. His words landed like a cold fact. Hedrick blinked, the hard line of his mouth softening as he absorbed that undeniable truth. Monsters had been bred in that empire, Robin Burton's creations, and such forces were not ordinary men. There was no room for argument now. Very well, Hedrick said at last, voice low. What is your offer? Theo's tone grew businesslike. Our offer, we will interdict and halt the forces advancing from the south. We will see to it that you are forced to fight on only one front, at least until reinforcements arrive or until a more permanent arrangement is reached. The how can be negotiated between us. We have methods, routes, and assets you cannot simply purchase." He paused, the faintest hint of that cold smile returning. "As for the price, you know it already." Chapter 1723. Bam! Hedrick slammed his hand against the table, the metallic surface trembling under the force. "You want to withdraw even more of my planetary equipment? Have you completely lost your mind?" Whether it was forcing his enemies into retreat, recruiting new allies, or carrying out covert operations deep behind enemy lines, everything in his empire revolved around a single currency, planetary gear. The 1,000 or so pieces Hedrick had painstakingly collected over hundreds of thousands of years had been reduced to nearly half within just a few decades. Each fragment represented not only wealth, but also centuries of conquests and victories. Of course, he still used them freely in war. But technically, most of them were not even his anymore. He owed them to Theo. The man could, at any moment, demand their full recall. Hedrick knew he should be grateful Theo allowed him continued use of them. What truly haunted him was the fear that Theo might someday impose a 10% usage tax or something similarly outrageous. That was why he avoided bringing the topic up entirely. "My lord," Theo responded swiftly, his tone polite but cutting, "this war has cost you dearly, yes, but has it not also rewarded you beyond measure? Those enemy fleets you fought were not ordinary soldiers. They came armed for a cosmic war, each one brimming with planetary weapons. You cannot possibly hide the fact that you have scavenged no less than 300 pieces of equipment from them since this campaign began. Even my spoils are under your watch now." Hedrick clenched his hands tightly, veins bulging under his armor. "Fine. Explain your proposal in detail before I lose my temper." "I need 3 years." Theo raised 3 fingers calmly. "Just 3 years, during which you must hold off that southern army by any means necessary." He clasped his hands behind his back and began pacing with the ease of a man confident in his plan. "You can go personally if you wish, or you can detach part of your main force. Personally, I recommend summoning a detachment from Verilion's garrison to deal with them, leaving only the Crimson soldiers to defend Verilion and reclaim the territories of the crumbled Meteor's empire." He paused, then continued with quiet conviction. "During those 3 years, I will summon a swarm from the True Beginning Empire to stop the advance completely. This operation can annihilate the southern front and then march alongside you on the front lines against those 1,600 enemy fleets." He gave Hedrick a brief moment to digest the words, then added with deliberate calm, "All I ask in return is for you to provide Nexus state supervisors to coordinate with the incoming swarm. They will take command of either your right or left flank, and I guarantee you absolute security from that direction." Theo's lips curved into that same faint, almost mocking smile. "Of course, your excellency will pay the usual currency, or whichever form of payment the sky-opening city or the headquarters demands. The total fee will be 1 planetary gear per year. No more, no less." Bam! Hedrick slammed the table again, this time hard enough to make the nearby attendants flinch. 1 planetary gear per year? Do you think planetary gear grows on trees or lives scattered in the streets for children to collect? "Lord Hedrick," Theo said firmly, maintaining that eerie composure, "I am offering to erase an entire threat and secure the right wing of your main army. That means I will continue pouring resources and support to halt any advancing foes from that front. This will drain the True Beginning Empire's forces, and do not forget, we are heading into a cosmic-scale war ourselves in just 460 years. Do you not think we are already sacrificing enough for your sake? And only because you are His Majesty's partner." Theo's words landed like weighted stones, his expression unchanged. "Besides, you are gaining planetary gear with every passing campaign. Frankly, I do not see how our price could be considered excessive." At the mention of the upcoming Nihari War, Hedrick fell completely silent. His fists loosened, and the flames of anger dimmed in his eyes. That was the war he had personally sworn to join, a vow sealed by his own will and soul. Damn it, why did I ever take that oath? Finally, he exhaled a heavy breath, leaning forward with his elbows on the table and his head in his hands. "Fine," he muttered, voice low and bitter. "Let us say you succeed. You stabilize the southern front and reinforce the western line. What then? What about the reinforcements coming from that cursed behemoth, and the Savage Behemoth?" Theo seemed utterly disconnected from the question, not because he ignored it, but because his mind had already drifted deep into the storm of analysis and calculation. Every neuron within him blazed with purpose. He was not merely thinking, he was constructing a grand strategy in his mind, weighing possibilities, faces, and the unseen pieces that might alter the balance of the coming cosmic war. He knew perfectly well that the True Beginning Empire had the capability to dispatch an army of unimaginable scale. After all, ever since the revolutionary designs introduced by the reshaping engineer Zoha, the Empire's shipyards had turned into roaring furnaces of production. Fleets upon fleets were being forged every cycle, each more sophisticated and terrifying than the last. And then there was the Burton Family Academy, a military institution that had become a legend in itself. Every single day, it released new officers and generals into the void, disciplined and burning with ambition. Over 1,000 S-class planets now thrummed with energy, hosting entire oceans of soldiers, all trained, conditioned, and awaiting the command to unleash devastation upon the stars. Yes, the True Beginning Empire could send such a force. But the question that gnawed at Theo's mind was far heavier than logistics or production. Who would lead them? Who could possibly bear the burden of commanding such an army, one destined to march into the heart of a cosmic war that would reshape entire galaxies? Peon. The name resonated in his mind like a tolling bell. the strongest commander among all the special forces across the three empires. The second man in Caesar's army, loyal, lethal, and legendary. He was the spear that struck where Caesar pointed. And currently, he was leading the offensive against the empire that had meddled in Hedric's war. If anyone was capable of such a command, it was him. But still Theo's instincts whispered that Peon would not leave his post. So who else? Servon, perhaps? Or maybe the three sorceresses? No, impossible. They were currently overseeing the Third Army's relentless invasion of young Sector 99. Replacing them would cripple the entire campaign. And beyond that, none of them possessed the commanding presence or strategic brilliance necessary to lead an army of this magnitude. Then perhaps the second-tier commanders, Elizabeth, Candale, and the others. They were competent, sharp, loyal. But not enough. They lacked the raw charisma, the magnetic authority that could make entire legions follow them into annihilation without hesitation. The truly great leaders, Caesar, Aero, and Sakkar, the three marshals personally recognized by His Majesty, were irreplaceable. None of them could possibly abandon their posts, not even for a moment. Especially Sakkar. He was not meant to be seen, not by the masses, not even by his allies. No matter how advanced their cloaking technologies or psychic dampeners had become, no one could ever guarantee safety when standing before a monarch or a cosmic warden. For someone like Sakkar to appear openly was an act of suicidal arrogance. So again the question echoed in Theo's mind. Who could possibly command that army? Hey! Hedric's voice snapped through the silence like a whip. He clicked his fingers twice, irritation clear in his tone. Are you still here, or did my question scare you into silence? His eyes narrowed, sharp as blades. Under your proposal, what am I supposed to do about the reinforcements from both galaxies? Oh. Theo's faint smile returned, calm and controlled, as if he were drifting back from another realm. You prevent them from entering the sector, of course. That is the defining line. The moment they step through, every plan we have built turns to dust. He adjusted his stance slightly, the air around him sharpening. Since you have refused help from your brothers, dismissed your father's hand, and clearly have no partners or blood allies to turn to, the best I can offer you is to erase the southern threat and reinforce the western front. The matter of the two behemoths, that lies beyond my reach. What is that supposed to mean? Hedric growled, his brows knitting together. Were we talking in circles this entire time? Spinning a spider's web to stop a runaway train. Bam! His hand slammed down on the table, the echo reverberating across the chamber. What use is this agreement if it does not include the behemoths? They are coming no matter what we do. That, Theo replied bluntly, his calm composure cutting sharper than any weapon, is your problem, Lord Hedric. I can only offer my insight, a possible way to stop them. The execution, however, depends entirely on you. Hedric leaned forward slowly, his eyes narrowing with a predator's intensity. And what is it? Chapter 1724. First of all, before we dive into any intricate details about the two massive armies, Theo raised a single finger, his tone firm and unyielding. You must first cleanse your name within this entire sector. You stand accused of transforming into a demonic force and being a ruthless tyrant who shows mercy to none. These charges must be erased completely if we are to proceed. And how am I supposed to do that? Hedric asked after a pause, his expression tightening as if weighing every word. Theo's eyes glimmered faintly with cold confidence. We already have what we need. We possess recordings proving that the cursed galaxy was the first to lend its power and resources to your enemies. And even more, we have a direct recording of the slain marshal himself, speaking openly about his intent to intervene personally in your war. He spoke with neither joy nor malice, his tone the perfect equilibrium of logic. In addition, we have the full footage of the battle that followed every strike, every fleet movement, every curse unleashed, showing how many soldiers, weapons, and curses they brought with them. That alone makes it clear they never came in peace. Theo leaned forward slightly, lowering his voice. But there is more. I also hold recordings of thousands of fleets that had been secretly prepared to attack you, and I have one from Lord Zarian himself, speaking in council, declaring that the time to invade your starfield with 6,000 fleets was at hand. That evidence alone is enough to show that you never provoked the cursed galaxy, they were the aggressors. It will prove without question that you didn't attack Lord Zarian and his allies in the middle sector just because of what happened in the Young One. You merely acted in self-defense. You have all that. Hedric clenched his face, disbelief rippling through his voice as the weight of Theo's words settled in. Theo nodded calmly, a faint smirk forming. And I'll offer you one more gift, a decisive one. A full, unedited recording of the day-long battle between Marshal Darn and the Cursed Galaxy's army, filmed from every possible angle. We'll leak it directly into the Soul Society for all to see. It shows Marshal Darn's astonishing victory, 3 fleets against 30 enemy fleets. It will devastate the Cursed Galaxy's reputation and strike directly at the heart of their morale. Even though Hedric's army had entered that battle with overwhelming preparation, deploying the full might of his Imperial Guard, the planetary artillery, and the secret sabotage orchestrated by the Shadow Swords within several enemy ships, the footage would still depict an undeniable and spectacular triumph, 30 enemy fleets annihilated by 3. That will only enrage Darvian the Cursed even more. Hedric muttered, his brows furrowing deeply. Let them be angry. Why should we care? Theo's voice was almost casual as he waved a dismissive hand. They are already burning with fury, already preparing to declare war. These recordings will expose them as invaders, trespassers who violated another behemoth sector without any provocation. To the outside world, you'll be seen as the heroic defender who stood firm against an unprovoked assault. Does it really matter how I appear to the public? Hedric's tone was colder now, almost bitter. Do you honestly think the people will rise and take up arms to defend me? You're right, Lord Hedrick, Theo admitted smoothly. The public will not save you, but that's not the purpose of these recordings. His expression shifted, becoming sharper. I've been holding them, waiting for the right moment. And now that the combined forces of Zavros the Savage and Darvian the Cursed are positioned right at the edge of the sector, preparing to cross the border and make their declaration, the moment has finally come. The time for what exactly? Hedrick narrowed his eyes, suspicion rising. You mean? He caught himself, then waved irritably. Forget it. Theo turned to face him fully, the corners of his lips curving into a sly, knowing smile. Why not? He asked softly. Why not turn this entire situation to your advantage? Formally request help from Bright Galaxy itself. Ask them to repel the invaders threatening their own sector. You think Kayleigh cares? Hedrick scoffed. Or that her arrogant son Orion will suddenly rush to help? They could have spoken up years ago if they wanted to. Theo shook his head. It doesn't matter what they want. Up until now, they could dismiss all this as nothing more than a feud, a personal dispute between you and Zarian, one that you started. But once we leak these recordings, the whole Soul Society will see the truth. Everyone will know it was an external conspiracy against you. And with just a bit of clever phrasing from our side, it'll look like a massive scheme to plunder the sector's wealth. He took a step closer, lowering his voice once again. All you have to do is make a public, official request for aid. Ask Kayleigh to defend her protectorate, to shield you, her vassal, from the two behemoths preparing to slaughter you while you remain under her protection. It will corner her. She'll have to respond, or risk appearing weak before the other empires. Theo's smile widened into something almost devilish. That, my lord, he whispered, will be the masterstroke that changes everything. Hedrick's expression shifted completely. The tension in his shoulders melted into a grim calm. Slowly, deliberately, he leaned back against his throne, letting the weight of the question hang in the air. And what will happen if she refuse? He finally asked, his tone deep, almost defiant. She won't refuse, Theo replied without hesitation, shaking his head ever so slightly. Refusal, in a situation like this, would paint her as weak, pathetically weak, and show the entire universe that she can't even protect those under her care. And weakness, Lord Hedrick, is something no behemoth can afford to display. At best, her rejection would buy you a few meaningless years of hollow negotiations with Behemoth Zavros and Behemoth Darvian. Eventually, they just fabricate an excuse, any excuse to justify an invasion. But you must at least make this gesture. It will allow her to save face, and it might buy you the time you need. Then Theo's lips curved into a thin, sharp smile. And if, by some madness, she truly refuses, if the pure Kayleigh denies your plea, then that will be your opportunity to strike at Bright Galaxy itself, because your lady will have forfeited her legitimacy before all creation. Hedrick turned toward him abruptly, disbelief flashing across his features. Have you lost your mind? You're telling me to challenge Kayleigh herself? I can barely hold against the forces the behemoths sent from another sector, and you want me to attack her as well. Forgive me, Lord Hedrick, Theo said softly, voice empty of warmth, but if your attempt to draw Kayleigh the Pure into the war fails, then the crumbled dreams empire will, without question, be finished. His tone was calm, almost surgical. Everything we're discussing now is merely about delaying the inevitable end, or finding ways to survive after it. You already lost the war the moment those armies gathered at your borders. The outcome is sealed. All that remains is to determine how you fall, or how little you lose when you do. Silence stretched between them, long, heavy, suffocating. If you succeed in provoking Kayleigh into acting, into stopping those reinforcements, then you'll earn yourself time to fight, to breathe, to claw for more solutions, to carve more miracles out of chaos. But if you fail... Theo raised two fingers, his expression is still as stone. If the Illumination Galaxy declares that the pure Kayleigh will not intervene, for any reason, then you'll face only two paths. 1. Abandon your empire, vanish from this sector entirely, and live the rest of your life in exile, nameless and forgotten. Or 2. He leaned forward slightly, eyes glinting darkly. Bet everything. Take your finest elites, your strongest fleets, and strike the Bright Galaxy. The official, public reason will be simple enough: vengeance. The world will believe you seek to avenge the betrayal of Kayleigh when you needed them most, that you defended their holdings with honor while they stood idle and let you burn. But your true objective, Theo's tone deepened, will be far greater. You will kill Kayleigh the Pure and seize Bright itself, the galactic seed, and ascend as a new behemoth. Kayleigh the Pure is powerful, yes, Theo continued, his words like cold iron. But you, Lord Hedrick, are now a monarch of the crumbling law. You've learned how to wield the major law of destruction itself. Even with the spirit of the galaxy feeding her abilities, you still have a chance. And if you cannot even overcome her, then you have no right to dream of defeating your father later. Kill her. Once Bright falls and becomes yours, once its essence merges with you, you'll stand again within this sector as a behemoth reborn. Your dream will cease to be fantasy. You'll claim a galaxy's soul in a single strike. Anyone who tells you otherwise is lying to your face. Then Theo's eyes flickered, opening a fraction wider, revealing the swirling abyss of blackness within them, a darkness that seemed alive. His voice dropped to a near whisper. Your war is over, the age of armies has ended, Lord Hedrick. The time of politics has begun. Now comes the era of the decisive blow, one that can topple a behemoth, or destroy you in turn. Hedrick stared deeply into Theo's dark, endless eyes, his pulse unsteady, his mind grasping for understanding. Who are you, really? The young man with the void-black gaze let a faint smile curve his lips, a smile that was equal parts shadow and revelation. A shadow sword. Chapter 1725. Clatter, clatter. Ah, am I dreaming? I can't believe it. The gates have opened again after almost 2 entire months of endless protests and lockdowns. Haha, we did it. We united, we endured, and now our voices have finally been heard. I never thought I'd see the day when substitute teacher Morgana returns. But seriously, what do you think of her new look? I kinda miss the old one. Miss it? Are you blind? This one is 100 times better. She looks divine. Shush, watch your tongue. Even if the substitute teacher were to wear nothing but dust and mud, she'd still be the most beautiful woman in the entire academy. The building trembled with excitement. The massive academic complex was bursting with life, filled to the brim with students crowding every corridor and hall, buzzing like a grand stadium moments before a world championship. No fewer than 6,000 students had heard the news. The gates had reopened, and substitute teacher Morgana herself had returned. She had even issued a sudden announcement for a new lecture to begin in just 2 hours, and within that short time, students came rushing from every corner of the planet, no, from the starfield. Those who were on field missions, distant adventures, or expeditions in the outer provinces dropped everything and hurried back as fast as they could, panting and drenched in sweat, afraid of missing the first glimpse of her return. Was it truly for the sake of knowledge? For the wisdom she imparted about soul creatures and the intricate runes of enchantment? Perhaps that is what they told themselves. But when they arrived, when their eyes finally met the sight of her, every purpose melted away. They forgot about education, about lectures and exams. All that remained was awe. The woman seated at the professor's desk radiated an aura of calm that made time itself seem slower. She waited silently, smiling faintly, counting down the minutes until the lecture began. Substitute teacher Morgana. At that moment, she wore a long, flowing black gown that seemed woven from the night sky itself. It shimmered faintly under the dim light, decorated from top to bottom with delicate, raised patterns that caught every glimmer. The fabric widened gracefully at the bottom, yet clung to her upper body in a refined fit, reaching halfway up her neck, giving her a sense of noble restraint mixed with dark allure. Above that dress was her familiar, unforgettable face. Her lips, now ink black, curved with calm confidence, and around her wide, expressive eyes stretched deep lines of kohl so dark and natural it seemed drawn by the essence of night itself. Morgana felt a wave of tension run through her as thousands of eyes locked onto her. Was her natural face really that strange? Long ago, His Majesty had gifted her a crimson cosmetic box forged from the Master Creation Law, a divine relic intended to deceive the gatekeepers and let her pass. But as she later discovered, those cosmetics did far more than disguise her looks. They cloaked her entire presence. They suppressed her eerie, half-dead aura, the one that constantly leaked with the weight of bad karma. She had used them religiously, day after day, for years. She feared that if anyone ever saw her true self, they would sense something dark, something inhuman lurking beneath her calm smile. But that fear no longer held power over her. His Majesty had healed her completely and purged her of that suffocating aura that once clung to her like a curse. The gloom that had haunted her steps was gone. The danger that once surrounded her soul had dispersed into nothingness. Now, even with her blackened lips and shadowed eyes, she no longer carried that dreadful weight. She was finally free to be seen. So, she made her choice. She would abandon the enchanted cosmetics, step out from behind her illusion, and reveal her true self to the world. She still looked like a graceful woman in her 30s, mature, poised, but alive in a way she had not been for centuries. Wrapped in the dark elegance she had once hidden behind, she now stood as herself, not the illusion, but the truth. She had thought it would be natural. After all, every other teacher changed her wardrobe and style frequently. But the way they were staring, the awe, the fascination, the hunger in their eyes, it was as if they wanted to devour her with their gazes. Morgana lifted her hand slowly, turning it over, inspecting the dark lace and polished patterns along her sleeve. Was it really that bad? Heh, she exhaled softly, sweeping her gaze across the noisy hall. There are still 10 minutes left, but no one has entered for a while. Shall we begin? Yes, teacher. Everyone is already here, teacher. No one else is coming. All right then. Morgana straightened up, her black lips curving into a breathtaking smile that made thousands of hearts pound like drums. The air itself felt electric. It has been more than 5 long years since our last lesson, she said softly, her voice flowing like velvet through the hall. We last stopped at the soul creature enhancement borrowings. Do you remember anything of that topic? We never forget anything you teach us, teacher. We're ready for an exam. Good. Morgana's smile widened ever so slightly, her tone both playful and commanding as she began to stroll along the length of her raised marble platform. Her heels clicked with deliberate rhythm, echoing faintly across the vast lecture hall. As all of you know, I am a royal-class soul mistress, one who specializes in the art of supporting and empowering soul creatures. And in my view, she turned, glancing over her shoulder with a knowing look, this is the only true path worthy of a soul master's style of combat. Of course, that was only half the truth. In reality, the techniques she had developed throughout her long years were not meant for soul creatures at all. They were designed to enhance and command specters. But such a confession could never leave her lips. The world was not ready to hear that. Hand-to-hand combat, Morgana said, stopping at the edge of the platform. Her voice lowered into a faint tone of disdain, for a soul master is the peak of misery and wasted potential. It is like someone who owns a cannon and chooses to use it as a walking stick. She gave a small shake of her head, sighing dramatically. How could someone, she continued, with power vast enough to stand gracefully at the back lines, directing their soul creature to fight as an extension of themselves, head held high, perhaps snacking while watching their enemies crumble, simply throw all that elegance away just to jump into the mud and swing their fists like a barbarian? Hee hee. The classroom burst into laughter. Some students covered their mouths, while others exchanged daring glances. Everyone could tell that the substitute teacher was clearly taking a jab at Professor Brick's notoriously old-fashioned fighting style. Now, yes, Morgana said with a teasing smile, waving her hand slightly. Using your fists as a soul master does help conserve your precious soul units, those delicate, difficult-to-obtain fragments of spiritual essence we all struggle to gather. But, she paused, raising a finger, her voice soft but sharp, that is far from the only method of avoiding waste. She stopped pacing and turned toward the audience, the dim glow of the hall lights dancing over her dark gown. For example, she said with an almost conspiratorial whisper, there is the method of giving borrowings to yourself. Whoa. The students collectively leaned forward, their eyes widening, their mouths slightly open in anticipation. Even the laziest among them sat upright, realizing something major was about to be revealed. A true soul master, Morgana began again, her tone taking on the calm rhythm of a teacher who knew she held her students' full attention, spends most of their time innovating, crafting, and providing support from afar. Rarely should one need to taint their own hands with direct battle. But, she raised her hand slightly, her shadow stretching long behind her, if you ever find yourself in a situation where you must fight personally, then why not make use of your own soul borrowings? Her gaze swept across the class, thousands of young souls looking up at her with awe. The faint smirk on her lips carried a confidence that made her seem untouchable. I have already taught you how to create borrowings that empower your soul creatures, she said, each word measured and smooth. Now, I will teach you how to turn those borrowings inward, how to summon and wield them yourself, without any prior ritual or preparation, to use them as if they were extensions of your very soul domain. Her voice deepened slightly, echoing with authority. With this technique, you can prepare your battles not merely hours or days ahead, but months, even years in advance. You will step into combat already armed with preordained advantage, and that, my dear students, ensures nothing less than inevitable victory. So tell me. She tilted her head, her black lips curving into a dangerous smile. Who among you is ready for that? Yes. The hall erupted into deafening cheers. Hundreds, no, thousands of students jumped to their feet, clapping and shouting until their voices cracked. The air itself seemed to shimmer with excitement. This was what they loved about Morgana more than anything else. She never held back. She did not waste time on shallow lessons filled with vague ideas, only to later demand tens of thousands of pearls for some advanced paid session like the other professors. Morgana gave everything freely, every secret, every technique, every insight. Her passion for teaching was genuine, her brilliance unmatched, and her generosity legendary. Knock, knock. The echo of two firm knocks rang through the grand hall, slicing through the roaring applause. Silence swept over the room. Every student turned toward the massive double doors at the far end. A moment later, the doors creaked open, and 7 shadows stepped inside, each tall, composed, and radiating quiet authority. At their lead stood a young woman wearing a wide blue hat that shimmered faintly under the light. Excuse us, she said, her tone calm yet piercing, carrying effortlessly across the entire hall. Could someone explain what exactly is happening here? Is this not supposed to be the academic building of Professor Robin Burton? Chapter 1726. Seconds earlier. Step, step, step. 7 young men and women strode swiftly through the academy streets, their footsteps echoing in unison. They longed to run, to break into a sprint fueled by urgency and anticipation, but the rigid laws of the academy forbade such conduct. Even so, their pace was fast enough to draw glances from every passerby. Among the hundreds of students crowding the pathways, the 7 stood out effortlessly. There was something unmistakable about them, something that made them different. Even if one were to look down from a tower high above, one's gaze would land on them first, drawn as though by an unseen force. The atmosphere surrounding them was heavy, charged with a strange kind of energy. They didn't look like students at all. No, each bore the calm authority and confidence of someone who had already faced the chaos of war. If not for their academy uniforms, one might have mistaken them for instructors, or perhaps even sovereigns who had ruled countless realms through centuries of conquest. It's been almost 2 full months since Professor Robin made his first appearance in the academy, one of the students said seriously, breaking the silence. Where on earth have you been, Vanir? Don't tell me you spent all that time trying to bring your father here. Voda, replied the tall, broad-shouldered young man at the front, his tone rough with fatigue. You, of all people, know how fierce the internal struggles in my family are. It's a miracle I managed to bring him at all. His voice carried the weight of frustration and battle-worn pain, as though every word reminded him of a wound that had yet to heal. All right, enough talking about the past, said a lively teenage girl, her tone bright and filled with barely contained excitement. The important thing is that we've finally gathered here, with our guardians, and that means I can meet the professor again. She clasped her hands together, her eyes sparkling with nostalgia. I wonder if he still looks as handsome as I remember. Hey, you're talking loud enough for the entire corridor to hear you, another girl chuckled, trying to stifle her laughter. Shut it, what's wrong with what I said? He is unbelievably handsome for a human. Enough already, Marina snapped lightly, pointing a finger at the 2 girls. If Professor Robin hears you, he'll make sure we all get punished again. A boy behind her smirked. Honestly, I wouldn't mind. Every time he punishes us, we come out stronger. Same here, another said with a proud grin. Pain builds power, right? Anyway, Marina exhaled, rolling her shoulders, we're here. The guard said the professor hasn't left the academy in weeks, so he should still be inside his quarters in the academic building. I just hope he still remembers us after all this time. Knock, knock, click. Marina rapped twice on the door, then slowly pushed it open. But the moment she did, her expression froze, her brows furrowing sharply. Excuse me, what's going on here? Isn't this supposed to be Professor Robin Burton's academic hall? The other 6 followed her gaze, confusion written all over their faces. It had been over a century and a half since they'd last set foot in this place. It was supposed to be silent, empty, perhaps even sacred. Yet now the grand hall was alive, filled with thousands of students, their chatter like a wave of noise crashing through the air. And there, standing confidently where their professor once lectured, was a woman. What is happening here? Vanir demanded, stepping forward protectively until he stood before his group. Who are you? And where is Professor Robin? Do you people really think you can just take over his academic building simply because he's been away for a while? Bam! A loud thud shook the front of the room as one of the seated students slammed his palm against the desk. Who do you think you are? I've never seen you around this academy before. Yeah, what's this? Is anyone just allowed to barge into substitute teacher Morgana's lectures now? Teacher, allow us to throw them out. Nearly 6,000 students, who had just been deeply engrossed in their substitute teacher's graceful, warm, and insightful lecture, suddenly erupted into chaos the moment the 7 intruders appeared at the door. The harmonious rhythm of the class shattered in an instant, and waves of murmurs spread like wildfire through the enormous lecture hall. Who do you think you're ordering around? Vanir stepped forward again, the air around him vibrating as faint motes of light began forming across his skin. One after another, the shimmering nodes of his battle armor lit up until they covered his entire body like a layer of molten steel. I alone will cleanse this entire hall, in the name of Professor Robin. His voice boomed through the hall like thunder, echoing with unwavering loyalty. Wait! Morgana raised both of her hands, her calm but commanding tone slicing through the noise like a blade. The students immediately fell into tense silence, their gazes flickering between the 7 and their teacher. Morgana's lips curved into a faint, almost playful smile as she studied the new arrivals. You're asking about Professor Robin, does that mean you came here for him? Yes, Marina stepped forward, her voice cold and steady, her gaze locked directly with Morgana's. We are Professor Robin's students, and we demand to know what's happening here, in his academy building. Teacher, a voice called from the back, half curious, half mocking. A boy stood, pointing toward the 7. I know them. They were part of the original class that used to belong to this building, the Clown Assembly. They disappeared decades ago. This must be their first time returning. Yeah, that's right, another student laughed loudly. They only attended a few of Professor Robin's lectures before vanishing. They're from that ancient generation that got beaten half to death every time they dared to face him. Ha ha ha. Poor guys, they never got to meet our elegant teacher. Come on, sit down, Gramps. You can learn how a real professor teaches. Nonsense, the 7 bellowed in unison, their voices like overlapping battle horns shaking the very air. Voda stepped forward and roared, there is no teacher after Professor Robin. No one sits in this hall without his permission. His words crashed like lightning, striking the pride of the students around him. Morgana raised an eyebrow, watching with intrigue. She had heard stories, plenty of them, about His Majesty's time as an instructor, the fear, the breakdowns, the complaints. But to see 7 individuals who hadn't seen him in centuries stand defiant against 6,000 students for his sake, that was something entirely different. There was something powerful here, a devotion born not of fear, but of faith. What kind of man inspired this? Still, this was the perfect opportunity to learn something about His Majesty's mysterious past. Clap. Morgana's palms met sharply, the sound ringing through the massive chamber. All right, enough, she said, smiling gently as her voice carried over the quieting crowd. Then she turned to the 7. In truth, Professor Robin is here in the academy. He's currently in a closed training retreat. From what I sense, he should be finishing today. So, how about we pass the time with a few friendly activities until he emerges? Behind that calm smile, Morgana already knew the truth. The section of the academy where His Majesty was bathing in his arming chamber had been sealed with a powerful barrier, to muffle the agonized roars that accompanied every stage of his strengthening process. But now, the screams had stopped. She could feel it, the faint ripple of his presence as he moved, dressing in clean robes. His return was near. Activities. Vanir narrowed his eyes, suspicion heavy in his voice. What kind of activities are we talking about? Let's have a little student battle, Morgana proposed, her tone brightening with theatrical enthusiasm. Professor Robin's former students versus my new ones. A little test of skill. What do you say, everyone? The room erupted again. I volunteer to start. Ha! Teacher Morgana's class holds the top 100 ranks every year. Any one of us could crush those 7 fossils alone. Ha ha! This is going to be far more entertaining than I expected. Marina turned to her 6 companions, her face deadly serious. Then she gave a slow nod. We apologize in advance for any injuries that may occur today, she said, her tone like steel. And for the record, this wasn't our idea. Morgana smiled faintly, understanding perfectly. The girl's tone wasn't bravado, it was a warning. Of course, Morgana had no intention of letting her students kill them, but she wasn't worried either. After all, Morgana had personally fed her students with the deepest secrets of the soul arts, nurturing them as if sculpting royal heirs. She had shared techniques that had taken her thousands of years to perfect, methods of controlling soul borrowings and enhancing soul resonance. Each of her disciples was a genius among geniuses, some had already ascended to the realm of great soul masters. If they defeated the 7 of Robin's old students, Morgana would finally have something to boast of before His Majesty, proof that her efforts were invaluable, that she wasn't just another teacher filling time while he remained distant and untouchable. Because ever since she discovered that Robin himself was a royal soul master, one who had surpassed even her own level, a quiet, unspoken fear had nested in her heart. a fear that he no longer needed her. And so, this battle would be her proof she still has an edge in something, even if it's just teaching. Chapter 1727. Ugh. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Robin groaned softly as he dragged himself out of the bath, each movement slow and deliberate, as if his very muscles resisted the idea of motion. Though the procedure had concluded perfectly and every ounce of the active materials had been absorbed, the water he emerged from still was not clean. It had thickened into something akin to shimmering jelly that clung to the surface, refusing to flow. The droplets sliding off his body looked like molten metal or oil of impossible density, each drop that fell to the ground landing with a dull, heavy thud, as though it carried the weight of mountains. His entire form moved with effort. His back was slightly bent, his breathing shallow, and his feet pressed deeply into the marble floor with every hesitant step. Yet despite the exhaustion, despite the strain, this time, Robin stepped out on his own legs. No crutches, no support, no fainting collapse. Just raw endurance. He muttered, forcing his trembling hand upward. Honestly, I thought I would be bedridden for several years this time. Not exactly, Shaddad replied, seated nearby on a stone bench, his shoulders drooping in equal fatigue. His breath was ragged, and sweat gleamed along the metallic runes etched on his arms. Last time the focus was on reinforcing your nervous system, so, naturally, you suffered temporary paralysis. But this time, the enhancement targeted your sensory network, especially the skin. It has become absurdly dense, like the walls of a sacred city, forged layer upon layer of divine steel. I got that much of a thick skin. I am not sure if that is a compliment or an insult, Robin muttered with a weak laugh. Then, with deliberate effort, he clenched his fist tightly, veins straining along his forearm. But I can feel it. Level 41 in body strength. Of course, he did not question why he had not jumped straight to level 50. Shaddad had explained before, reaching the very peak of a realm in one sitting was something that could only happen one last time, during the Sage tier. From level 41 onward, Robin would have to walk the long, natural road, bathe in armament baths periodically, wait for his body to adapt, and let it slowly assimilate the complex materials at its own pace. Still, even now, he could feel it, the remnants of the alchemical blend circulating through his bloodstream, feeding every cell, igniting his flesh like tiny suns bursting under his skin. His body, hammered, reforged, and refined countless times, one that had endured the markings of multiple master laws, was no longer ordinary. Each pulse of energy spread through his muscles like molten light, and he could already sense that assimilation would come swiftly. What am I going to do with you, master? Shaddad shook his head, a tired but genuine smile spreading across his face. Why didn't you wait just 140 years to take this bath? You left right after returning from the Valley of Spectres planet. If you had done it back then, you might have reached level 45 by now. Are you estimating around 300 years to reach the peak of the Martial Emperor realm? Robin turned, raising an eyebrow as his lips curled into a faint grin. Is that not a bit excessive? That is the natural pace, Shaddad replied calmly, though a spark of amusement flickered in his tone. Once the materials enter the body, progress depends solely on the harmony between the body and the mixture. Some exceptional physiques may take only a century to complete an Emperor tier armament bath. Others, less compatible, might need 10,000 years. You are human, master. The body strength system was never designed for your kind, but you have always been the anomaly that shatters my assumptions. That is why I estimated around 300 years for you. Oh, I feel so honored, Robin chuckled, his laughter echoing faintly against the stone walls. He looked down at his palm, turning it slowly, admiring the faint golden sheen beneath his skin. 3 centuries? Let us see if fate agrees with that. Then whoosh! A faint ripple in the air stirred beside the bath, and his spatial ring zipped through the steam to his finger. A soft golden pulse followed, and a white and gold outfit materialized from within. Robin began to dress himself carefully, his movements still stiff but steadier than before. His breathing grew deeper, more controlled, and even the air around him began to hum faintly with suppressed vitality. These figures you mentioned, 10,000 years, endless adaptation, that does not suit a rising power system, Robin said as he fastened the last clasp on his sleeve. If you want the world to accept it as a legitimate cultivation path, you will have to make the process faster, something that can inspire both awe and ambition. I am already doing my best, Shaddad answered, rubbing his temples. That is why I devised the instant armament bath method for the first 4 ranges, levels 0 to 10, 11 to 20, 21 to 30, and 31 to 40. He sighed, voice weary. But the cost is astronomical. Very few can afford the ingredients or the energy required. And even worse, I still have not managed to perfect the 5th bath, from levels 41 to 50, not to mention an armament bath designed for the World Cataclysm Realm itself. While you are performing the armament baths on Jabba, make sure you explain everything to him in full detail, Robin said, his voice calm yet steady with authority as he adjusted the collar of his white and gold robe. The faint steam still rising from his damp hair curled around his face, catching the golden shimmer of the runes carved into the walls. He might come up with an idea to help refine the process. Recently, he developed a pressure-based formation that directly affects the bloodstream instead of the muscles. I believe the two of you, working together, could actually craft something revolutionary. Then he clapped once, the sharp sound echoing across the quiet chamber. And as always, if you encounter any obstacle, come straight to me. You know my door is always open. For a brief moment, Shaddad said nothing. His eyes trembled slightly, moisture gathering within them before a thin sheen of tears coated the edges. Then he stood and bowed deeply, his hands clenched tightly at his sides. Thank you, my master. You have my word, we will not fail your expectations. Robin nodded lightly, a faint smile curving at the corner of his lips. Then he turned toward the exit, his robe flowing with quiet elegance as he walked. There was no doubt left in his mind, Shaddad had pushed himself to the brink during the past 2 months. Without his endless vigilance, remaining awake day and night, channeling the streams of alchemical energy through every cell with perfect precision, Robin's recovery might have taken 10 times longer. Even then, the results could never have reached complete absorption. Now, every drop of energy, every trace of refined essence had been perfectly integrated. The armament baths were an ingenious creation, but they were still far from perfect. Too costly, too volatile, too inefficient for widespread use. Creak! Robin's fingers brushed across the polished handle before he turned it. He opened the heavy door and stepped forward, the soft sound of his footsteps echoing in the long corridor beyond. His thoughts were already running ahead of him, calculating what tasks awaited him today, the reports he had to review, the people he needed to meet. A faint frown touched his face as he flexed his aching fingers. He could already feel the soreness creeping back into his arms and legs. His body would remain sluggish and sore for days, perhaps even months, before it adapted completely to its new density. Then, bam! The calm silence shattered like glass. In an instant, a thunderous explosion of noise tore through the air. Robin froze as the tranquil world around him warped, the hum of energy and vibration striking his newly enhanced senses all at once. The flood of sound assaulted his ears, so powerful that it felt like his skull might split open. His heightened hearing had multiplied several times over. Even the faintest echoes became deafening roars. Instinctively, he raised his hand and pressed it over his ear. Ugh! But the disorientation lasted only a moment. His breathing steadied. He forced his focus back into clarity, lowering his hand and scanning his surroundings. What in the world? Bam! Bam! Boom! He stepped forward, his sharp gaze piercing through the haze, and what he saw beyond the doorway made him halt completely. The once orderly academy courtyard, the very place meant for controlled training and demonstrations, had become a vision of pure chaos. The stone floor was cracked and smoking. Runic barriers flickered violently as waves of energy collided against them. The stands surrounding the field looked more like the remnants of a battlefield. Bodies lay everywhere, twisted and broken, as blood pooled beneath the shattered steps. Students were being hurled through the air like rag dolls, their screams merging into the roar of battle. Weapons clashed, spells detonated, and dust rolled in thick waves. The metallic tang of blood filled the air. With one sweeping glance, Robin's mind registered 7 epicenters of combat, 7 wild whirlpools of motion where groups of students were desperately attacking a small number of unseen foes. Hundreds surrounded those points, fighting with every ounce of strength they could muster, yet, despite their numbers, every few seconds another group was sent flying backward, crashing into walls like discarded sacks. The soul creatures that usually filled the academy halls by the thousands were also present, but they were faring no better. There were more of them than students, yet none could make a difference. With every heartbeat, another cluster of them was torn apart and erased from existence, their cries dissolving into white mist. The scene was absolute pandemonium, violence layered upon violence, confusion thick enough to choke the air itself. Ah! From the side. Someone help from the side. PFFFFFT. Damn it, his body's too hard, our blades won't pierce him. We need to. Thwack! Help! Somebody, please, help! The shouts and explosions blended together into a wall of chaos as Robin stood at the edge of the corridor, the golden glow in his eyes sharpening. Whatever was happening here, it wasn't a mere training accident. It was war breaking loose inside the academy itself. Chapter 1728. Bam! Bam! A great number of those soul creatures had a faintly glowing, pulsing core in the center of their chests. These were the force propulsion sigils designed by the substitute teacher and personally taught to them. And yet, despite their brilliance, each of those soul creatures lasted no longer than a heartbeat or two before being completely shattered into soul fragments. Their masters were thrown back like broken dolls, their bodies smashing against the walls, hanging upside down from the stands in a most humiliating fashion. Robin turned sharply toward the professor's platform, and what he saw there made his brows twitch in disbelief. Morgana was sitting calmly, her small mouth slightly open, her trembling eyes filled with confusion and panic. Her heart was clearly pounding. She had not expected things to spiral this far out of control. She was uneasy, perhaps even frightened, but she was not doing anything to stop it. Robin almost yelled at her to move, to do something. That girl did not even seem to notice that he had stepped out of the chamber and shattered the sound barrier she had set around it. Then he saw a shadow sitting beside her. It was Jabba. He was munching on snacks, grinning from ear to ear, his eyes wide open as if he did not want to miss a single second of the chaos unfolding before him. That boy, Robin muttered under his breath, pressing his hand against his forehead. He had just stepped out of an exhausting recovery process only to walk straight into a circus. And they were not the only ones treating this like entertainment. The academy's main gate and every window around the building were crowded with spectators. Hundreds, no, thousands of them had gathered, drawn by the sound of destruction echoing throughout the halls. The only thing that calmed Robin's rage slightly was that every student seemed to have nothing more than a few bruises or minor fractures. It was clearly a training match, though one that had gone way beyond the acceptable limit. Had this been a real battle, all of them would have been corpses by now. Still, the situation was unbearable. Robin clenched his fists, ready to unleash his own soul creatures to drive out the mob. But then, whoosh, 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 a loud voice roared from within the chaos. You don't deserve to sit within the halls of Professor Robin. Only those who have earned his respect and carry his teachings have the right to stand here. Get out. The voice came from one of the 7 battle clusters, and within it, several massive blue dragons emerged. Their bodies were semi-translucent and gelatinous, their size stretching dozens of meters across. Each dragon fought independently, spewing toxic fumes, raining down needle-like venom, or releasing slick, gelatinous traps from beneath their enemies' feet that detonated a moment later in dazzling explosions. They moved with frightening intelligence, as if each had a mind and will of its own, holding their ground against dozens of students simultaneously without faltering. And there were not one or two of them, there were 10. Robin recognized them instantly and shouted, "Mirina!" The girl at the center of the storm froze, her eyes widening. That voice, that firm, commanding voice, it felt like it came straight from the heavens. The professor's voice, she gasped. Boom! All 10 colossal dragons turned instantly, roaring in unison as they blasted away the students around them, clearing a massive path through the crowd. Dust and wind swirled violently as they bowed their heads slightly, revealing a young man with short hair and a faint beard, standing proudly at the end of the corridor, calm, powerful, unshaken. Ah! Myrina's eyes filled with tears. She fell to one knee and shouted, her voice echoing across the battlefield, "I greet Professor Robin Burton." Bang! 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 One after another, the battle clusters across the arena erupted. 6 more students revealed themselves, each kneeling in unison and shouting at the top of their lungs, "We greet Professor Robin Burton." Cough, cough. That's the real Professor Robin. Damn. The thousands of wounded students turned toward him with awe and disbelief. Those still standing felt something between jealousy and reverence crawl through their veins, forcing them to take an involuntary step back. Even though the 7 kneeling students had dropped their defenses entirely, not a single person dared attack them now. If the students were monsters, then what in the world was their teacher? "Why, Your Majesty?" Morgana's voice trembled slightly as she stood, her expression still carrying the faint shock of everything that had just unfolded before her eyes. It took her a moment to gather herself before she bowed respectfully, her tone careful, almost reverent. "I sincerely hope that the training session proved beneficial to you, my lord." The crowd erupted in waves of disbelief. Every student, instructor, and spectator who had gathered began to exchange stunned, incredulous glances, and soon those glances turned into sharp stares of envy and confusion. "Your Majesty," the substitute instructor, bowing her head to someone she should be commanding? What kind of authority did that man have? Robin's eyes narrowed, his calm voice now edged with authority as it cut through the heavy air. "Morgana, what exactly is happening here?" His tone carried a hint of irritation, cold and commanding. "Why are all these rabble swarming my students like this?" Rabble, thousands of students cried out at once. Their combined voices shook the air like thunder, but it was short-lived. The pain of their bruises, the sting of their burns, and the exhaustion from battle made many flinch and stumble back into silence. Robin looked across the battered faces. These were not just strangers. Even though he had never formally accepted them as his disciples, they were still connected to him by name and legacy. Since when did others dare to treat his students with such insolence? Myrina's lips trembled as her eyes filled with tears, and the 6 behind her shared the same look, relief, pride, and devotion lighting their faces. She took a hesitant step forward, her voice soft but clear. "Professor," she began, her words quick and pleading. The instructor merely arranged a few light duels between the new and senior students. "She only wanted to compare our strength. Please, don't be too harsh on her." "I see." Robin's voice lost its edge, turning calm again. He waved his hand lightly, as though brushing away the tension. "All right then. Everyone step down from where you are and stop this nonsense at once. I'd rather not have those kids organizing another protest against me." "Haha, I knew it the moment I saw those techniques." Jabba burst into laughter, tossing aside the handful of roasted seeds he had been munching on. He strutted toward Robin, grinning ear to ear. "Master, you must teach me someday how to forge such magnificent creations. They're like art in motion." "Heh, you wouldn't understand even if I did teach you," Robin replied, smiling faintly while buttoning the cuffs of his robe. "My focus has always been on the laws themselves, from the very first day I began my path. You, on the other hand, have always preferred shortcuts and improvisation." "Your master." Vanir's voice came low and skeptical as he landed nearby, slowing his descent. His brows furrowed, his sharp eyes moving from Robin to Jabba. "Professor, this boy here is your official disciple." The 6 other elite students shifted uncomfortably, glancing toward Jabba with clear envy in their eyes, but also disbelief. They scanned him from head to toe, searching for any trace of extraordinary aura or divine energy, but there was none. He looked ordinary, too ordinary. The professor had refused them all before, claiming he would take no more disciples. He had stated publicly that only 2 people had ever received his direct tutelage, one had ascended to become a truth chosen, and the other had become a planetary general commanding entire worlds. And now, this boy was the 3rd. Had he rejected them only to take in this smiling fool? Humph. Thousands of students across the courtyard shared the same thought, the same smirk. They crossed their arms, whispering among themselves, their mocking gazes sharp as blades. Now this one looked like the kind of disciple a pretender professor would choose. And those 7 kneeling students beside him? What a joke. He, Professor Robin, a mocking voice rang from the crowd. Sure, we believe that one is your disciple. But who exactly are those 7? "They're probably mercenaries he paid to act strong for him," another jeered, "just to save face and get back at us for the protest. All of this because we forced him to keep the substitute instructor? What a petty old man. Get out of the academy. Take your pet student with you. Down with Robin Burton. Down with Robin Burton." The chants swelled like thunder, rolling through the halls and echoing in the rafters. Morgana, finally snapping under the wave of insolence, clenched her fists and shouted furiously, "You insolent, blind fools, don't you see who?" Bam, bam, the floor trembled. Deep, rhythmic thuds shook the entire corridor as if a colossal beast was walking toward them. The door behind Robin creaked open with a loud groan, and from the shadowed doorway emerged a familiar voice. Master! Shaddad's head appeared, his hair still damp, eyes heavy with exhaustion. What's with all the noise? It sounds like a battlefield out here. Chapter 1729. Master, what are those noises? Shaddad pushed his massive head through the doorway, his heavy footsteps echoing as his gaze swept across what looked like a battlefield. What in the hell is going on here? Did he just say, Master? That's Professor Shaddad, right? Or is it someone else from his kind? It's him, definitely him. Can't you feel his aura? Clamor, clamor. Robin looked around, clearly irritated, and then clapped his hands twice. Get out of here and take this noise somewhere else. I don't want to see anyone here. What did you just say? You. A soft yet pure burst of soul force suddenly erupted from the direction of the professor's chair. Everyone, despite themselves, found their attention drawn there, to the substitute instructor who was forcing a calm smile while motioning toward the door. Please, my students, she said gently, leave now and tend to your wounds. His Majesty no longer wishes to be disturbed. We will continue the lecture next week. Understood, teacher. Step, step, step. Nearly 6,000 students, some limping, some being carried by their peers, slowly exited the hall. Every single one of them took one last lingering glance, first at Robin, then at the 7 students who had crushed their classmates, and finally at the substitute instructor and Professor Shaddad, both standing there like enigmas in a storm of disbelief, before they finally left. Bam! As the last student stepped out, the door slammed shut with such force that everyone inside thought it had exploded. Yet even with that, neither the students nor the onlookers outside dispersed immediately. What's even happening right now? Why did Professor Shaddad call Professor Robin Master? And Miss Morgana, she called him His Majesty. What is going on? Professor Shaddad is a truth chosen, the strongest instructor in physical might. And Professor Morgana, she's a royal soul lady, the best instructor in soul arts and enchantments in the entire academy, no, in the entire sector. And what about those 7? Aren't they mercenaries? They're not. I know each and every one of them. Could it be that the man we thought was a failure is actually a real professor? Tisk, what a headache. Robin scratched his head in mild irritation before glancing toward Morgana. Girl, I nearly lost my mind when I saw 27 people in the lecture hall the first time. How do you even handle thousands? Usually, this many don't gather in a single session, Morgana sighed, brushing a few strands of her silvery hair behind her ear as she approached him. But today was different. They came because I stopped teaching for over 5 years. Her voice carried the weight of exhaustion and quiet pride. As she drew closer, her confidence wavered for a brief second, her eyes darting toward the 7 students. Each one of them was a monster in human form, a one-man army. But why did you choose today to hold a lecture? Robin frowned slightly. Didn't I tell you to focus on preparing for the second star? This is exactly. He suddenly froze mid-sentence, eyebrows lifting in surprise as he sensed something different. Wait, girl, did you already break through? You've got sharp eyes, Your Majesty. Morgana's lips curved into a soft smile as she nodded proudly. Yes, I've compressed the second royal star. Robin blinked a few times, then broke into a grin that carried genuine satisfaction. Excellent, truly excellent. She really was a genius. Even with the new technique, he hadn't expected her to succeed this fast. He thought she would need at least a year to fully adapt to her new soul domain and master the flow of her technique. Congratulations, Sister Morgana. Jabba clapped his hands twice, grinning from ear to ear, his voice filled with warmth and admiration that echoed softly through the now empty lecture hall. Haha, congratulations, Sister Morgana. Truly, congratulations from the bottom of my heart. Shaddad finally stepped fully out of the doorway, his broad frame blocking part of the corridor behind him as he reached out and clasped Morgana's hand with exaggerated enthusiasm. You're now the Academy's first soul instructor, not just by results, but by level, by recognition, by sheer mastery itself. You've done what few could ever dream of doing. Thank you, Professor Shaddad. Morgana tried to remain composed, her voice steady even as his handshake rattled her arm. Despite the forceful grasp, she managed to maintain the dignified air befitting a top instructor of souls. Professor? What's this professor nonsense? Shaddad blinked, his eyes opening wider and wider until they almost bulged. Come on now, we serve the same master, the same great truth. There's no need for such stiff titles between us. Call me Brother Shaddad. There's really no need for that. Morgana withdrew her hand at once, brushing off invisible fur that had clung to her sleeve. The very thought of calling that massive, fur-covered oaf brother made her skin crawl. I won't let you go until you drop the formalities and say it properly. Shaddad took a step forward, his booming voice echoing across the marble hall. Brother Shaddad. To finally get rid of him, Morgana swallowed her pride, and a lump in her throat, before forcing the words out. She immediately turned toward Robin to change the subject. Your Majesty, are those 7 over there truly your students? Indeed, Robin nodded slowly, a faint, composed smile curling across his lips as he turned toward the group. As long as they followed my instructions exactly as given, then yes, they are students of Professor Robin Burton. Thud. 7 knees struck the polished floor in perfect unison, the sound reverberating like thunder through the hall. Thank you for acknowledging us, Professor, they said together, their voices trembling with a mix of pride and emotion. Stand up, Robin gestured with calm authority. I am only your instructor within the Academy's walls. There's no need to kneel before me. Professor, Myrna whispered as she rose, her eyes glistening with moisture. But you've never asked anything from us, not a single favor or demand. We didn't pay you anything for you to be just an instructor. Professor, Vanir spoke up, his voice shaking with restrained emotion. We did everything you told us to do. We spent decades in war zones and roamed the lands of beasts to master the legendary techniques you bestowed upon us. We've hunted down criminals steeped in dark karma, brought peace to cities, saved the helpless, rebuilt homes. We've tried to live by every word you gave us. He took another step forward, fists clenched. So, can't you take us as your true disciples? Robin's expression darkened. I believe we settled that the day I entrusted those techniques to you, he said firmly, his tone leaving no room for argument. Only the 7 of you have the right to say that you were once students of Professor Robin Burton. That title alone is more than enough. Our bond does not extend beyond those boundaries. Jabba stood silently at the back, watching every exchange unfold like an outsider to something sacred. He had seen their entire battle earlier, the skill, the coordination, the willpower. And now, watching them kneel before his master, he couldn't shake the thought, in terms of strength and combat instinct, he might not actually surpass any of them. Was it luck that he had met the master early in his life, when the man's expectations were still low? Or had fate simply smiled on him once and never again? Professor! The 7 murmured in unison, eyes filled with a swirling storm of emotion, pleading, regret, pride, and even a quiet defiance. Enough of that. Robin waved his hand several times, his expression softening only slightly. Tell me, what brings you here today? I'm sorry, but I won't be giving any lessons. My schedule has been impossibly tight lately. Professor. Myrna exhaled softly, realizing there was no changing his mind. She forced herself to move on. We've been searching for you for over a century now. No, perhaps it's more accurate to say that our families have been searching for you all that time. Robin arched a brow, recalling the conversation with the gate guards upon his arrival. So that was you. His gaze swept slowly across the 7, reading each face one by one. Very well. I'm here now. What is it you seek from me? The 7 exchanged uneasy glances before Vanir finally stepped forward once more. Professor, may we summon our family representatives first? They've all been waiting for you in the Academy's reception hall. Or, if you prefer, we can bring them here directly to meet you in person. Robin's eyes lingered on the 6 standing behind Vanir. He saw hesitation in some, worry in others, and deep conflict in all. Finally, he sighed quietly and nodded. Very well, he said, waving a hand. Invite them to come. Chapter 1730. A few minutes later. Robin leaned back lazily in his chair, both legs resting comfortably atop the polished professor's desk. His head tilted backward, eyes closed, his breathing slow and steady. For the first time in weeks, he looked completely at peace. It was as if the weight of the last 2 grueling months had finally begun to melt away from his shoulders. And yet, even that calm was not quite enough to loosen the stiffness coiled deep within him. Is this spot good, Your Majesty? Morgana's voice came as a tender whisper near his ear. She stood behind him, her soft hands working in smooth, circular motions across his shoulders, careful yet deliberate. Her touch carried warmth, the kind that seemed to reach beneath the skin, easing tension with almost magical precision. A little higher, yes, right there. Robin's once furrowed brows relaxed, the corners of his lips curving into a faint, content smile. Perfect. Morgana continued her gentle massage, her fingers pressing along the edges of his neck with quiet focus. A subtle smile lingered on her face, calm and professional, but behind it, her mind buzzed with curiosity. After a brief hesitation, she finally spoke, her tone soft but probing. Your Majesty, forgive my question, but how did those boys grow so strong so quickly? That was not the strength of mere academy students, they fought like seasoned marshals commanding entire divisions in a true empire. Her brows knitted slightly as she thought aloud. And it was not just their individual power that caught my attention. Their coordination was remarkable, every movement connected like clockwork. Each of them covered the others perfectly, supporting all 6 companions through the entire fight. That's how they endured as long as they did. I merely offered them ways to refine their bloodlines, Robin replied calmly, still not opening his eyes. His voice was steady, almost casual, as though what he described were nothing of consequence. Some methods involved external injections, others were techniques to awaken potential through disciplined training and repetition. Nothing extraordinary. He let out a quiet breath. After that, I sent them beyond the Academy's walls. I told them not to return for several decades, to fight, to live, to survive. Judging by how they've grown, it seems they took on missions together, forged bonds through hardship. That shared struggle must have deepened their coordination to such a refined level. Master, Jabba's low, gravelly voice came from the miniature combat arena that separated the professor's desk from the student seats. His tone was light but carried a strange undertone of bitterness. So, while I was sealed away in slumber, you came back here to relive the thrill of teaching again? I didn't expect that from you. A faint chuckle escaped him, but beneath it hid something sorrowful. The existence of those 7 students was proof that Robin had not been too affected by what happened between them, proof that he could still give away precious techniques and sacred methods again, without hesitation, without forging any real bond in the process. There's nothing worth reliving about dealing with reckless, ignorant brats, Robin said with a dry laugh. I was never cut out to be a teacher, unfortunately. But their motivation, that was admirable. I gave them something to hold on to, a direction to grow toward. The fact that they managed to find and draw out the treasure I pointed them to, that achievement belongs to them, not me. They're good kids, all things considered. Master, Shaddad interjected suddenly, his massive frame turning slightly toward the door. His thick brows lifted in curiosity. What do you think those children's families want from you, exactly? A short while ago, the 7 had gone to complete the procedures that would allow their families to enter the academy's restricted grounds. Of course, things would have been far simpler if Robin had gone to meet them himself, but that thought never once crossed his mind. And, perhaps out of respect or fear, none of the students dared to suggest it. Maybe they just want to thank me, Robin said with a faint, sarcastic grin, his tone half playful, half distant. Master, come now, Shaddad replied, shaking his head with a deep rumble of laughter. You and I both know better. Do you really think they would spend decades searching for you across worlds and realms just to offer their gratitude? Please. I can already smell their rotten greed from here. They can't do anything reckless inside the academy, Morgana said sharply, her voice laced with authority. Her hands had stopped moving, now resting on Robin's shoulders as she frowned deeply. If they even think of trying something foolish, they'll all be detained in seconds. The academy's enforcement divisions won't hesitate. There's no need to assume the worst before we see the truth, Robin murmured softly, his tone calm and measured. He raised a hand slightly, motioning for silence. We'll know everything soon enough. Then, slowly, an amused smile curved across his lips. They're here. Knock, knock, creak. 2 polite knocks echoed through the room, followed by the low sound of the heavy wooden door opening. Pardon the intrusion, came a formal voice from the hall. Then step, 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 a procession of figures began to enter the room one by one, their footsteps echoing faintly on the marble floor as the air in the study grew noticeably heavier. It was not only the 7 students accompanied by their fathers or mothers. Suddenly, large groups began entering the hall, waves of people pouring in one after another, enough to make Shaddad and Morgana exchange surprised glances. To obtain permission to enter the academy grounds, each visitor had to pay tens of thousands of pearls, the exact amount depending on their training rank. The reason was simple: the presence of Nexus State individuals within the premises meant that academy guardians or designated overseers had to remain on standby in case someone attacked a student. Because of that, it was incredibly rare to see anyone entering apart from students themselves, and rarer still to witness such large crowds gathering like this. Take the young man Voda, for example. He entered with 7 companions, a mix of elders and venerable figures whose steps carried the weight of experience. Miraina, too, arrived with her father, mother, and 8 elderly masters whose robes fluttered with faint spiritual energy. The others came in similar numbers, each accompanied by their own retinues. Only Vanir stood apart, walking in with a single person at his side. Once inside, they all stopped near the entrance, glancing around curiously as if uncertain. Everyone who laid eyes on Robin, the human reclining lazily with his head tilted back, while an enchanting woman gently massaged his shoulders, froze in place for a moment. Their gazes would shift toward one of the 7 students, as though to confirm something, before they exhaled sharply and moved deeper into the hall. I greet Professor Robin. Only one man among them paused to speak, Myrina's father, who placed his hand over his heart in a brief but respectful gesture before stepping inside. Welcome, honored guests, Robin said with an easy smile. Though his eyes remained closed, he was perfectly aware of every movement, every breath in the room. Please, have a seat in the stands. They might still be a little bloody because of your children's deeds earlier. Please, this way. The 7 young students smiled awkwardly, then hurried to guide their families toward the cleanest seats they could find. As expected, each family chose to sit apart from the others, maintaining distance. Professor Robin. A deep, resonant voice suddenly shook the hall's stillness. Have we arrived at an inconvenient time? Robin opened his eyes just a fraction, his calm gaze falling upon the speaker, a massive man seated beside Vanir, sharing a faint resemblance with him. Robin slowly studied the man from head to toe, a faint glimmer flickered in his eyes before he closed them once again. Yes, he replied evenly. It's inconvenient. Say what you came to say, quickly. You. The large man slammed his hand on the table, his voice booming with indignation. He had been mocking Robin moments earlier for keeping one leg propped lazily on his desk in their presence. Do you even realize who sits before you? Vanir tugged gently at his father's sleeve, urging him to sit down. The other 6 families exchanged uncertain looks. None of them had expected such a blunt, almost dismissive reception from Professor Robin. Even if he was a Star Academy instructor, even if he was a prodigy, there were limits to casual arrogance, weren't there? You're people who want something from me, and that's all there is to it. Robin exhaled slowly, then gestured toward his ear. And here too, Morgana. Yes, master. Morgana smiled softly and began massaging his ear with delicate precision. Robin opened one eye halfway, letting his gaze drift across the gathered guests. His tone was calm, yet carried the weight of quiet authority. So then, he said, voice smooth but firm, how may I assist you all today? Chapter 1731. So then, how may I assist you today? Robin spread his hands slowly, his tone smooth and unhurried, before intertwining his fingers again and resting them gently over his abdomen. A small, knowing smile lingered on his face, one that carried both amusement and fatigue. I have been told you have been searching for me for, what, a few decades now. To speak frankly, Professor Robin, without unnecessary courtesies or evasions, came a frail voice from the far left side of the gathering. It belonged to an elderly man, his back slightly hunched, eyes cloudy yet sharp, voice trembling as though each word cost him effort. We wish to make a transaction concerning the techniques you bestowed upon our children. Oh. Robin arched an eyebrow slightly, his expression calm but his eyes glinting with a faint, unreadable curiosity. And what about them? Professor Robin, said another man, older but more composed, his face narrow and elongated, adorned by a short beard and a pair of small, curved horns upon his forehead, thanks to your guidance, our sons and daughters have experienced transformations beyond all precedent. Their talents, their power, everything has advanced at a pace that defies reason. Each of them has now become the undisputed heir of their family line, and among the most formidable of their generation within the entire sector. Yet whenever we inquire about the origin of their sudden growth, they mention only your name, and only after intense pressure, and refuse to reveal a single further detail. Please, Professor, one of the students seated beside the horned elder spoke quickly, his voice nervous yet earnest. None of us ever meant to disturb or offend you. We merely wanted our families to understand, but they insisted on meeting you themselves. Good children, Robin's tone softened, and he nodded approvingly a few times, clearly entertained. They have reached such strength because they had solid foundations and relentless willpower. If I had given the same methods to some random wanderer in the streets, they would not have achieved even a fraction of what your children did. That is their own merit. So you admit, then, that you really gave them something that empowered them, a woman suddenly burst out. She was middle-aged, elegant yet fierce, with a crown of iridescent feathers growing from the center of her head. Rising abruptly, she pointed at Robin, her feathers trembling slightly as if reflecting her anger or perhaps her disbelief. Robin nearly chuckled, low and calm, resting his chin on his hand. And when, he asked, amusement glinting in his eyes, did I ever say I did not? He leaned back further into his chair, crossing one leg over the other in complete ease. Why, he said proudly, would I ever credit someone else for my own work? His grin widened, smug and fearless, his tone dripping with self-satisfaction. But just for a heartbeat, a flicker of irritation shadowed his face as a thought crossed his mind. Damn it, I really need to get rid of this ridiculous Lord Human title soon. Until I do, I cannot even boast freely about my own genius. The woman froze, speechless. Slowly, she sat down again, her confidence fading as silence spread across the hall. No one seemed to know what to say next. The rest of the nobles exchanged confused, even uneasy glances. This was not the reaction they had anticipated. They had expected anger, perhaps denial, a claim that the techniques were property of the academy, or that he had merely overseen their training. Something safe, polite, diplomatic. But instead, this man simply owned it, without hesitation, without fear, without shame. Excellent. The massive man sitting beside Vanir slammed a thick palm on his thigh, the sound echoing through the chamber like a drumbeat. Enough beating around the bush, then. Let us not waste anyone's time. We are here for business. He straightened his back, his enormous frame towering even while seated. We wish to purchase those techniques, so they can be distributed throughout our entire empire. Then, thumping his chest with a fist, he declared proudly, we, of the Eternal Turtle Empire, are offering 30 million pearls. Oh. Robin tilted his head lazily, eyeing the man with mild amusement. Do you not already have them? And yet you still came all this way to buy them? He chuckled softly. That almost makes me feel flattered. What do you mean, Professor Robin? Asked another voice, a man with a sharp jawline, skin of pale green, and calculating eyes that gleamed under the hall's faint light. Did you not make the students swear an oath not to reveal the techniques? No, Robin said simply, his smile unwavering. I never asked them to swear anything. The silence that followed was deafening. Every single person in the hall froze, brows furrowing in disbelief. The atmosphere thickened, the sound of breathing, shuffling, and even the faint hum of the lighting became unbearably loud in the stillness. Shaddad, Jabba, and Morgana all exchanged a collective look of horror. For a split second, all three had the same impulse, to rush forward and shut him up. Did not their master understand what kind of storm he had just unleashed with that single, careless line? Meanwhile, the gathered nobles turned toward their sons and daughters with dawning suspicion. Confusion and anger started to bubble to the surface. Almost at once, voices rose in overlapping chaos, questions sharp and urgent, demanding explanations. What is the meaning of this? Did you not tell me you could not say anything? Were you lying to your own family? Why hide it all this time, if there was no oath? The students shrank under the weight of their parents' stares, and amid that growing tension, Robin merely leaned back further in his chair, the same faint, devilish smile curling at his lips, utterly unbothered by the storm he had just created. Crick! Morgana pressed down on Robin's shoulder until it gave a sharp pop, as if she intended to rip the bone right out of its socket, and just as she expected, everything unfolded perfectly. They had all come here for one reason, to pressure Robin into handing over those legendary techniques, the very ones that had allowed 7 of his students to utterly defeat 6,000 of the Academy's elite. But now, after Robin's line, even with all the gold and influence in the room, they did not even need to purchase anything. Still, the students' replies had all been strikingly similar, defiant yet respectful. The professor told us those techniques are for us alone. I would not dare hand them over without his permission. Robin nodded several times, a faint but growing smile curving on his lips. You. One of the students' fathers clenched his fists, barely restraining himself from striking the young man. He took a long breath, forcing his anger down, and turned toward the stage. It does not matter. We are here now. His gaze locked onto Robin's. So, thank you for creating and gifting them to our children. But we still wish to purchase the full set from you at the price offered by Brother Grainjack. Your brother Grainjack. Robin raised his hand lazily and pointed toward the bulky figure beside Fanir. You mean that one over there? The 30 million pearls. The massive figure scowled, clearly irritated. The way Robin spoke, so casually, so utterly lacking in deference, made several nobles shift uncomfortably. But instead of responding, Grainjack turned his glare toward Vanir, his stare so harsh it made the young man shudder involuntarily. The offer of Brother Grainjack, heir of the Eternal Turtle Empire, is not bad at all, one of the attendees explained quickly, trying to ease the tension. If you accept 30 million from each of us, that would make a total of 210 million pearls, a sum comparable to the treasury of a multiplanetary empire. He smiled broadly. What do you say, Professor? Heh, Robin let out a short, amused laugh. 30 million pearls, the same price as your children's education here at the academy. In fact, that number might even double if they were to take private lessons from renowned professors, would it not? His eyes swept across the hall. And yet, you want to obtain a technique that can forever change the fate of your 7 bloodlines, one that can either strengthen your lineage beyond imagination or make you no longer needed at all, for the price of a single student's education? Tisk tisk, that is far too stingy. Professor Robin, a stunning woman with a crown of radiant feathers, spoke in a soft, charming voice, her smile as poised as a monarch's. 210 million pearls is not a small figure, even for a professor of the Stellar Academy. Out of all instructors here, perhaps only Professor Burek has managed to reach such wealth after years of selling soul borrowings. Why mention that number again? Robin raised a single brow, his tone faintly teasing. You will only be paying 30 million yourself, a trivial amount for a planetary empire like yours. He shook his head with a sigh. It is not about what I gain in the end. What matters is what you all are willing to offer. What difference does it make who pays what? All that matters is the total you will receive, barked one of the men, a broad-shouldered figure with short, curved horns jutting from his forehead. Robin tilted his head slightly, his amusement fading into a sharp, colder seriousness. What matters, he said slowly, each word deliberate, is respect and acknowledgement. His voice dropped to a calm but powerful tone. If a small kingdom had offered that sum, I would have accepted without question. But those who send their children to a stellar academy are not poor. Raise your offers, make me feel your sincerity, your respect. Otherwise. A faint smirk crossed his lips. I simply will not sell. Chapter 1732. Credibility? Showing respect. The massive man beside Vanir narrowed his heavy, stone-like brows, his deep voice echoing across the room. And how much, exactly, does that cost, Professor? Indeed, Professor Burton, said the short-horned noble, his tone calm but firm. Your logic is sound. Yet without a defined price, we cannot advance this discussion. He leaned forward slightly, hands clasped. Why do you not name your price first, and then we will negotiate accordingly? Robin sighed faintly, leaning back in his chair as if weighing invisible scales. That does sound somewhat reasonable, he admitted, but how would I ever determine the value of your possessions, or your so-called fortunes? His lips curved faintly before he snapped his fingers, and a light hum of energy rippled through the air. Morgana, he said, his tone soft but commanding, bring me the communication ring connected to Harper. As you wish, your majesty. With a motion smooth as water, Morgana extended her hand, and a shimmering silver ring appeared, gleaming faintly with runic light before settling upon Robin's palm. Then, as though resuming a sacred ritual, she returned and began to gently knead his shoulder with a serene smile. It was not that someone like Robin needed a massage. His physique was beyond things like this. Even if he remained motionless for 1,000 years, not a single fiber of his muscle would tighten. But it was a symbol, a quiet offering, a personal devotion from the woman whose life he had saved. Something more emotional than physical. Harper, Robin said aloud as he poured a faint trace of his soul sense into the ring, his voice calm and yet filled with authority that silenced the hall. Put on something decent and come to the Academy's central hall. I need you here immediately. The ring pulsed softly with energy. The gathered nobles glanced at each other, whispers spreading like wind across dry leaves. Who was this Harper? And why did Robin summon him as though calling a courtier rather than a student in a respectable academy? After a brief pause, Robin examined the ring, weaving his will through it before replicating the soul imprint belonging to the Academy's shadow sword guardian, Harper himself. Once done, he handed the ring back to Morgana. He will be here within seconds, Robin said with a pleasant smile. We can continue our little talk once he arrives. Then, resting both hands lightly over his stomach, he looked toward the rows of students before him. Now then, tell me, he said, his tone shifting to a teasing curiosity. Why have you been holding yourselves back from breaching into a world cataclysm? For most who entered the academy, it took roughly 1,000 years to complete their studies, and another 1,000 years to gather enough understanding, courage, and foundation to transcend into the realm of world cataclysm. It was the Great Wall of Evolution, one that separated mortals from legends. Crossing it before the age of 1,000 was an achievement so rare that the entire sector would speak of it for centuries. Yet the students remained still, their silence louder than any confession. In truth, one muttered after a long pause, his voice faint as mist, we do not really wish to yet. Breaking through to a world cataclysm would make us lose most of the benefits we gain from you, Professor, another added timidly, wringing his hands. Once we ascend, all the growth you gave us would weaken, maybe vanish entirely. Ha! Robin threw his head back and laughed, his voice booming and warm, almost musical in its mockery. So that is it. You would rather remain eternal prodigies, bright stars in the night, than ordinary adults beneath the sun, is that it? He grinned wide. Well, I suppose that choice deserves some respect. And truthfully, they were not wrong. The techniques he had given them were masterpieces, but their power was bound to their current realm. Once they ascended, the old framework would crumble. For example, Marina had learned an art that allowed her to condense natural energy into living gel, no longer needing to use her own blood. It was elegant and efficient, but it only created a fourth-stage slime. Against the might of a world cataclysm being, it would dissolve like smoke. Then there was Kayla. She had received a method for merging her soul force with her light-based gifts, amplifying her illusionary magic several-fold. In the recent grand battle, she had not even moved. She had simply stood still while her enemies turned their blades on themselves, lost in her illusions. Yet such tricks would be useless before true World Cataclysm beings. Robin's eyes, deep and calm as an ancient sea, swept over the group again. He watched as they avoided his gaze, shame and hesitation plain upon their faces. "But that is not the whole story, is it?" he asked, his tone soft but laced with quiet authority. "Ah, you 7 sly little foxes," Robin said, his grin widening into a sharp smirk. "You are delaying your breakthroughs because you hope to stay in the martial emperor realm long enough to uncover the next stage of my techniques, are you not?" His laughter echoed through the hall like thunder wrapped in velvet. "But alas, if it were truly that easy, your families would not have spent thousands of years failing to unravel what I created in a single afternoon." The 7 lowered their heads completely now, guilt weighing on their shoulders. That was their secret plan. And while Robin had never forbidden it, hearing him expose it so effortlessly made them feel as though they had betrayed his trust. "Professor Burton," spoke the woman with the feathered crown, her voice now sharp, feathers trembling faintly with agitation. "We have not even begun to discuss your offensive tampering with the blood secrets of our noble lines, and yet you stand here mocking us, insulting not only us but our ancestors as well." "Grandmother, the professor did not mean to offend you," the young student beside her panicked, her voice trembling as she tried desperately to defuse the storm gathering in the hall. Her hands clutched at the older woman's sleeve as if afraid the very air might ignite from the tension. "Shush," Robin raised a finger to his lips, silencing the girl before she could speak further. The gesture was effortless, yet it carried an authority that pressed upon everyone present. His gaze, sharp and unwavering, turned toward the older woman, cold, refined, and merciless, like a blade forged in an age when gods still bled. "You should consider it an honor that I deign to spare even a few minutes of my time to examine your tainted bloodline," he said, his voice calm but carrying a resonance that filled the chamber. "That is not something I usually bother doing. You ought to be thanking me, and thanking your grandchildren for their diligence instead of raising your voice in my presence like an unrefined merchant. You." The woman shot to her feet so violently that her feathered crown nearly toppled. Its radiant plumes quivered, and her aura exploded outward like an iridescent flame blazing across the marble floor. The other nobles recoiled slightly, though their outrage soon followed. They turned toward Robin, their faces tightening with visible anger and disbelief. His words had not merely insulted the Empress's widow, they had condemned them all. Tainted blood? The arrogance, the venom hidden in that calm tone, was enough to make even the proudest hearts boil. Murmurs rippled through the gallery like a tide of indignation. "Knock, knock." A composed voice spoke from beyond the heavy double doors. "Professor, I have come as you requested." The sound echoed through the grand hall, cutting through the tension like a blade of order through chaos. Robin's lips curled faintly into that familiar, dangerous smile. "Enter." He gestured with a flick of his wrist, not once looking away from the feather-crowned woman. His gaze remained locked on hers, predatory and cold, like a hawk observing prey that still did not realize it was caught. Step. The great doors opened. A young man stepped inside, framed by the storm of noble glares. He wore the Academy's formal white and violet robes, his every movement radiating discipline and composure. His boots struck the marble with quiet precision. Without hesitation, he crossed the length of the hall, the pressure of 100 judging eyes sliding off him like rain from polished armor. Stopping beside Robin, he bowed slightly. "How may I assist you, Professor?" Jabba, Shaddad, and Morgana exchanged startled glances of recognition. None of them needed confirmation. This was Harper, the Academy's shadow sword. "Yes," Robin said, nodding slowly, as if the pieces of a puzzle were falling neatly into place. "I just need a bit of information. Nothing major." He raised a hand lazily and pointed toward the woman among the nobles. "Who is she, and what is the extent of her wealth?" The woman's fury reignited like oil to a flame. "Once again you attempt to belittle me, you insolent," she spat, pointing at him with trembling outrage. "Do you think a mere student would know who I am? Do you imagine that?" "This lady," Harper interrupted smoothly, his tone factual yet cutting, "is the widow of the late founder of the Peacock of the Hundredfold Solitude Empire." His voice carried no hesitation, only sharp precision. "Their bloodline descends from the 6-colored peacock beast king, who was slain and drained of his blood essence after reaching the high-level Nexus state. The lady herself has reached the pinnacle of that heritage, a high-level Nexus state cultivator, capable of manifesting 6 feathers and wielding chromatic flame." A faint murmur spread through the audience as Harper continued, his tone never wavering. "The Peacock of the Hundredfold Solitude Empire currently governs 135 planets and has maintained dominion for approximately 3 million years. Their total accumulated wealth is estimated at 880 million pearls, with 27 pieces of planetary-grade equipment spanning multiple tiers. Their political influence extends across 3 major parts of the southern nebula regions." "You." The Empress's widow froze mid-breath, her mouth opening slightly in disbelief. The hand that had been pointed at Robin now trembled as it shifted toward Harper, her voice faltering. The precision of his words pierced her composure like a dagger. He had recited their empire's guarded secrets as if reading them from an open ledger. Even her granddaughter and the entire noble delegation rose from their seats in alarm, their faces paling, eyes wide with shock and quiet killing intent. To them, it was as if Harper had walked straight out of their vaults, seen every seal, every ledger, and left untouched, but knowing all. Robin hummed lightly, tapping a finger against his armrest. "No wonder you like to raise your voice." His tone was deceptively calm, his smile faint yet venomous. "You have got quite the treasury backing you. That explains the noise." Then, with a single sharp clap that echoed like a judge's verdict, he declared, "For the technique I bestowed upon your granddaughter, I will be taking 400 million pearls, 10 planetary weapons, and 35 planets. You may keep 100, so your empire can still pretend to be called a centennial one." The nobles gasped audibly. The Empress's widow's face twisted between disbelief and terror. Harper inclined his head slightly beside him, the faintest trace of amusement curling his lips. He said softly, "Your heart is kind as always, Professor." Chapter 1733. The founder's widow stared at Robin in pure disbelief, her jeweled eyes trembling as if she couldn't quite comprehend what she had just heard. "Did you just say you want 400 million pearls, 10 planetary weapons, and 35 planets?" Her voice wavered between shock and outrage, echoing through the grand marble hall like a note of thunder. "Correct," Robin replied with an almost playful grin, tilting his head slightly as though the number he had just named was nothing extraordinary at all. "And since I have not even reached half of any of those three things," he continued smoothly, "I will be expecting carefully selected planets and exquisitely planetary artifacts." His tone was calm, composed, yet it carried a weight that made even the air feel heavier. "Professor Robin Burton," said the man with antlers shaped like those of a majestic stag, his brows furrowing, "do you not think you are exaggerating? Quite a lot." He crossed his arms, his presence attempting to impose authority, though it faltered slightly beneath Robin's unreadable gaze. "Not in the slightest," Robin answered, his voice steady as still water. "The techniques I bestowed upon your children are capable of creating invincible armies, forces that can rewrite the balance of planetary wars. Refine them over a few tens of thousands of years, and they will evolve further, strong enough to bolster even your world cataclysms, perhaps even enhance your nexus states themselves." His golden eyes drifted slowly across the hall, surveying every noble face. "Those techniques are seeds that will grow into salvation for your empires. Seeds that could rewrite your doomed destinies. You all know that, whether you dare to admit it or not." "They are good," said the goat-headed nobleman after a pause, his hoarse voice carrying reluctant respect, "but not that good. We came here with the intent to buy them ourselves, to make a fair offer. But you are pushing your luck too far, Professor Robin. 400 million pearls, 10 planetary weapons, and 35 planets from each of us? That is beyond greed, it is madness." Robin chuckled, a soft, dangerous sound that made the goat-headed noble regret his words the moment they left his mouth. "What are you talking about?" he asked with exaggerated innocence. Then, with a mischievous glint, he turned his head slightly toward Harper. "Harper, who is this man exactly?" "The 13th descendant of the founder of the Akrad Centennial Empire," Harper answered at once, his tone calm but edged with subtle precision. "His dynasty has persisted for 12 million years, ruling over 340 planets. The royal treasury holds approximately 1.9 billion pearls, and the total number of planetary weapons in their possession is 130. The middle-aged staghorned noble slowly rose to his feet, his composed facade shattering, his aura flaring with killing intent that pressed down like a storm. His eyes glimmered like drawn blades, burning with humiliation and wrath. "I will take 1 billion pearls, 60 planetary weapons, and 100 planets from you," Robin said cheerfully, pointing directly at the fuming noble. "See, now what you pay and what the lady over there pays are perfectly equal. That is what we call justice." Harper bowed deeply, his tone reverent but amused. "Your fairness shines upon the world like the very sun itself, Professor." "Professor," the staghorned man's son cried out, his voice almost cracking as he stood, trembling between fear and despair. "Please, Professor, do not make things this difficult for us. This won't end well." "Not for me," Robin replied lightly, closing his eyes with a serene smile that was both arrogant and divine. "I will be perfectly fine. Isn't that right, Harper?" The young shadow sword inclined his head. "No one could ever disturb your composure, Professor." "Ha ha, ha 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 ha." The enormous man standing beside the sweating Vanir suddenly erupted into booming laughter, his voice shaking the pillars of the hall. "This is hilarious. Professors these days, absolutely magnificent. Ha ha ha." He slapped his thigh with a thunderous smack, then rose and began striding toward the exit, his laughter still echoing behind him. "I have seen enough for one day. I came only because my son wouldn't stop singing your praises, not because I had to. And now, even those 30 million pearls we prepared? Forget them. Father, please wait." Vanir scrambled forward, grabbing at his father's arm, his eyes frantic. "That is just how Professor Robin is. Didn't I tell you? You can't take his words at face value. That attitude of his might work on children like you, but not on me," the massive man bellowed, shaking his arm free so violently that Vanir fell hard onto the marble floor. Then he jabbed a thick finger toward Robin. "You had better watch your tone, boy. The world outside these academy walls is vicious, and no man can stay sheltered under a monarch's protection forever." The rest of the nobles began murmuring, exchanging uneasy glances, while the students, loyal to Robin to a fault, were nodding so furiously they looked deranged. And finally, the gathered nobles turned their gazes back toward Robin, eager, curious, and a little afraid, watching to see how he would respond to such open disrespect. "Harper," Robin spoke softly at last. His voice was barely above a whisper, yet it silenced the entire hall. His eyes remained closed, his leg elegantly crossed over the other, one arm resting lazily against the desk. "Who just spoke?" "It is one of the great warring factions struggling for dominance over the Eternal Turtle Empire," Harper began, his tone carrying both weight and bitterness. "Once upon a time, that empire stood as a beacon of stability, a millennial dynasty that endured for more than 20 million years, a civilization whose shell was said to protect entire galaxies beneath its emblem." He paused, letting the weight of his words settle. "But in the past few millennia, that glory has crumbled. No being strong enough has appeared to unify the throne. In that void of power, the empire fractured, and a ruling council was formed to maintain the illusion of unity. Harper shifted his gaze briefly toward Gragnik, his eyes sharp and assessing, before continuing in a heavier tone. At this point, everyone in the higher realms knows the truth. The Eternal Turtle Empire is millennial only by name. Beneath that ancient title, it is nothing more than a shell, hollow and divided. The once indivisible dominion has splintered into several century empires, each ruled by members of the so-called Council of Continuity. And those council members. He paused, lowering his voice. They spend more time plotting each other's assassination than ruling. Each one dreams of erasing the others and becoming the sole ruler. Humph, pointless history, Gragnik growled, his massive arm swinging dismissively through the air. Save your lectures for scholars and fools. He turned toward the exit, scales glinting faintly beneath his robe as his heavy steps echoed across the marble floor. Yet Harper didn't falter. According to the latest Imperial Registry, he said, each word precise, the Eternal Turtle Empire still claims 1,300 planets, maintains 8 billion pearls within its royal treasury, and commands 560 planetary-grade armaments, weapons capable of turning worlds into dust. His eyes slid toward Gragnik, cold and deliberate. And our esteemed Lord Gragnik here monopolizes more than a quarter of that entire wealth by himself. Gragnik froze mid-step. The silence that followed was suffocating. Slowly, the hulking warrior turned, his aura darkening until the air itself seemed to hum with pressure. His killing intent rolled through the hall like thunder. Hey, you, where did you get that information? I dreamed it, Harper replied flatly, his voice cutting through the tension like steel. Groom. A deep vibration shook the floor as black-green scales erupted across Gragnika's arm, spreading all the way to his shoulder. His frame expanded, and a low snarl rumbled from his throat as he took a step forward, each movement heavy enough to crack the tiles beneath his feet. Brother Gragnik. Marina's father finally broke his silence, his voice cracking from panic. He wiped the gelatinous sweat from his forehead and waved his trembling arms frantically. We are inside the academy. His Majesty's decree forbids combat here. What in the heavens do you think you are doing? Indeed, Brother Gragnik, restrain yourself, added the green-skinned man beside him, his brow deeply furrowed. He glanced toward Robin and then back at Gragnik. No one here is worth offending His Majesty over. Think carefully before you act. Good, very good, Gragnik hissed, his scales dissolving as he retracted his power. His grin widened into something feral as he pointed toward Robin and Harper. You had better not leave the academy grounds for the next 1,000 years. Consider that a warning. His gaze shifted downward toward Vanair, who was still sprawled on the floor, pale and trembling. Get up, boy, get up. This place isn't worthy of us. I am pulling you out of this academy right now. No. Vanair's eyes widened in disbelief, his entire body stiffening. He could feel his chance, his dream, slipping away into ruin. The situation was collapsing into the worst possible outcome. Hey, came Robin's calm voice from the side, deep and composed yet laced with quiet power. Before you leave, there is something I would like to say. Humph, Gragnik sneered without even turning his head. What is it now? Have the 30 million pearls suddenly become irresistible to you? Forget them. You will never see a single pearl from me, not even one. Heh, Robin's soft chuckle rippled through the air, sending a faint shiver down the hall. That is not what I was going to say. His expression grew colder, his tone sharp enough to draw every gaze toward him. Listen carefully, all of you, and especially you, Gragnik. Those techniques were created as gifts, as rewards for my students, no one else. You don't have to buy them if you dislike the price. He paused, the faintest smile tugging at his lips. Just remember to thank me for making your children stronger. Then, with deliberate slowness, Robin opened his eyes wide, twin sparks of fierce, glowing light gleaming within them. But let me make one thing absolutely clear, he declared, his voice now echoing with power. Without my approval today, none of those techniques, none, are to leave this academy. Not to a student's younger brother, not to their relatives, not to their armies, not to anyone. Am I understood? Ha ha ha. Gragnika's laughter broke the silence, loud and mocking, filling the chamber with arrogance. Then you should have made them swear sacred oaths that day. But alas, he tilted his head with cruel amusement. Your stupidity was glorious that day, Robin. Stupidity. Robin's voice dropped to a near whisper, yet it carried more weight than thunder. He turned slowly, meeting Gragnika's gaze with a look that froze even the air around them. Do you call hunting stupidity? Chapter 1734. Hunting, you say? A bone-deep, spine-chilling smile slithered across Gragnika's monstrous face, his voice dripping with mockery. Are you seriously trying to wrap your own foolishness in the excuse that you actually meant that? His tone was filled with venomous amusement, as if he could not believe what he had just heard. Robin only exhaled slowly, his expression calm, his tone steady. What can I say? As Harper here pointed out earlier, I am far too kind-hearted for my own good. But at the same time, I have never been the type who enjoys going out of my way to make friends, or enemies. I am the kind of person who prefers those kinds of relationships to find their way to me. He gave a faint, almost self-mocking chuckle. When I found your children to be promising, I decided to give them a chance. But in truth, he lifted his gaze toward the crowd, I was giving you all a chance as well. A chance to see whether any among you are truly worthy of kindness. His voice deepened, the weight behind his words spreading through the room. His eyes, sharp and unreadable, swept across every face present like a silent storm. And a chance to see if any among you are vile enough to deserve punishment. Then, with a light shrug and a faint smile that did not reach his eyes, he added, either way, I win. He turned back toward Gragnik, his gaze piercing. Since you only control a quarter of that ancient, millennial empire of yours, what I require from you is this: 150 planets, 150 planetary-grade artifacts, and 1.5 billion pearls. Ha! Gragnik blinked, then suddenly burst into roaring laughter. Ha 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 ha. He jabbed a thick, clawed finger toward Robin, his laughter echoing through the chamber. Do you all hear this idiot? Do you hear what I am hearing right now? His shoulders shook from the force of his mockery as he turned toward the others in the room. Everyone stared at Robin in stunned disbelief, their brows furrowed and eyes full of confusion. What was going on here? Why was a professor, a supposed mentor, talking to them with such audacity? Even Her Majesty Althera herself would have to show proper respect toward centennial and millennial powers. This is utterly absurd. The woman wearing a crown of gleaming feathers stood from her seat, the movement sharp and decisive. The retainers and warriors behind her immediately followed suit, forming a wall of hostility. Professor Robin, another group spoke up, their leader's voice cold as ice. You had better reconsider your stance before this escalates. Then another delegation stood. It seems we made a grave mistake coming here. Clap. Robin clapped his hands together powerfully, the sound cracking like thunder across the hall. It was an honor to have you all here today, he said with a polite smile. As I mentioned before, you are under no obligation to accept anything. It is merely a matter of offer and demand. These gifts are simply tokens to my students, and the so-called deal we spoke of is nothing more than a small, forgettable side arrangement. His eyes grew colder, though his tone remained gentle. I only ask one thing: since you have refused the offer, do not try to extract information from the children. Should that happen, his lips curled faintly, I will be very sad. Who cares about your sadness, clown? Gragnik roared, veins bulging across his neck. We came all the way here, gave you face, gave you honor. That alone should have been enough for someone like you to grovel in gratitude, and yet you dare demand such insanity. Ah, it seems there has been a little misunderstanding, Robin murmured softly, though his words carried through the entire room like an echo of power. He turned toward the grand gate with slow, deliberate steps, his demeanor suddenly shifting from calm to commanding. My words were not directed at you, but only them. He raised a hand, pointing lazily at Gragnik. They can still make their decisions freely. But your time has already run out. You will have to repay your debt by force. Robin's eyes gleamed as he looked Gragnik up and down. From the moment you entered this place, I could smell it, the stench of one of those creatures you used to strengthen your lineage, on those I personally recommended. A small smirk formed on his face. It seems your blood density has risen by about 0.5%. He tilted his head slightly, eyes narrowing. But that is not all, is it? I can sense the faint presence of other bloodlines, other borrowings merging within your system. Heh, you are desperately trying every method available, are you not? His grin widened dangerously before he turned his gaze toward his student, Vanir. I cannot help but wonder, how did that happen? What? All of the guests turned toward Gragnik in shock. Those techniques, the ones used by the children, were said to be complex and unstable, and yet, could they truly affect a being at the Nexus state? Vanir's entire body stiffened as his eyes began to tremble. He could barely control himself as he turned his head away from his teacher's piercing gaze, his heart pounding so hard it hurt. Inside, he was silently praying for the ground to open up and swallow him alive. Vanir, you. Myrna's voice cracked as she pointed at her teammate, disbelief painted all over her face. I am sorry. Vanir whispered, voice trembling as he stared down at the floor, shame written across his features. Our faction, it has been losing strength lately. I tried to stall, to hold on until we could find the professor, but he, and. Enough. Gragnik's furious bellow tore through the air, echoing across the grand hall like a rolling thunderclap. His arm slashed through the air with such overwhelming force that the pressure alone made several nearby guests flinch. Why must you justify yourself, you pitiful wretch? His voice thundered again, venom dripping from every word. Why are you spilling internal secrets here of all places? You are a disgrace to your bloodline. Then his burning eyes snapped back toward Robin, gleaming like molten metal. Yes, I am using them, what of it? I came here, lowering myself to your little presence, to express gratitude and perhaps strike a deal for my next ascension. But a low-born, ignorant worm like you, he sneered, spitting the words with pure contempt, would not know the value of a single star, even if the heavens themselves fell and placed it in your palm. He jabbed a clawed finger toward Robin, again and again, his rage mounting with every breath. What I cannot obtain with courtesy, I will take with blood and bone. Do not test me, teacher. Do not step beyond those academy walls, or I swear, I will crush you where you stand. Consider that your only warning. Lord Gragnik, this behavior is completely inappropriate, interjected the man with the translucent, jelly-like veins rippling faintly beneath his skin. His tone was firm, but even he could not mask the nervous quiver in his voice. Silence. Gragnik snapped instantly, his tone sharp enough to cut air. What is wrong with this day? Since when does every crawling insect think they can tell me what is proper and what is not? He turned and glared around the assembly, his expression twisted with fury. Even a man who nearly lost his title as a centennial emperor dares to preach to me? Pathetic. You have all forgotten your places. Lord Gragnik, another voice joined in, this time the stag-horned elder, his antlers glimmering faintly under the ambient light. We cannot, and will not, allow you to engage the professor in a unilateral act of aggression. This is an academy of neutral standing. You had better restrain yourself. Gragnik's expression darkened further before slowly twisting into a cruel grin. Restrain myself, he repeated mockingly. When I am done squeezing him dry, he spread his massive arms wide, laughter rumbling deep in his chest. I will sell you all what remains, his knowledge, his secrets, his precious data, at excellent prices. Then, with a wicked smirk, he added, and if any of you manage to catch him before I do, by all means, do the same. Ha ha ha. Then he raised his hand and pointed directly at Robin one last time, his eyes blazing with open hatred. You dare tell me I will pay by force? Then be a man and come out of this academy. Make me pay if you can. Without another glance, he turned sharply, his heavy cloak whipping through the air. We are leaving. With a few thunderous strides, Gragnik and his retinue vanished, their presence dissipating from the edges of the academy grounds like a collapsing storm. I suppose that means we should take our leave as well, murmured the man with the goat-like horns, his tone carrying an air of cold finality. The wife of the founder of the Peacock of the West Empire, a graceful woman draped in flowing silks and jeweled feathers, nodded softly. Indeed. Her voice was calm, but there was a trace of disappointment in it. This meeting was clearly a waste of our time. With that, she turned and began walking down the marble steps of the amphitheater, her entourage following in silence. All of you. Shaddad suddenly shouted, pointing toward the departing dignitaries. His voice trembled with disbelief and desperation. You have no idea what kind of opportunity you are throwing away today. Thank you, Professor Shaddad, replied the green-skinned man with a condescending smile as he turned to leave. But you can keep that opportunity for yourself. He gave a mocking bow and departed, his laughter fading behind him. They had come here expecting a breakthrough, a chance to gain more power, to climb higher up the ladder of the eternal path. Instead, they had been asked to give up nearly half of the accumulated wealth their empires had guarded for millions of years. No sane emperor would agree to that. The idea alone was absurd beyond belief. And besides, now that the children already possessed the knowledge they came for, there was nothing left to bargain with. No leverage, no negotiation, no deal. Poof. With the sound of seats creaking softly, all the students, except for Vanir, sank back into their chairs, their shoulders trembling. None of them spoke. Their eyes were locked on their teacher, filled with silent dread. But it was not fear of him, it was fear for him. Why was he doing this? Why was he deliberately provoking beings so far above mortal comprehension? They had come today full of pride, their heads held high, believing they were honoring their mentor by bringing the representatives of their noble houses to meet him. They had even paid enormous sums just to gain access to the academy grounds, a gesture meant to show the highest level of respect and admiration. And yet, how had it all ended like this? The air grew still, thick with confusion and tension. But then, something happened. A sound broke the silence. Just a single voice, faint but steady. It was not loud, yet it carried through every corner of the hall like a whisper of doom. Harper's voice. Professor, he said cautiously, should I forward Gragnika's party name from the Eternal Turtle Empire to Marshal Arrow? Arrow. Robin's tone softened slightly, an amused glint in his eye. No, no. He chuckled under his breath, his laughter quiet but oddly unsettling. They are still a respectable millennial empire, after all. Then, suddenly, his smile faded. His entire expression turned cold, so cold that the students felt their blood freeze. Forward their file to Wade personally, Robin said flatly. And tell him to double the rate. Chapter 1735. Forward their file to Wade personally, Robin's voice was calm yet edged with amusement, his low chuckle echoing faintly through the air like a subtle note of mockery. For a fleeting moment, the name Halak almost left his lips. But then he remembered, Halak, who had only recently been assigned the delicate mission of assembling the 4th Guard Division, the Gravity Division, had far more pressing concerns than to waste time meddling in such insignificant, peripheral matters. The man had no leisure for trivial politics. So, who among the remaining guards could handle this task? Latania, Wade, and Malek. Latania would have been an excellent choice if what he sought was the outbreak of an open war. She was brilliant in combat, a storm-given form, but that battle-obsessed woman would never grasp the nuance of a mission rooted in stealth, disruption, and the art of looting. She would charge through the gates before even hearing the plan. That left only Malek and Wade. Malek was steady, level-headed, and calculating, one of those rare individuals who examined every step with cold precision. He weighed outcomes, tallied risks and rewards, and never acted on impulse. In situations like this, he would be the perfect man for the job. But that Gragnik had insulted him more than once. Robin could still recall the man's arrogance, his sneering tone. No, he did not deserve a diplomat's patience or a strategist's guidance. He deserved chaos. He deserved Wade and his mad, unruly band. Professor. Myrna murmured timidly. She was still seated beside her family, fingers clasped tightly in her lap, as if bracing herself. Marshal Arrow, do you mean, the Marshal of the Grave Centennial Empire? All the families who had been preparing to leave stopped instantly. Every pair of eyes turned toward Robin, expectant, uncertain, almost fearful. Of course, Robin replied with an easy smile. Is he famous now? Of course. Myrna blurted, excitement coloring her voice. He is younger than I am, he is at my level of cultivation, and they say he can strike down world cataclysms with lightning that splits the heavens. Marshal Arrow, even at such a young age, is praised across the sectors as a genius of politics and war alike. Another student, unable to hold back his enthusiasm, leaned forward. Marshal Arrow is the symbol, the very face of the Grave Centennial Empire, an empire that has conquered more than 190 planets in just a few centuries. His name, and that empire's, are spoken everywhere. Everyone across Sector 99 Mid talks about the Grave Centennial Army, another student added, eyes shining. They say it is a force that cannot be defeated, invincible. They speak of their endless, legendary armor sets, of their magnificent fleets known as the Note Group, of their wing system that topples powers one after another. A third student, voice brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Everyone says the Grave Centennial Empire is destined to become a millennial empire. It is only a matter of time, so right now." One of his relatives hushed him quickly, patting his mouth a few times in warning. Then a tall green-skinned man folded his arms behind his back and narrowed his eyes at Robin, his voice dripping with suspicion. "How can the professor here not know how famous Marshal Arrow is, yet boast about his name so casually? He and that odd student beside him are just trying to intimidate us." "Professor Robin," said another man, one with a proud pair of stag-like horns, waving a hand dramatically, "do you not think it is shameful to invoke the name of a centennial empire in an attempt to suppress the pride of 7 other centennial empires? Even with all the might and reputation of the Grave Centennial Empire, we are still who we are." Robin raised an eyebrow, then burst out laughing, a soft, confident laugh that carried no hint of threat. "Intimidate you? With what? Suppress you? With whom? You can leave freely and live however you wish, my friends. Just do not use my techniques. What is so strange about that?" "The strange thing," said one of the women wearing a bright feathered crown, her tone sharp and indignant, "is that you are lying, and trying to hide behind famous names to scare us. Do you truly think that is enough to stop us from using the laws our children rightfully possess? Your way of pressuring us is utterly absurd, it defies reason and offends logic itself. You call yourself a professor, yet you stand there spinning lies so shamelessly, as if truth itself were beneath you," barked a man whose entire body was laced with pulsating, glowing veins that throbbed with barely contained anger. He jabbed a trembling finger toward Robin, his tone a mix of fury and disbelief. "Heh." Robin gave a faint, weary chuckle, then slowly shook his head before exhaling a long, quiet sigh. His eyelids fell shut, and he tilted his head back against the chair, the gesture exuding both exhaustion and indifference, as if he no longer deemed their words worthy of response. Truth be told, even though he had not come out of the armament bath completely crippled, the ordeal had drained him far more than he let on. Every single muscle in his body twitched restlessly, contracting and relaxing without rhythm, still carrying faint echoes of the energy that had once burned through his veins. It felt as if his body was still fighting a battle long after the war had ended. "Hey, all of you, lower your voices already." Jabba's roar cut through the murmurs like thunder. "What more do you people want from the professor? He has already given your children everything, gifts that will define their destinies for the rest of their lives. He handed you legacies, techniques, and bloodlines you could never have even dreamed of obtaining on your own, and he asked for nothing in return." Jabba spread his arms wide, his tone booming with defiance. "All he asked for was a little respect, from you and for your children. That only they, not you, use those techniques." Then, jabbing a finger toward Robin, Jabba's voice grew sharp and fierce. "And instead of kneeling before him as your savior, you spit venom at him? The professor has said what needed to be said. His part is done. The techniques are in your hands now, so go on, use them if you have the guts, if you dare defy the one who gave them to you." Even Jabba himself had been shaken when the name Arrow surfaced. The last he had known, Arrow was the fiery leader of the opposition on Orphan's blood planet, a troublemaker, a rogue. But now, how had that same name become one that made emperors flinch and seasoned warriors pale? How had he become someone under the master's command? The nobles and envoys wanted to shout back, to storm out in pride, to end this humiliation, but their bodies refused to move. Their hands clenched so tightly that veins bulged beneath their skin, their pride battling against a creeping, inexplicable fear. "Exactly," Shaddad said firmly, thumping his chest. "The master is exhausted. If you do not wish to make a deal with him, then by all means, leave at once." The silence that followed was suffocating. Morgana's brows furrowed slightly as she scanned their faces. For people who had just accused His Majesty of lying so boldly, their expressions told a different story. Fear, hesitation, and confusion mingled in their eyes. It was as if every instinct screamed that walking away from this place so easily would be a mistake. Something in the air had shifted, heavy and tense. "Professor Robin." Myrna's father finally broke the silence, his voice trembling, uncertain. "That name you mentioned earlier. Wade, how did you hear of that name?" "Wade." Robin blinked slowly, as if pulling himself from a light sleep. He tilted his head toward the man and replied in the calmest, most casual tone possible, "He is my personal guard." "You deceitful fraud!" 3 of the nobles exploded at once, shouting in disbelief. Their eyes burned with hostility, a mix of outrage and wounded pride, as though Robin had spat in their ancestral banners. Robin grimaced for a heartbeat, then lazily lifted one shoulder in a dismissive shrug. Chapter 1736. You. The middle-aged woman with the crown of feathers pointed at Robin, her expression sharp with disbelief. "Do you even realize what would happen to you if that person heard what you just said? In truth, if there was a single force within the 99th Middle Sector that had not yet heard the name Black Wasps, then those poor souls had likely sealed their doors for centuries, never stepping outside, never letting the wind blow through their windows since ancient times. The Black Wasps represented pure, undiluted terror to every organized army in the sector. When they first appeared, they began slaughtering ancient beasts, pirates, and demonic forces that plagued the starfields. At first, everyone praised them, they were hailed as heroes who purged chaos. But then, everything changed. Without warning, they began targeting unaligned armies, ambushing them, annihilating both sides of any battle they encountered. If they found 2 factions warring, the Black Wasps would strike, wiping out both armies in a single merciless assault. This became a repeating nightmare across the sector. The phenomenon spread so widely that even the bravest generals began trembling at the idea of sending troops beyond imperial borders. The outside stars became a forbidden zone drenched in fear. Why did they do it? No one knew. No one benefited. There was no profit, no political motive, only senseless destruction. But the event that finally broke the universe's back was the day the three division leaders of the Black Wasps launched an assault on the capital of the Ancestral Blood Empire alone, and completely obliterated it, while the planetary emperor himself was present that day. No, it did not end there. The three of them faced him head-on and lived to tell the tale. Three commanders, each one only possessing the might of a martial emperor. From that day forth, their arrogance grew boundless. Their goals became vaster, their movements wilder. They continued to move with the same audacity as before, destroying everything in their path without clear reason, but now their targets included multiple planetary empires. They began plundering their treasures, looting entire worlds. The Black Wasps and their three leaders became grim reapers wandering between stars, harvesters of souls. Because they had no fixed headquarters for enemies to strike, no one knew how to retaliate. The only countermeasure left was to distribute the few captured portraits of their faces to star academies, hoping the younger generation would handle them if they ever appeared again. And yet, even when several high-ranking imperial officers had seen the faces of the three leaders, none dared to create official wanted posters. For years, this excuse persisted. Every emperor, every warlord repeated the same justification: we cannot deal with the Black Wasps. They vanish and appear without trace. They have no home to burn, no nest to crush. That continued until the day Marshal Arrow held that gloomy, fateful banquet. There, before the eyes of the most powerful planetary emperors, he revealed the three infamous leaders, and with them, the full legion of 900 Black Wasps. It was the first time ever anyone realized there were 900 of them. At that private gathering, attended only by emperors of planetary empires, the three commanders stood tall among them, introducing themselves as equals. They were not guests, but peers. They were only fourth-stage law users, yet in that hall of cosmic rulers, they were the true center of attention. Wade, Latania, Malik. Their names were heard in that hall for the first time. Those names that were supposed to remain hidden, no one present that day could ever forget them. For those names, those three faces, embodied the ultimate humiliation of the gathered monarchs. After their official announcement of allegiance to the Grave Empire, the old excuse of the Wasps are hidden did no longer satisfy anyone. The Wasps now had an official home, an empire to belong to, and yet, still, no one dared to strike the Grave Empire. Even after the revelation, the Black Wasps returned to their chaotic ways. They acted with slightly more restraint, avoiding direct provocation, but their interference still disrupted the affairs of dozens of empires across all starfields. Many imperial rulers filed complaints directly to Marshal Arrow himself. His only answer was a simple, cold phrase: apologies. I can't control them completely. That bastard knew full well that no one dared attack him because of them, and without a cause great enough to unite all empires beneath one banner, retaliation would never come. After all, those three leaders once fought an ex-estate being during the infamous incident, drove him into madness, and lived while he vanished without a trace. If just three could achieve that, what about 900? Were they all that powerful? Probably not. But no one wanted to test it. The 6 planetary emperors seated in the hall today, all of them had attended the Black Wasp's induction ceremony. All of them had been stung twice or more by the Wasp's raids, suffering devastating losses. And all of them remained silent. The reason they stood there now, frozen in silence and tangled in uncertainty? It was because no one, absolutely no one, was ever supposed to know those names. Those 3 names were meant to remain buried in secrecy, locked away within the memory of a single, sacred hall. Only a few individuals in existence had ever heard them: the emperors of the planetary empires, the rulers of the centennial realms, and the envoys of the millennial dominions. Every one of them had sworn upon their emblems of power never to utter those names aloud again. And Robin, clearly, he was none of them. Of course, there was always the possibility that the information had been leaked, whispered in the wrong ear, traded for influence, or stolen by some shadowy spy. But there was also a second, far more disquieting possibility, one that sent a chill through even the most composed of minds, that nothing had been leaked at all, that Robin truly, genuinely, knew one of those figures on a personal level. The name Wade, the most brutal, blood-soaked, and unpredictable among the 3 leaders, rang like a curse in their thoughts. He was known for his insanity, his laughter in the midst of slaughter, his cruelty that spared neither soldier nor emperor. And for Robin to speak that name so casually, it defied reason. Enough of this madness for today. I am leaving. The man with the crimson, pulsating veins barked angrily, waving his arm as though to shake off the growing tension in the air. He turned sharply and stormed out of the hall, his followers hurrying after him, their faces darkened and trembling with hesitation. It was clear, they wanted to protest, to demand answers, but fear had already sealed their throats. Professor, I will try to handle the situation. Please, don't worry. His student bowed politely toward Robin, her voice laced with respect and concern, before she, too, left with the departing group. Harper remained still for a few seconds after the doors closed. Then, after a quick glance at the silent emperors, he leaned forward slightly, speaking in a low, cautious tone. Professor, shall I forward their file to Commander Malik? A sudden stiffness rippled through the hall, the air itself seemed to halt for a breath. The remaining emperors froze in disbelief. Another name. It was the second forbidden name spoken so casually in their presence, like thunder echoing through sacred silence. There is no need, Robin replied lazily, waving one hand without even opening his eyes. Just keep an eye on them. If they show any abnormal rise in power within their armies, or if a member of their royal family sends their files to Malik or to Latania, it is fine. Finally, he opened his eyes, letting his calm, unreadable gaze sweep across the room. None of you are planning to leave? Morgana won't be giving a lecture today, you know. The three standing emperors clenched their fists, visibly restraining themselves from shouting. Their subordinates behind them kept utterly still. Nobody wanted to be the one to speak. Nobody wanted to bear the weight of what might follow. It was a silence filled with fear and fragile pride. "Oh well, that is fine then," Robin said at last, stretching lazily before smiling with a trace of mockery. "I can't force you to leave, so I suppose I will take my leave instead." "Wait." Robin turned his head toward the back rows of the auditorium. A group of dark-skinned beings sat there, each with glowing yellow eyes and elongated fangs that gleamed faintly under the artificial lights. It was the first time any of them had spoken. Professor Robin, their leader, began, his deep, resonant voice carrying through the hall like rolling thunder. "Forget the children's techniques for now. Let us speak of matters that truly matter." He leaned forward slowly, his eyes locking onto Robin's with the intensity of a predator sizing up its prey. "Let us not play games. Who are you really? What is your true connection to the Centennial Grave Empire, and to the Black Wasps?" Then, pressing both muscular arms against the table before him, he continued in a threatening, deliberate tone, "And I advise you to choose your next words with extreme care. Empty arrogance won't serve you here. We have certain ties with them. Whatever you say now will reach their ears. And when it does, believe me, you will have far greater things to fear than us." Robin chuckled softly, his eyes glinting with quiet amusement. "The Centennial Grave Empire, you say?" He straightened up slowly, his tone calm but laced with something dangerous, something sharp and absolute. Then, with a faint, confident smile that sent a shiver through the air, he said, "It is my personal property." Chapter 1737. It's my personal property. Robin's voice carried a peculiar stillness, calm on the surface, yet filled with an undercurrent of quiet authority. His smile, though faint, was edged with an almost dangerous sharpness, an expression that seemed to pierce through the silence and burrow into the hearts of everyone present. The entire hall froze in place, as if time itself had forgotten how to move. Dozens of faces shifted in an instant. Some twisted in disbelief, others darkened with anger or outright dread. Even Shaddad and Morgana, who had seen Robin act with boldness before, couldn't mask their astonishment. As for Harper, standing near the side wall, his composure cracked. His head snapped up, eyes wide and uncertain, his mind racing to make sense of what he had just heard. He had been the one personally instructed to join under the guise of a disciple, to maintain the master's secrecy, to ensure that no one would ever connect Robin to the rumors of the Empire. So why now, would His Majesty cast away that veil and proclaim such a truth before all? Ha ha. Yes. Swallow that, all of you. Jabba's laughter burst out suddenly, wild and uncontrolled, bouncing awkwardly across the cold marble of the grand hall. It was a laugh of disbelief, defiance, and perhaps a hint of pride, yet even his voice trembled beneath the weight of what Robin had just declared. Under the barrage of bewildered stares, Robin remained unmoved. He stood tall, serene, his posture unshaken by the storm around him. His faint smile did not fade, it deepened slightly, as if he were silently inviting them to ask, to challenge him, and to see what happens next. "You." One of the elders, an old man with deer-like antlers curving above his head, lifted a trembling hand to point at him. "Are you saying that you are the Silent Emperor?" Robin tilted his head, waving one hand lazily as if brushing aside a trivial rumor. "No, he works for me too." The air itself seemed to fracture. A collective gasp erupted, sharp and disbelieving. "Is there no end to your arrogance and lies?" cried one of the women from the feathered crown dominion, her voice cutting through the noise like a blade. "You're a mere professor, a man who lives off student tuition. What could you, of all people, possess to make the Silent Emperor and the Centennial Grave Empire serve you?" Robin chuckled softly, raising a single finger. "First of all," he said, tone calm and deliberate, "I don't live off tuition. I haven't taken anything from your children." He then gestured to the side with almost playful elegance. "And second, who said I lacked the qualifications to lead a Centennial Empire? Do you really think I'm weaker than any of you?" A sound, low and resonant, filled the air as space itself seemed to hum in response. Behind Robin, a soul gate began to open, a gleaming rift in the air that pulsed with radiant, violet light. From its depths poured a dense, luminous substance, heavy and slow, like molten starlight descending from another plane. Boom! The moment that concentrated soul matter touched the floor, the marble shattered and sank inward, forming a deep crater that sent shockwaves through the entire academic complex. The walls groaned, the pillars quivered. The pressure that flooded the hall was overwhelming, thick, alive, almost sentient in its density. "Ah!" Morgana gasped aloud, her pupils dilating. As a soul mistress, she needed no further proof. That pressure wasn't a projection or illusion, it was the real thing. This can't be. Even those who had tried to remain seated were forced to their feet, trembling as the waves of power rolled through them. "I can feel it, it's his gate. His real soul gate." Robin's 5 remaining students covered their mouths in shock, their bodies shaking as the truth dawned upon them. It was the first time they realized the terrifying truth. Their mild, impatient instructor was a royal soulmaster. "He's a royal soulmaster." Someone muttered, voice tight with disbelief. "So what, does that suddenly make him untouchable? Does he think he can rule the world now?" "That density," whispered the dark-skinned man, his brow glistening with cold sweat. "The concentration of that soul force, how many stars could produce it? 3, 4. No, it feels deeper, heavier." Robin did not reply. He simply let the silence stretch, the violet aura continuing to spill from the gate like a divine flood. The light shimmered against the marble floor, casting long, eerie shadows that made every breath in the room feel heavier. He stood there, waiting, patient as eternity itself. Because now, the time had finally come. 460 years from this very day, unless destiny shifted the timeline forward, Nihiri would ascend and merge entirely with the Centennial Grave Empire. When that moment arrived, Robin would have no choice but to step into the open. He would fight with his own hands, stand at the front lines of both diplomacy and devastation, shield his dominion, and claim his rightful throne. He would reveal himself to the worlds as the Emperor, while Arrow stood behind him in silent respect, awaiting his every command. And so, if that destiny could not be avoided, then why not embrace it early? Why not reveal the truth now, while it could serve his greater designs? As a royal soulmaster, he already possessed every qualification to rule a centennial empire. His aura alone carried enough might to command armies and bend courtiers to silence. Even among those present, emperors, lords, and envoys, his presence stood equal, if not above. He might not win every battle, perhaps, but he would never lose. For the Silent Emperor's era had reached its end. His purpose was fulfilled, and Robin's reign was about to begin. There would be absolutely no issue if it were announced to the world that he, a quiet, unassuming academic instructor named Robin Burton, was, in fact, the Emperor. After all, the Silent Emperor himself had only appeared before the public twice in the span of centuries. To the common people, the two figures were equally mysterious, equally untouchable, distant names wrapped in myth. Whether it was a scholar from an academy or a shadowed silent one ruling from behind veils, both were nothing more than legends to the masses. The real danger, however, lay not in the revelation of his imperial identity, but in what lay behind it. To expose that Robin Burton was the Lord of the Shadow Swords, to let the world learn that he was, in truth, a Lord human, or to reveal the existence and location of the true beginning empire in Nihiri, that would not just cause chaos, it would ignite a cataclysm that could swallow empires. Such truths, revealed at the wrong time, could bring extinction. That would be fatal unless unveiled at the precise, destined moment. Professor Robin, the middle-aged, dark-skinned man said, his tone low and deliberate, his golden eyes locking with Robin's. You've certainly demonstrated your power and qualifications, but that alone doesn't prove your claim. Every person in this room has seen the Silent Emperor with their own eyes. We all know his presence. The man with antler-like horns spoke next, though his tone had softened slightly, shedding its earlier hostility. Do you have anything that could verify what you're saying? A seal, a token, something that confirms your words? Robin raised an eyebrow, a faint smile stretching across his face. And tell me, why should I prove anything to you? The fate of Garagnika's faction has already been decided. Leave, watch what happens next, and we'll talk again when you've seen enough. You wouldn't risk revealing something this dangerous merely to intimidate us, Professor Robin, the dark-skinned man continued, crossing his arms slowly. You had other means, countless ways to threaten us. Even staying silent after claiming you knew the Black Wasp commanders would have been enough to plant fear. But you didn't stop there, did you? He pointed calmly toward Robin, his tone sharp as a blade. If you expect us to listen, if you want something from us, then you must first prove who you really are. Robin let out a low chuckle as he sank back into his seat, leaning lazily on one armrest. Dealing with clever people can be refreshing, but every now and then, it becomes utterly exhausting. His eyes drifted toward Harper. Go and fetch them proof. Yes, Your Majesty. Harper bowed slightly, turned, and strode out of the grand hall without hesitation, his steps echoing against the marble. Robin then turned his attention back to the gathered rulers and envoys. His tone was calm, but there was an unmistakable sharpness beneath the surface. To be perfectly honest, I've always preferred negotiating after breaking a few skulls first. It tends to make the other side appreciate how serious I am. It would have been far simpler if you all had left, waited a few days, and then returned after seeing what will happen to Garagnik and the Eternal Turtle Empire. He paused, a glint of amusement flashing in his eyes. But since you're all so eager to stay, fine. We'll move this conversation forward a little sooner than planned. He gestured lightly with one hand, his movements casual yet commanding. If you're truly interested, we can speak while waiting for the proof. Then, after motioning for them all to take their seats, he continued with a tone that almost sounded polite. You may consider what follows to be a friendly discussion. And should my proof fail to satisfy you, you're free to leave and await news of the Eternal Turtle Empire, just as the original plan dictated. A heavy silence lingered for a few heartbeats as the attendees exchanged wary glances. One by one, they began to sit, though none could truly relax. The weight in the air was palpable, the kind that only appeared when too many powerful people tried to mask their fear. What negotiation are you referring to, Professor Robin? A green-skinned man finally asked after taking his seat. How could handing over half the wealth of our empires possibly benefit us in the long run? Robin laughed lightly, the sound neither mocking nor kind. What could I possibly want with your wealth or resources? Can't you see the army of the Centennial Grave Empire? Can't you see the armor of the Black Wasps? The Grave Empire expanded this quickly only because it poured mountains of pearls and resources into its war machine, amounts that would make your entire treasuries look like petty pocket change. I'm sorry, but such numbers don't even register in my eyes. Then what is it you truly desire? Asked the woman with the radiant feathered crown, her voice trembling with restrained fury. It was the first time in her life that someone had not only threatened to strip them bare, but had done so while openly mocking the act of theft itself. Robin grew quiet for a moment. Then, with a slow, confident smile that carried both warmth and command, he said softly, What I want is you. As my followers, of course. Chapter 1738. Followers. Contrary to every expectation, no anger erupted among the audience. Instead, faint smiles spread across several faces, and a few even chuckled in disbelief. You want us as followers? Of course, one of them sneered mockingly, bowing his head with exaggerated politeness. Shall I warm your feet for you, my lord? Hee hee. Another joined in, voice dripping with sarcasm, hee hee. Hey sir, shall I brew you a cup of coffee while you command the universe? The five emperors, the true figures of authority seated in the center, did not laugh. They focused their gazes on Robin with visible confusion and growing intrigue. Words like these were not something an ordinary man, let alone a sane one, would utter in such a place. All right, Robin finally waved his hand a few times, smiling faintly as he gestured for silence. I'll tell you what I have to say, and then you can decide for yourselves. His tone was calm, but carried the weight of confidence that silenced even the whispers. As I mentioned when you all entered this hall, I will not force any of you to do anything. Without waiting for permission or a question, he continued, his voice turning slightly colder, the truth is, I only mentioned those enormous prices earlier to drive you away, hoping one or two of you might break the deal and spread the technology around. That way, I get to see who had the courage to defy the agreement and have my reason to collect some planetary artifact, like I will do to the Eternal Turtle Empire. He leaned slightly forward. But since one of you actually did it, and since the rest of you are still sitting here with no intention of leaving, I suppose it's time I speak directly. Robin's expression hardened, his brows narrowing sharply. There's something massive approaching, something that will soon strike the heart of Sector 99 Mid, something that will shake the entire sector to its core. Something whose flames will, without a doubt, reach every one of you. The words made the room colder. A few exchanged glances. What do you mean? Asked the man with the green skin, his tone cautious. Nothing could possibly affect all of us, except for a cosmic war. You said it. Robin lifted his shoulders in a light shrug, his tone almost casual. The man with gazelle-like horns slammed his palm on the armrest. Wait, are you saying that a cosmic war will break out soon in Sector 99 Mid? In short, yes. Robin nodded with slow emphasis. And it's closer than you could ever imagine. His gaze swept across the hall, meeting each emperor's eyes in turn. Frankly speaking, once that war begins, the entire sector will change forever, no matter who wins, no matter who loses. Where did you get this information? The woman wearing a crown of radiant feathers demanded. Her tone was sharp, almost panicked. There are no signs of anything like that. No movement of fleets, no mobilization of legions, nothing. Her concern was justified. Cosmic wars were not sudden, they were storms that brewed over ages. They usually required centuries, even millennia, of secret preparation. The War of Sector 101 Mid, for example, had been cooking for nearly 2,000 years since the first discovery of Verilion. Its eruption, when it came, shocked no one. But this came out of nowhere. Robin rubbed the back of his head and gave a faint sigh. What could he possibly tell her? That he himself would be the one to ignite that war? Unfortunately, Robin exhaled slowly, placing both hands over his abdomen with a calm, almost leisurely posture. That information remains classified for now. He tilted his head, his voice lowering to a tone that carried both temptation and threat. But I want you to think about one simple thing, the sheer speed at which the Grave Empire has expanded. How much investment, how much power, how much wealth has been poured into it in just 2 short centuries. And then, I want you to ask yourselves, why? The hall fell into utter silence once more. They did not need Robin's reminder. Every single one of them, indeed, every major power in the entire sector, had asked themselves the same haunting question: where was the Grave Empire getting its limitless funding from? And why was its growth beyond anything recorded? Are you saying, the man of the black leopard lineage spoke slowly, his eyes narrowing to slits, that you're preparing it to take part in the coming cosmic war? No. Robin's answer came swift and absolute. He slammed his palm onto the table in front of him, the sound echoing like thunder. I've prepared it to win the coming cosmic war. Gasps filled the chamber. A few instinctively straightened their backs, while others clenched their fists, their auras flickering like unstable flames. Robin's gaze swept across them once again, calm, cold, and unshakable. There's a game being played, gentlemen and ladies, he said softly, each word deliberate and slow. A game whose pieces are being moved by hands far greater than yours or mine, a game that cannot end except with a cosmic war. He leaned slightly forward, his voice dropping to a dark whisper that carried across the hall, a war that will drag Sector 99 into utter chaos. A war that will not spare a single force, great or small, without crushing it or bringing it to its knees. Gulp. The students swallowed hard, their throats working as if the air itself had thickened. The rest of the hall fixed their gazes on Robin in stunned silence. Even Shaddad, Jabba, and Morgana, figures not easily rattled, sat forward, eyes locked on him with a tense, eager anticipation. So, according to you, you intend to begin assembling a team for that cosmic war? Asked the man whose hair hung like viscous gel, his voice sharp with incredulity. Am I hearing you correctly? Precisely. Robin met each of them with a steady look. What is wrong with that? He said bluntly. You may not be aware, but alliances are already being formed in secret while we sit and talk. The universe is sliding into a dangerous phase, and those who lack sufficient strength will be crushed like cockroaches beneath the boot of history. And this alliance you propose will naturally be led by the Centennial Grave Empire, right? The green-skinned man curled a sardonic smile. Even among our ranks alone, the Centennial Grave Empire isn't in the top 4 when it comes to the number of planets. How long did your family take to gather those worlds, and how long did the Centennial Grave Empire take to gather theirs? Robin's voice rose with fierce clarity. In the last 1,000,000 years, how many planets did you amass? And in the last 100 years, how many did the Grave Empire claim? That comparison is absurdly unfair. He leaned forward, intensity sharpening his words. By the day of the event, the Grave Empire will, beyond doubt, outnumber you in planets, and I'm offering that as an easy promise. No, even without a promise, every one of you understands that this will happen inevitably within a handful of centuries. And don't let us even start on the difference in military strength, the note fleets, or the number of seasoned experts. Robin's gaze swept the table, cool and unblinking. Not to mention the presence of the black wasps, some you've seen, others you can't even imagine. He struck the table with force, punctuating the statement. Who among you dares to open his mouth now and claim he can subdue the Grave Empire or surpass them in any measure? Who dares to say he is fit to head the alliance while the Grave Empire still stands? Professor Robin, the brown-skinned elder said in a measured tone, don't you see you're sketching a future pulled from thin air and presenting it to us as an unavoidable reality? None of us has heard of any immediate, great threat on the horizon, yet you're talking about a cosmic war and already making direct comparisons. You're racing events far too quickly. When would you prefer to have this conversation then? After the sky collapses over your heads. Robin's reply came curt and edged with impatience. That war is coming without fail. If I fail to secure your backing, I will secure the backing of others, and then you will have no place at my side. Are you threatening us? The elder tightened his brows, his voice hardening. In cosmic wars, no one knows when an arrow will be loosed or whom it will strike. Robin waved his hand in exasperation, impatience flaring. If you are not with us, you are against us. Are these not the fundamental rules? This is extremely serious. The man with the little horns stood slowly, the motion deliberate. I will need to withdraw and investigate this matter on my own. Choosing sides in cosmic wars is not a trivial matter, assuming there is any unity at all. If he digs into delays and finds real signs that something is about to occur, he would be wise to secure himself an ancient empire alliance that guarantees survival. Take your time, Robin said, waving him off with a casual, dangerous calm. But if a single word leaks about the likelihood of a cosmic war commencing soon, I will annihilate your empire before you can comprehend what has happened. His eyes swept the remaining faces. This warning applies to every one of you, whether you stand with me or against me. Keep your mouths shut by your own will or I will be forced to close them forever. Chapter 1739. Bam! The man with stag horns slammed his hand on the lecture table and stood abruptly. Professor Robin, your attitude toward us grows worse with each passing minute. Do you even realize who you're talking to? I'm talking to chess pieces, Robin replied coolly, raising one brow. Pieces on a massive board, one so vast that none of you even know it exists. His sharp gaze swept across the hall. I'm offering you a chance, a rare chance, to get one step ahead of everyone else, to stand with the winning side. But it seems none of you will understand, not until the news crashes down upon your heads like lightning from the heavens. Chess pieces. The horned man scoffed and turned as if to leave. I've heard enough of this nonsense. Suit yourself. Robin waved a hand lazily without even looking at him. But my words remain. If I hear that anyone besides your son uses the technique, or that you've been wandering around spreading rumors of an impending cosmic war, then I assure you, you won't live to see the morning. You. The elderly man froze mid-step, nearly lunging at Robin in fury. But bah! A firm sound broke the tension as the woman wearing the feathered crown extended her hand from the upper seats and pressed it gently against his back. Calm yourself, she said evenly. You cannot fight within the domain of Monarch Althera. Do you hear how he speaks to us? Do you see the disrespect? The stag-headed man pointed at Robin in rage, his voice trembling with suppressed fury. Yet he stopped. He didn't attack. He didn't even leave. Something in Robin's tone, or perhaps the silent authority of the room, kept him frozen in place. Listen well, all of you. Robin's voice rose, echoing across the hall with cold clarity. I offered you a path to survival in the coming calamity for one reason alone. I saw hope and perseverance in your children, and I believed, perhaps foolishly, that you shared those traits. That's why I brought this to you first, to give you the chance to stand among the survivors. That is all. He sat back down slowly, his expression unreadable. But I won't force anyone. Forget everything I said if you wish. You're free to leave at any time. Then, closing his eyes, he fell silent. The atmosphere grew dense, so still that even the sound of breathing seemed too loud. In the reports he'd reviewed during the 3 days since Jabba's rescue, the military progress of Arrow remained steady to a suspicious degree. After the grand announcement of the Black Wasp's allegiance, the Empire had returned to subjugating planets by sheer force, waging one war after another with mechanical precision. From what Robin had heard, the Black Wasps had completely withdrawn from those campaigns. At first, that angered him. His jaw tightened, his hand clenched. But after a moment of reflection, he understood. In fact, he even felt gratitude toward them. Their very presence cast an aura of dread upon the Grave Empire, making any attempt to oppose it a terrifying prospect. But had they continued openly conquering worlds, the result would have been inevitable, the formation of a vast coalition to destroy them. And, in truth, that was already happening. Just earlier that day, one of the students had nearly spoken that truth aloud, right after Robin had asked about Marshal Arrow's current popularity, before a relative silenced him in panic. Indeed, a coalition was already being woven in secret, aimed at dismantling both the Grave Empire and the Wasps. The Shadow Swords were doing everything in their power to break that alliance before it solidified, but it seemed unlikely they would fully succeed. Too many powers, too many long-standing forces, were determined to erase the Centennial Grave Empire from the sector's map. And among them stood a Millennium Empire. Will Arrow and the Black Wasps truly prevail in the end? No one could say for certain. Their overall strength, the number of world cataclysms, nexus states, and battle fleets under their command, remained far too low to stand against a vast coalition led by a millennial empire, one whose history, resources, and military doctrines had been refined over eons. And even if by some twist of fate, some miracle, they managed to seize victory, what kind of victory would it even be? The armies would be shattered, their fleets reduced to drifting wrecks scattered across the void, and countless cataclysms along with Nexus users would be dead. The Shadow Swords might even have their secret involvement exposed to the universe. If the Grave Empire continued on its current path, pushing slowly, expanding cautiously, fighting one calculated war after another, then it was destined to stagnate. In time, the momentum that had once made it feared would fade. Its resources would thin, its borders would crumble inward, and the empire itself might begin to shrink long before the decisive war of destiny ever arrived. The board was too small now, the rules of the game had to change. The pieces had to move differently. If Robin could secure even one of the powerful rulers in this room, just one of them, it would ensure a stronger, brighter future for the Grave Empire. Even a single alliance could stall the rise of the coming coalition for decades, perhaps for entire centuries, time precious beyond measure, time that could be turned into an advantage. Was it deceitful for him to warn them about a cosmic war that he, in truth, would stand at the very center of? Perhaps. But in the grand scheme of things, who cared about moral semantics when the flames of that war were already inevitable? The warning might have been self-serving, but it was also undeniably true. The fish were all gathered in one place, circling around the same bait. Robin only needed one of them to open their mouth and bite. Just one, and the tide of destiny would shift. Minutes stretched like hours, heavy and silent, until finally a single voice echoed through the hall, calm yet firm. "Professor Robin," the speaker said, "you've had your say. Now present your offers clearly, and without any more of your provoking words. You've made your point." Robin's eyelids lifted slowly. His eyes widened in mild surprise. The 5 emperors and their entourages were still there. Not one of them had left. Even the stag-horned emperor, whose fury moments ago had nearly driven him to strike, now stood frozen, glaring daggers yet refusing to depart. In response, Robin exhaled and spread his arms slightly, a faint trace of satisfaction curving at the edge of his lips. "The offer," he said softly, "is very simple." He stood straighter, his tone now steady, almost diplomatic. "The techniques you've been after, I ask for no material price. They're free. You may share them among your citizens, strengthen their bloodlines, fortify the foundations of your coming generations. I'll not take a single pearl from you." Then he clasped his hands together. "In return, I ask for one thing only, a public, documented mutual defense pact, bound by an unbreakable oath. One that will stand for 10,000 years. A pause. Then for the first time in what felt like ages, Robin's expression softened into something almost kind. "This way, you'll obtain the technologies without cost, and you'll gain an additional layer of protection. Once the rest of the sector learns that we stand together, that we share the same cause and the same shield, our collective front will be far stronger. Together, we might have a real chance of surviving the storm to come, the cosmic war that's already whispering at our doors. What do you say?" This. The hall buzzed with confusion. The emperors exchanged glances, utterly taken aback. Compared to his earlier manner, compared to demanding half their riches, mocking them as followers, and hurling open threats, this proposal sounded almost noble. How could he shift so suddenly from madness to reason? Only the dark-skinned elder chuckled quietly, his gaze narrowing as he leaned back in his chair. That professor was dangerous. His offer, despite its civility, was still drenched in peril. A public alliance with the Grave Empire through a defense pact would be a catastrophe by itself. At this very moment, countless powers were conspiring against them, and even without a cosmic war, such an agreement would draw every blade and cannon in their direction. And yet, despite knowing this, everyone felt an unexpected calm wash over them. It was as though the tension that had built throughout the discussion had been lifted at last. That professor, was this his true intent all along? Had he deliberately driven them to the edge of frustration and disbelief, only to pull them back with something that appeared rational? Had he twisted the room's emotions so skillfully that a serious strategic proposal now felt like a gift from the heavens themselves? Chapter 1740. Professor Robin, after what felt like an eternity of silence, more than 10 minutes where even the faint hum of the hall's energy conduits seemed louder than breath, the man with the gazelle-like horns finally spoke, his brows drawn tight, voice low but cutting through the stillness. "You set the duration of the mutual defense pact to only 10,000 years. Are you implying that the cosmic war you keep talking about will happen within that time?" The others slowly emerged from their deep contemplation, their eyes turning toward Robin with mixed anticipation and unease, waiting for his response. "Yes," Robin replied simply, nodding with unflinching seriousness. The certainty in his tone sent a ripple of tension through the air. "Can you at least give us more information about it?" asked the woman wearing the feathered crown, her tone urgent. "We can't make decisions of this scale without understanding the scope of what we're walking into." "I cannot," Robin answered bluntly, waving one hand dismissively. "All you need to know is that it's close, very close. It will not take 10,000 years to erupt. When it does, none of you will have the luxury of choice. You will be drawn into it inevitably. That's all the truth you need for now." "Who else is part of this alliance of yours?" another emperor demanded, his voice taut with skepticism. For now, Robin tilted his head slightly, gaze unwavering. "Only you." "Us." The gazelle-eyed man almost shouted, gesturing wildly as his temper flared. "You expect to win a cosmic war with just us? How do you even plan something like that?" "Hey," Robin's tone sharpened as he raised his voice and jabbed a finger toward him. "A moment ago you didn't even know such a war was coming. Today we begin with you, and tomorrow the horizon widens. Others will join once the pact is announced. That's how all great tides start, with one wave." Silence swallowed the room again. Beads of sweat rolled down the foreheads of the 5 planetary emperors as they exchanged tense looks. If they accepted this pact, they were effectively placing the fate of their entire empires, the countless souls under their ruling, in the hands of a man they had only met today. And yet, if what he said about the bloodline enhancement technology was true and they could widespread it, then implementing it among their people could secure their dominance for millennia. Their strength could double, perhaps triple within a few centuries. Boom! Robin clapped his hands together suddenly, the echo booming through the hall like thunder. While you're busy weighing your fears, he said with a sly smile, allow me to offer something else, a secondary proposal. Consider it a little side offer. He leaned forward slightly, his tone almost teasing. Tell me, have you heard of the wing system adopted by Marshal Arrow? The green-skinned elder snorted and waved a hand dismissively, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Don't bother wasting your breath. If you think any of us would ever serve as your wings, you're delusional. I'll speak my piece regardless, Robin replied smoothly, not even glancing at him. He placed both hands over his stomach in a gesture of composure and authority. For those unfamiliar with the wing system, let me enlighten you. It's a remarkably flexible structure of allegiance, one that allows each participant to continue ruling their planets, their citizens, and their treasuries in full. Even the planetary resources would remain under your administration, untouched. The Grave Empire would simply purchase them, fairly, in exchange for pearls or other valuable resources. A low murmur of skepticism rippled through the emperors. In other words, Robin continued calmly, you remain entirely as you are, sovereign, autonomous. The only change would be in the title, your empire becomes a wing. The final say in major interstellar affairs would belong to the Grave Empire's central command. And of course, in times of external crisis, the wing would be obligated to heed the call to war. The hall went quiet again. The words drifted through their ears and vanished without sinking in. Such an offer might have tempted small kingdoms, 2 or 3 planet empires desperate for protection or trade, but for them, the 5 titans of the mid-sector? It was unthinkable. Robin, however, was not finished. He leaned forward with a faint, knowing smile. Frankly speaking, this system was designed for rapid expansion and survival, to endure the storm that's coming, he said, nodding thoughtfully. But you're right. As it stands, it doesn't suit rulers of your caliber. Then his smile widened, the edge of mischief glinting in his eyes. So tell me, how about we make a few adjustments and turn the whole idea into something far more interesting? First, Robin's voice grew heavier, resonant, almost ceremonial. Whoever among you becomes a wing will not merely be restricted from spreading the bloodline enhancement technique or applying it only to his people. No, I will grant him the second tier of that technique, a refined evolution of the method itself, one that influences even beings on the level of world cataclysms and beyond. He extended a hand toward the grand doors of the chamber. You all witnessed it yourselves, that Karajanik managed to strengthen his lineage by a mere 0.5% using a version meant only for the young. Now imagine, what would happen if I crafted one design specifically for you, the rulers of worlds, the elders of empires, the mighty among the mighty. He paused, letting the weight of his words settle before continuing, his tone sharp as a blade. The second tier is already complete, and I have it right here with me. Whoever accepts will receive it immediately. He then raised a single finger, his expression turning severe. And listen carefully, this is an exclusive privilege reserved only for the wings. Do not attempt to trade, replicate, or include the second tier technique in any other negotiation or treaty. If you do, the price will not stop at half your dominion, it will consume it entirely. This time, the silence that followed was not of disinterest but of cautious thought. None dared to scoff. Each emperor's gaze deepened, brows furrowing as calculations and ambitions flashed behind their eyes. Robin had already offered the students 2 paths: 1, a technique that allowed them to bypass the natural density of their bloodlines, replacing biological limitation with pure energy and enlightenment through law comprehension, and another, a method that increased blood density by fusing with other soul creatures through intricate, deliberate means. The first tier alone could rewrite the destiny of entire civilizations, so what, then, could the second unleash? Second, Robin continued smoothly, his voice flowing like controlled flame, your factions will be supplied with waves upon waves of epic-grade armaments, legendary armor, note fleets, divine arrays, and every hallmark of the Centennial Grave Empire's military might, all without cost or condition. You may use them as you wish, to strengthen your own legions, to reclaim lost territories, or to establish new strongholds. Yes, your armies will remain yours, your banners will still fly above your own skies. Becoming a wing does not mean the death of your sovereignty, it marks its evolution. Several exchanged glances, unable to conceal their unease. And further, Robin said, his tone rising again, now edged with excitement, should any of you conquer additional worlds while serving as one of our wings, those planets will remain entirely under your rule, no different from the worlds you already control. You may join with 100 planets, but if you expand by force, by cunning, or by strategy and claim another, even if aided by the Grave Empire's fleets or weapons, that new world shall belong solely to you. 100 will become 101, then 200, then 1,000. Grow as much as your ambition drives you, we will not place a ceiling above your reach. He leaned forward slightly, voice deepening into something colder, yet more thrilling. We will protect that ambition, because whoever dares to strike at you will, in doing so, declare war on the Grave Empire and all its wings. So go forth, expand, devour, and conquer freely. The hall had gone utterly still, not a single whisper could be heard. Even the smallest movement carried the weight of dread and awe. Third, Robin went on, in addition to full administrative control over your worlds and the continuous supply of free armaments, I will allocate to each wing a direct grant, 100 million energy pearls every century. Use them to expand your dominion, strengthen your economy, and enrich your treasuries. In merely 1 millennium, that amounts to 1 billion pearls. He let the number hang in the air. Tell me, then, how many millennia have passed before you, and how many billions rest in your vaults now? At that, even the most stoic among them broke their composure. All thoughts of the mutual defense pact vanished entirely. Not because they had suddenly accepted the idea of becoming wings, such subservience was still an affront to their pride, but because the magnitude of the benefits was beyond reason. Empires that had stood unmoved for eons now trembled at the thought of what was being offered. Robin was not finished. Fourth and finally, he said, his tone softening into a dangerous calm, the vassalage as a wing will last only 10,000 years. After that, the pact dissolves naturally. You may separate from us entirely, and your independence will be fully restored. There will be no hostility, no grudge, no retribution. You will leave with your original planets, with every new world you conquered under our banner, with every fleet and all epic-grade weapons we provided. He smiled faintly, the kind of smile that both soothed and unsettled. And as a final gesture, I will personally guarantee you 500 years of absolute peace after your departure. Chapter 1741. Professor Robin, the dark-skinned planetary emperor, finally leaned back in his seat, his posture heavy with disbelief. His head tilted upward, eyes narrowing in wary astonishment as he exhaled through his nose. Do you truly realize what you're saying right now? He raised a hand, as though to steady himself from the absurdity of what he had just heard. 1 billion pearls every 1,000 years? Do you mean to tell us that you can swear upon such a promise? Another emperor slammed his palm against the table. You'll supply the wings with the note fleets, entire squadrons of the blue-armored legions, for free? That's the kind of wealth that can sustain an empire for an age. And we can join your grave empire fully, then withdraw again after 10,000 years, taking our fleets and territories with us? How can something like that even be enforced? All of this, just for those who agree to become wings. Pah! Robin's palm struck the stone table so hard that the air trembled with the sound. The echo rolled across the marble walls like a wave of thunder. Robin Burton, when I speak, my words become law. Each letter I utter binds the heavens above and the ground below. I take responsibility for every syllable, and I am ready to swear on whatever sacred oath, cosmic seal, or soul contract you demand. The tone in his voice, the ferocity in his eyes, the faint beads of sweat glistening down his temple, all of it gave him an aura of brutal sincerity. He looked like a man pushing himself to the very edge, offering treasures and authority that might shatter his own empire, all for the sake of preparing for the coming world cataclysm. But deep within, Robin felt nothing but calm amusement, the serenity of a man who already knew every move that would follow. The second level of those techniques wasn't something he invented on a whim. He had conceived it long ago, the moment he handed the first version to his young students. Back in Nehari's cavern, when time flowed in silence and shadows, he refined and shaped it out of boredom, knowing this day, this negotiation, would arrive inevitably. He wasn't sacrificing anything. As for granting fleets and weapons, that was standard for wings. How else could they defend the Grave Empire's banner across the stars? Yet Robin had phrased it carefully, turning a formality into temptation, a poetic lure wrapped in practicality. To them, it sounded like generosity. To him, it was merely an investment disguised as mercy. And the clause allowing the wings to keep those fleets and weapons after separation? That was no accident either. Robin knew the nature of rulers. If he demanded those assets back in 10 millennia, they'd start plotting against him the moment ink touched parchment, hiding ships, dismantling fleets, sabotaging factories. So instead, he turned inevitability into a gift. A gift that made them feel safe, loyal, and less likely to rebel before he needed them. The clause promising 100 million energy pearls every century? That was the simplest bait of all. He rented a single Nexus state from the Syndicate for 300 million every century, and each of these emperors commanded several. If they became his wings, the funds would circulate within his own empire instead of flowing outward. What they saw as lavish generosity was, in truth, a clever act of consolidation. Then came the 10,000-year clause, the one that made Robin's inner smile grow. After 10 millennia, only two fates could remain. Either he would rise to supremacy as the undisputed monarch of Sector 99, or he would fall, dragged into oblivion by the all-seeing god. In either case, the wings' fate would no longer concern him. If he triumphed, they would serve. If he fell, nothing of them would matter. That is, of course, assuming any of them still lived by then. The clause, that 500 years of peace following withdrawal, the stag-horned emperor finally broke the silence, his deep voice carrying an edge of suspicion. Peace from whom, exactly? Every head in the chamber turned back toward Robin. They had all noticed it, that deceptively kind promise buried among the dazzling rewards. They knew precisely what it implied. He was referring to protection from the Grave Empire itself. In essence, it meant he would not attack them for 5 centuries, and then, perhaps, he would. A threat wrapped in silk, veiled beneath a benevolent smile. Ha! Robin chuckled quietly, his voice as smooth as dark water. After the separation, you will all stand as empires of your own, greater, richer, mightier than you ever were. But you will also be strangers to us, rulers who've forgotten how to rely on themselves after 10,000 years of shared defense and wealth. His gaze swept across them one by one, his tone slow and deliberate. So this promise of peace, it's not merely to protect you from me, but from everyone. A total shield for 5 full centuries, giving you time to rebuild your foundations and reclaim your strength. Then, lowering his voice, he added with a faint grin, I could have chosen not to mention this clause at all. You could have reached the day of your independence, only to find the entire swarm of the Grave Empire hovering above your skies that very moment. Tell me, am I truly at fault for granting you 5 centuries of guaranteed peace instead? A heavy silence enveloped the hall. The 5 emperors exchanged uneasy glances, their once firm expressions softening with uncertainty. Some frowned, others lowered their heads in deep contemplation, but a few, despite themselves, nodded slowly. For the first time, the idea of an alliance with the Grave Empire didn't sound like surrender. It sounded like survival. This particular clause was, in truth, the most genuine and revealing of them all, a clause that made it clear to every emperor in the hall that Professor Robin had not spoken out of impulse or arrogance. He had thought deeply, calculated every word, and crafted a vision that stretched into the far reaches of the future. Each syllable he uttered carried intention, weight, and confidence, and that made it all the more unsettling. "It seems you've truly given this offer much thought, Professor Robin." "I must admit, it's quite tempting," said the planetary emperor with the antlered horns, his voice steady but his tone heavy. "But status cannot be purchased with money or riches, no matter how abundant they are." Yet even as those words left his lips, his heart throbbed with contradiction and pain. Deep within, he was torn, for while his pride screamed that such an offer was beneath him, the reality of what he was being promised stirred a deep, gnawing desire. He was no ordinary ruler. His reign had lasted 12 million years of conquests, politics, and endless survival across star systems. He commanded 340 planets, governed entire fleets, and yet, his treasury held no more than 2 billion pearls of energy. And now, this man, this unnervingly calm Robin, was telling him that within only 10,000 years, a mere heartbeat compared to his long, ancient rule, he would receive 10 billion pearls. 10 billion. Enough to rebuild entire galaxies, to rearm his fleets 100 times over, to elevate his civilization beyond anything it had ever dreamed of. That clause alone made the difference between their resources painfully clear. The financial gap between their worlds wasn't just wide, it was an abyss. And what made it even more terrifying was when they all realized that Robin wasn't offering this deal to one empire, but to all of them. If every one of the 5 great rulers standing there accepted, then Robin was ready to distribute a total of 50 billion pearls across 10 millennia. 50 billion. The sheer amount was incomprehensible, like trying to grasp the mass of a star. Robin shrugged lightly, a casual motion that felt almost mocking given the weight of what he had just said. "I've laid out everything I had to offer. The ball is now in your court. There's no need for pretentious speeches or empty provocations, because, frankly, none of you will ever find a better offer than this one." His tone was calm, his eyes unwavering, and the confidence in his words was absolute. The gathered rulers turned to one another, their gazes lingering, calculating. The tension in the air grew thick, almost tangible. Each of them seemed to be waiting for someone else to move first, to see who among them would choose apparent glory over pride, wealth over dignity, comfort over status. Who would take the first step toward paradise, knowing it meant 10,000 years of subordination? At this moment, Professor Robin had presented them with 4 distinct paths. They could turn their backs and erase all memory of what had transpired today, the demonstration, the power, the techniques. Or they could purchase the technique outright, paying half of their total fortunes in exchange. Or they could sign a public mutual defense pact, binding themselves in an alliance with the Grave Empire. Or finally, they could surrender their crowns temporarily, becoming wings under Robin's empire for 10,000 years. 4 choices, each heavy, each dangerous, each holding a different kind of future. The truth was, none of these paths were easy. Every road demanded something great in return: wealth, pride, loyalty, or freedom. Yet among all of them, the wing pact glimmered the brightest with temptation. It promised stability, protection, and unimaginable resources. But even so, the mutual defense pact still appeared as the more rational and politically dignified option, one that would allow them to retain their sovereignty while still standing beside the Grave Empire. It did not matter whether a cosmic war truly loomed on the horizon or whether these were merely rumors whispered among galaxies. Aligning with the 100th Grave Empire, even symbolically, would deter countless enemies and prevent a potential galactic catastrophe. That alliance wouldn't only grant them permission to spread the technique freely, it would also tie their economies, their trade routes, and their influence to one of the strongest empires in the known universe. It was an opportunity, a chance to open new paths, new agreements, and perhaps even greater privileges in the future. The antlered emperor nodded several times, his expression unreadable, then leaned back to whisper with his advisors. Their murmurs were low, filled with concern and calculation. After a few moments, he straightened, his gaze sharp, and opened his mouth, ready to declare his intention to join the Mutual Defense Pact, though with several conditions attached. But before the words could leave his mouth, "I accept the offer of subordination," a powerful voice echoed through the hall. "My empire shall become a wing." Chapter 1742. I accept the offer of subordination. From this day forward, my empire shall become a wing. Crack, creak. Every neck in the grand hall snapped toward the source of the sound, the air itself freezing for a moment. Eyes widened in disbelief, and shock rippled through the gathered rulers like a tidal wave. "You," someone shouted, his voice echoing off the cold marble. Even Robin furrowed his brows faintly. He hadn't expected anyone to accept one of the offers today, let alone to willingly become a wing. Everything he had said earlier had merely been a way to plant an idea, nothing more. He hadn't thought anyone would truly take it seriously. Could it be, were the temptations he laid out really that irresistible? Howard. The staghorned emperor to the left leapt to his feet, pointing toward him with trembling fingers. "Are you serious? You're going to throw away the legacy of your ancestors so easily? You're giving up the lands, the dominion, everything that billions of your soldiers have fought and died for over millions of years just to preserve?" Not far from him, the man with the jelly-like hair looked down, his face shadowed, both hands pressing hard on his knees as though to keep himself from shaking. Beside him, his daughter Marina and 4 other members of his bloodline stared at him with round, astonished eyes, unable to process what they had just heard. Their faces were pale, a mixture of disbelief, grief, and confusion etched into every feature. Howard's wife, the Empress, slowly reached out, placing her palm on his back with a trembling hand. Her expression was filled with pity and pain. She knew better than anyone how difficult this decision was for her husband. Yet after a moment, she turned her gaze to the right, her voice steady despite the storm within her. Who said he's giving up anything? Didn't you listen to the professor's offer? The only thing we'll lose is the title of a centurial empire, and that, too, will only be for a limited time. The green-skinned emperor across the hall narrowed his eyes, studying Howard and his entourage in silence. After several long seconds, he exhaled softly and shook his head. Don't blame him, he said coolly. He was going to lose the centurial title sooner or later anyway. You. Howard's wife turned sharply toward him, her voice trembling with fury, ready to scream and defend her husband's pride. But Pa. Howard's hand moved in a flash, catching her wrist gently but firmly. He gave her a small shake of the head, then looked toward the green-skinned ruler. That's completely true, he said, his voice calm and grave. Then, standing tall, he bowed lightly to everyone present, his tone carrying both humility and dignity. Please, I ask that no one here see this as betrayal, nor as an attempt to put you in a difficult position. You all know our circumstances. You know how desperate our bloodline has become. Then, with deliberate slowness, he turned toward Robin. Professor Robin, Howard began, a tired smile curling his lips. In truth, I command only 107 planets now. We were once close to reaching the millennium's standing, but a few thousand years ago, our bloodline density suddenly collapsed. It began to fade. Robin nodded, his expression softening with understanding. He had already examined the blood of the jellyfish beast flowing through Marina's veins. It was unstable, disordered, barely holding itself together. The degeneration was obvious. A beast like that offered immense power upon the first injection, but it abandoned its host soon after. Its best use was never in building a race, but in crafting temporary talismans and short-lived stimulants. Whoever had chosen it as the core of a new lineage had doomed them all. They could only blame their ancestor, the one who first injected that accursed blood into his body, binding his descendants to a dying fate. When I saw my daughter produce something that looked like the slime from pure energy, the same slime our people once refined from the beast's blood, I was on the verge of losing my mind, Howard said, his voice trembling faintly. I thought I had finally found the key, the salvation that could stop our inevitable decay. I nearly experimented on myself immediately, but she stopped me. She insisted that I meet you first. A crooked smile stretched across his face, equal parts hope and madness. If you'll have us, Professor Robin, I am willing to pledge my empire as a wing for 10,000 years, in exchange for spreading that technique to all my people. Then he slowly raised his finger toward the sky, his voice firm and resonant. All I ask of you is this. Swear, before heaven and law, that you will not resent us if we choose to leave after those 10,000 years, and that you will never disable or tamper with the first and second levels of that technique or use it against us. Tisk. Several members of other royal entourages sneered, shaking their heads with mocking smiles. Howard's shoulders stiffened, and he lowered his gaze in silent embarrassment. His empire was, without question, the weakest of all those present. It was obvious to everyone that he was simply seeking protection under the centurial grave empire before his title was stripped away completely. And yet, even in his weakness, he dared to demand an oath, a condition beyond all the generous terms already granted. Such audacity, and yet, perhaps, such desperation as well. Robin's gaze lingered on Howard for a long, heavy moment, his expression unreadable. The entire amphitheater seemed to quiet down, as if even the air itself waited for his judgment. The very first reason he had ever chosen to teach that particular class was because of one simple observation, the blood running through Marina's veins. He had sensed something ancient and potent within it, yet used in the most inefficient, self-destructive way possible. He had taken an interest in her, made a few small adjustments to her combat method, and helped her refine her control over that chaotic power. Within months she had become the strongest in her class, one of the most exceptional students in the entire academy. And now, after seeing her succeed in producing such an immense quantity of energy slime entirely on her own, Robin couldn't help but wonder just how far this bloodline could go. Their blood wasn't merely strong, it was alive, constantly shifting and mutating, like a sea beast's core refusing extinction. If properly nurtured and guided, this lineage could become one of the pillars of the Grave Empire itself. Once their armies began mastering the jelly techniques, their rise would be inevitable. Robin could already imagine it, Howard's domain evolving from a weak fading centurial empire into a millennial wing, a branch whose power would echo for ages. After deliberately pausing as if weighing countless possibilities in his mind, Robin finally nodded. Very well, he said, his voice calm yet carrying authority that silenced even the whispers at the edges of the hall. You have my word. I shall not retract a single thing I've promised. Then, a small smile curved on his lips, one of approval mixed with something more enigmatic. And because you were decisive, the first among all here to take the step, consider this an additional gift. Your separation peace period shall last 1,000 years, not just 500. Really? The planetary emperor Howard's composure shattered instantly. He stepped forward too quickly, bumping into the long crystalline desk before him with an audible thud. The amphitheater trembled faintly as his excitement overpowered his dignity. Thank you, Professor Robin. No, forgive me, thank you, Your Majesty, he exclaimed, almost choking on his words. Marina clasped both hands over her mouth, her eyes sparkling with disbelief. Just like that? With only a few words, her father's empire had become a subordinate to the mysterious Professor Robin? Compose yourself, Howard, came a cold, elegant voice from the left. The woman wearing the radiant crown of feathers waved her hand lazily without even turning her head. At least pretend to keep your composure. You still don't even know whether this man's words truly represent the Grave Empire itself. Howard froze, his face stiffening. His mouth opened slightly, but no words came out. The realization hit him like a blade. If Robin failed to present proof of his authority, if he turned out to be an imposter or a liar, then Howard would be finished. His reputation, his throne, even the fragments of respect his lineage still carried, all gone. Knock, knock. The tension broke as a polite sound came from the grand doorway. Harper stood there, still wearing his student uniform, modest and neat. Despite the storm inside the room, he bowed with calm respect. "May I come in, Professor?" he asked gently. "Come in," Robin replied with an amused smile, waving casually. Perfect timing, he thought. But Harper didn't move forward. Instead, he stepped to the side and bowed even deeper this time. "Please, enter," he announced, his voice steady. Step, step. The sound of footsteps echoed clearly through the chamber, slow, deliberate, heavy with authority. A tall figure appeared at the threshold, a man with the mighty horns of a bull, long white hair cascading over his shoulders, and a robe of deep azure silk that shimmered faintly with runic light. His presence alone bent the air around him. Someone everyone in the hall recognized at first sight. The staghorn planetary emperor slowly rose to his feet, his voice trembling with disbelief. "Marshal Arrow." "Ha ha, Marshal Arrow," another emperor laughed nervously. "I truly didn't expect to see you here of all places." Arrow's tone was cool and measured. As a wielder of the fourth stage heavenly laws, he neither bowed nor showed the slightest fear toward the gathered rulers. Instead, he merely nodded politely, his aura like a calm sea hiding a storm beneath. "I greet the honored sovereigns," he said evenly, acknowledging the crowd but offering no deference. Then came the moment of truth. His eyes finally found Robin, seated casually on the professor's chair, legs crossed, the faintest playful smile curving his lips. "It's been a long time, kid," Robin said lightly, his tone carrying both familiarity and quiet power. Arrow's expression didn't change. He didn't respond immediately. Instead, he began walking toward Robin with slow, deliberate steps that made the floor creak beneath his boots. Howard could barely breathe. Sweat beaded down his temples, his heart pounding so loud he could hear it. He prayed, silently, desperately, that Marshal Arrow would recognize Robin, that he would speak, confirm his identity, or at least acknowledge that he had the right to speak in the name of the Grave Empire. Finally, Arrow stopped just a few meters away. The entire amphitheater held its breath. Bah! Suddenly, Arrow dropped to the floor, both knees and hands pressed firmly against the ground, his voice erupting like thunder that shook the hall. "This subordinate," he shouted while prostrating, "pays his deepest respects to His Excellency." Chapter 1743. Everyone in the Grand Tiers shot to their feet. Even the dark-skinned emperor furrowed his brows sharply at the unbelievable sight before them. Marshal Arrow, a man of their own standing, was someone who could sit across from them during negotiations and make demands without fear. A single word from his mouth could send a tremor of anxiety through their territories. He was a figure with genuine influence across Mid-Sector 99, a ruler who had hosted them countless times at lavish banquets where he boasted proudly of his empire's power and history. Yet now, this same man was almost fully prostrating himself before another in public. Shaddad's massive frame trembled as he shifted his gaze between Arrow and Robin. Robin had taken him as a student, yes, but up until this very moment Shaddad knew almost nothing about him, only that he was a Lord Human. Now it turned out that this same man, this calm and detached teacher, was the one commanding the infamous Centurial Grave Empire itself. The revelation struck like lightning through the hall. Who in the world was this man, truly? "Hey, what are you doing? Why did you come here personally? And why are you bowing on all fours?" Robin's calm voice echoed directly into Arrow's mind through thought transmission. The usual military salute would have been more than enough. "I am improvising," Arrow replied quickly, his tone carrying restrained amusement even as his forehead pressed close to the floor. "The Shadow Sword informed me that you claimed ownership of the Grave Empire under your personal banner, not that you are the emperor or its sovereign, but an owner. So, I thought I would add a little credibility to the scene. If your excellency permits, I would very much like to stand up now. I will still have to face these people later, after all." "Heh." A soft laugh escaped Robin's lips. "Stand up, Arrow. There is no need for such heavy formalities here." That man was still the sharpest when it came to political theater. By exaggerating the bow to that degree, he had just magnified the weight of every word leaving Robin's mouth, turning the atmosphere into one thick with tension and awe. He had successfully painted Robin as a figure of supreme authority, one who could make even a powerhouse like Arrow kneel completely. None of those watching had ever heard of a Robin in the high circles of the cosmic powers, yet here he stood, calm and smiling, while someone of Arrow's reputation knelt before him. From this moment on, they would all fear him, respect him, and most importantly, avoid crossing him. If before Robin could have bargained for a mere inch, now he could demand a mile. "Thank you for granting me the privilege to rise, Your Excellency." Arrow straightened himself with disciplined grace, bowing once again before standing tall. His deep voice carried easily across the grand hall. "May I ask the reason Your Excellency has summoned me personally?" His eyes then swept over the rows of emperors in the tiers, and his expression hardened like stone. "Did any of these people dare to trouble you?" A wave of dread rippled through the gathered emperors. Their throats dried, and even their powerful hearts skipped a beat. Each of them here was of noble blood and commanding heritage, rulers of star systems and ancient dynasties. Yet it was well known across the cosmic plane that a millennial empire had formed an alliance for one purpose, to contain the expansion of the Grave Empire. Even a millennial empire, with all its might and history, would be uncertain it could face the Grave Empire alone in direct confrontation without heavy losses. No, no. Robin waved his hand casually, smiling as if to diffuse the tension. I was merely trying to reach an agreement that benefits everyone present. They are our esteemed guests, after all. Oh. Arrow's tone shifted instantly, his serious expression giving way to a confident, broad smile. Then whatever your excellency decides shall be done. Should I hand over the Grave Empire to one of them so we may redirect our focus to matters of greater importance? I can begin arrangements at once. A murmur of disbelief swept through the tiers. Even Howard froze mid-breath, uncertain if this was some kind of cruel jest or a power display beyond comprehension. No, Robin replied smoothly, his tone calm yet firm. We still have interests within Mid-Sector 99. He then lifted a hand and pointed toward Howard. From this day forward, the abyss-swallowing jellyfish empire will become a wing of the centurial Grave Empire for a period of 10,000 years. Arrow's eyes widened subtly. His heart leaped with satisfaction, yet outwardly he maintained the posture of a composed officer. Understood, Your Excellency. Your will shall be carried out. Ha ha, we will be under your protection then, Marshal Arrow, Howard stammered, wiping the sweat from his face, his gills trembling slightly from nerves and relief. He bowed deeply toward Robin, finally certain that he had made the right choice, that his gamble on submission would not be in vain. You will not regret this decision, Lord Howard. Arrow gave a slow, deliberate nod, his expression firm and dignified. Then his gaze swept over the remaining emperors, the weight of his presence pressing upon them like an invisible mountain. Now, what about the rest of you? The 4 remaining planetary emperors exchanged silent, loaded glances, the tension between them thick enough to crush the air itself. Each of them carried an empire's worth of weight on their shoulders, civilizations, legions, and families. In that instant, they all understood that whatever decision was made here would mark their rise, or their end. The woman adorned with a grand feathered crown narrowed her gaze ever so slightly. A storm of thought swirled behind her composed expression. She longed to question the vassalage deal Howard had secured through Marshal Arrow, to see the fine print, to know whether the terms he had accepted were even real. But she stopped herself. The Marshal, one of the most powerful men in their quadrant, had just declared without hesitation that he would surrender his entire empire at a single word from this mysterious man called Robin. That declaration alone had shattered every assumption about who held true power in this hall. These distinguished rulers before me, Robin's voice broke the silence, smooth and sharp all at once, still have 4 choices to make. He leaned back slightly, resting both hands on his abdomen, one leg casually crossed over the other atop the polished desk. His posture was relaxed, but the weight of his presence pressed down on the chamber like a mountain. I trust, he continued, tone calm yet edged with unmistakable command, that you will begin making your decisions now. We would not want to waste each other's time any longer, would we? Beside Howard, who had already chosen his path and now exhaled with relief, the others remained silent, trapped in the whirlpool of their own calculations. Their minds, sharpened by millions of years of rulership and tempered by endless wars, spun furiously. Each emperor began sending hidden messages through spiritual channels, speaking with their advisors, spouses, and ancient ancestors sealed within their bloodlines. Every second stretched like eternity. In truth, when one stripped away the shock and the pride, Robin had not pressured them. If anything, he had displayed a generosity that bordered on divine. Even in the worst outcome, if they rejected his every offer, they would still walk away with empowered heirs, capable of defending their realms and ensuring the survival of their dynasties for a new age. And yet, that was what frightened them most. The fact that his power and confidence made refusal itself feel irrational. I will refrain from making any decision for the time being, said the planetary emperor with the antlered horns. His voice, though deep and controlled, carried a note of caution. I offer my gratitude for the gift you granted my child. However, I will respond to the rest of your proposals only after consulting the ancient line of ancestors that guides our empire. Perhaps we shall join this mutual defense pact you offer, or perhaps we will remain independent. But I cannot pledge anything now. Understandable, Robin replied with a smile that seemed to glint with both warmth and warning. Just ensure that not a single word of what was said here leaves this room. His eyes gleamed faintly, cold and knowing. Because I will know. He leaned forward slightly, his tone lowering like quiet thunder. You have 100 years. Think carefully during that time. The longer you delay your choice, the fewer the benefits you will gain. After the 100-year mark, all my offers vanish completely. Less than 500 years remained before the coming war. Any delay in integration would render their contribution meaningless. Their armies would need time to train, rearm, and adapt to the Grave Empire's system of warfare. The Emperor furrowed his brow but eventually nodded. It was logical. Those who pledged themselves early would gain favor, strength, and resources beyond measure, while the latecomers would be left with scraps. Still, as the sovereign of an empire spanning more than 300 inhabited worlds, he could not afford to act rashly. A single impulsive choice could doom entire civilizations. As for us, said the green-skinned emperor, stepping forward with a voice that carried the weight of 1,000 councils, we are interested in the Mutual Defense Pact. However, we must discuss revisions to several of its terms. And we as well, interjected the feather-crowned woman, her tone firm but elegant. The method and timing of the public declaration, the procedures for exchanging troops and expertise, the purchasing of weapons and talismans from the Grave Empire, these all require clarity. If we are to defend each other's existence, it must be built on genuine cooperation, not fragile promises. She lifted her hand gracefully, feathers shimmering under the ethereal light. We speak not only of alliance, but of shared destiny. Reasonable, Robin said, nodding slowly. You will not receive the privileges of my wings, of course, but certain benefits can be arranged. Then his eyes shifted to Arrow, his gaze piercing deep into the marshal's very essence, like a command written into his soul. Negotiate every detail with them. They will join our mutual defense pact for 10,000 years. Base every term, every condition, on that duration. Yes, Your Excellency. Arrow bowed till his head nearly touched his knee. He was screaming with enthusiasm from the inside. Finally, Robin turned toward the last of the four, the dark-skinned emperor who had remained silent throughout. And you, Robin asked, his tone calm but carrying a faint, dangerous curiosity, what say you? The man's expression did not falter. His gaze met Robin's without fear or submission, only quiet defiance. After a long silence that stretched into a minute, he finally spoke, his voice steady and absolute. I object. Chapter 1744. I object. The planetary emperor with dark bronze skin spoke with a deep, unshakable seriousness that rippled through the hall. His voice was not loud, but the weight behind each word made even the smallest motion feel like a declaration of war. Robin raised his shoulders in a relaxed, almost playful manner before turning toward Harper. His golden eyes flicked toward the speaker as he gestured lazily in that direction. And who might that be? I actually want to know about this one. If I'm not mistaken, Harper replied carefully, that's the ruler of the Empire of the Astray Predators, a descendant of the Black Astray Tiger bloodline. Their empire is ancient. Its roots go back more than 32 million years. They're one of the oldest and most profound powers in Mid-Sector 99. It's said that the only reason they never ascended to the status of a millennial empire was because the Black Astray Tiger reached the very peak of his nexus state at the moment he was slain. That death froze their progress for eternity, making any further advancement almost impossible. Harper's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked back at the dark-skinned emperor, his tone growing more respectful. Their domain may only include 875 planets, but in terms of raw strength, number of fleets, planetary-class weaponry, and the sheer depth of their treasury, they're on par with an average millennial empire. Oh. Robin smiled faintly, a dangerous glint flashing through his expression. Well then, what exactly are you objecting to? If you refuse to buy, to ally, or to submit, you can simply leave. No one's holding you here. Just don't spread my work around when you go. So tell me, what's there to object to? Do you expect to take what I've made without paying the price? Lord Ranter, Howard suddenly stepped forward, his voice firm and unwavering. His Excellency here hasn't once pressured or threatened any of us into submission. He's merely offered a fair price for work that none of us could replicate in 10 lifetimes. Even his offer of subordination, if we choose it, was something straight out of dreams. Don't twist this into theft. That would be unjust, and I'll have no choice but to stop you. Howard turned his head slightly toward Robin, the emblem of the Grave Empire glowing faintly on his armor. His stance made it clear that he was ready to act if necessary. Tisk. Stay in your lane and keep quiet. The dark-skinned planetary emperor didn't even glance at Howard. With a casual flick of his hand, he brushed him aside as though dismissing an insect. His focus remained locked entirely on Robin. Hey, I'm not objecting to your offers. I'm objecting to who you are. Confusion spread across the room. Eyebrows furrowed, eyes narrowed, and tension rose like an invisible storm. Don't try to convince me that you're just some obscure teacher, Ranter continued, his tone sharpening with every word. I've heard about the way you joined the academy. You didn't go through the normal channels, didn't pass through the professor's council like everyone else. You entered through a direct order from Her Majesty Althera herself. No one knew you then, and no one knows you now. Your name appeared out of nowhere. He took a step forward, his aura pressing down on the entire room. Even before we came here, Her Majesty Althera sent a message, a warning, sharp and absolute. She declared that if even a trace of our aura drifted into the academy by mistake, she would destroy our strongholds without hesitation. That's the only reason Garagnik has kept himself completely restrained. Tell me, why such extreme, almost obsessive protection? What are you really? Emperor Ranter lifted his arm and pointed directly at Robin, his expression twisted between suspicion and outrage. And second, how can a nameless man open the sealed bloodlines of our 7 ancient families, bloodlines that have persisted unbroken for millions of years, read them like open books, and then rewrite them as if they were scribbles in a notebook? Do you take us for fools? Every single one of us has tried to increase the density of our bloodlines, Ranter went on, his voice deepening with the weight of experience. I personally summoned 3 Truth Chosen over the past few million years. I built an entire city dedicated to researching the Black Astray Tiger bloodline, and even then, the most we ever achieved was a 5% increase in blood density among one of the minor branches. 5%. But you, he paused, disbelief and fury mixing in his tone. You raised the blood density of my own son by 110%. Do you understand what that means? That's not science. That's not technique. That's something else entirely. His hand sliced the air like a blade as he roared. I didn't come here to buy, or to negotiate. I came here for one thing, an explanation. The 4 remaining emperors, and even Howard, who had just been insulted moments earlier, turned toward Robin with collective astonishment. Their expressions ranged from confusion to disbelief. It was as though the air itself had thickened, every eye now fixed on the calm figure sitting amidst them. Ranther's voice broke the silence like thunder. And I still haven't received my explanation, he said, his tone sharp, echoing through the hall with growing agitation. Yet here you are, revealing yourself as some sort of hidden sovereign behind the Grave Empire, the same empire that's been tearing through the sector like a cosmic tempest. You speak of universal wars and grand alliances as if they were nothing but casual business deals? You talk about deploying the Black Wasps to assault Karagnika's faction, even to strike at a millennial empire itself. He frowned deeply, his brow creasing as he swung his arm toward Arrow. And that one there dares to talk about handing over the Grave Empire and focusing on the things that matter? Tell me, what in the endless heavens could possibly be more important than an empire that shakes the foundations of the sector? His voice rose with each sentence, emotion spilling through. Then you make promises so absurd they border on madness. You offer anyone who joins you as a subordinate the legendary note fleets, a total of 10 billion pearls, and even unrestricted permission to expand their planetary territories as they wish. His hand clenched into a fist. Those are not the words of a man bound by reason. That's the talk of someone who either places no value on wealth, or has no tomorrow left to live for. He slammed his hand against the table, the sound echoing like a gunshot. I object, he declared, pointing straight at Robin with an accusing finger that trembled from anger. I object to leaving this place without knowing who you really are or who's hiding behind you, pulling the strings from the shadows. Then, after a second of silence, he shouted, Who the fuck are you? I support Lord Ranther's demand. The antlered planetary emperor finally spoke, his voice low but firm, filled with restrained power. The calm tone he used made his words even more unsettling. His usual arrogance was gone, replaced by something colder, something analytical. His gaze toward Robin was now entirely different, no longer seeing him as a simple teacher but as a mystery cloaked in layers of danger and influence. Robin smiled faintly. He didn't rush to speak. He simply leaned back, silent, as if considering whether it was even worth the effort to reply. In truth, Robin had many answers, each one sufficient, each one dangerous in its own right. The first explanation he could give was simple yet world-shaking, to claim he was connected to the cosmic sage. That alone would justify everything, the reason for his acceptance into the academy without approval, the unnatural protection that surrounded him, and the unfathomable abilities he displayed. After all, who but someone touched by the cosmic sage could move with such certainty through the unknown? The second explanation was darker, more subtle. He could say he was a candidate chosen by that mysterious entity, the one whispered of only in forbidden circles. Most of those in the hall wouldn't even recognize the reference, but Ranther and the antlered emperor surely would, and the moment they did, silence would descend like a shroud. They would never dare to question him again. And then there was the third explanation, the most devastating of them all. He could reveal himself as Lord Human, the next great truth chosen, the one destined to guide the flow of this entire cosmic era. That would be enough to explain his resources, his unnatural mastery over bloodlines, and even his calm confidence before the emperors themselves. But instead, Ranther, isn't it? Robin's voice finally came, soft yet filled with the kind of certainty that crushed opposition. His tone was smooth as still water, but his words struck like thunder. I don't need to explain anything. He waved one hand lazily, his movements unhurried, almost dismissive. And certainly not to someone who has no connection to me. Why would I waste my breath on a stranger? He leaned back even further, placing his hands behind his head with an expression of casual indifference that made every emperor in the room tense instinctively. I didn't sit here to bear my secrets and then let you all walk away, carrying knowledge that could reshape the balance of the sector. The fact that you even know my name and face is already a problem in itself. The amount of trust I've granted you should be enough of a gift. Before anyone could react, Robin's hand shifted slightly, pointing toward Howard. He'll know, Robin said simply. His voice carried no emotion. It was a statement, a verdict. When he completes the deal with Arrow and swears allegiance as a wing for 10,000 years, then he'll know who I am. The silence that followed was thick enough to choke on. Oh, thank you, Your Excellency. Howard bowed deeply, nodding several times in gratitude, his chest swelling with pride. He hadn't expected such acknowledgement, and for a brief moment, it made him feel as though he had risen several ranks in importance, as though the stars themselves had turned their gaze toward him. Marina, standing off to the side, stared at her teacher in awe and growing unease. Her hands tightened unconsciously at her sides. She had wanted to take him as her mentor, to learn from him, to understand him, but now, even her father addressed him as Your Excellency. That realization made her heart sink and her thoughts whirl. Her gaze flicked to Jabba, a trace of disbelief flickering in her eyes. What right does he have? She thought bitterly. What qualifications make him worthy of a teacher like that? This is neither fair nor reasonable. Ranther suddenly roared, his patience finally breaking. He rose from his seat so quickly that his chair crashed backward, the sound echoing like thunder in the hall. His aura exploded outward in fury, shaking the air itself. He pointed once again at Robin, his voice trembling with anger and disbelief. I don't care about all those promises or the endless riches, but I will join you, yes, even as a wing, if I can just know who I am truly dealing with. Tell me, who stands before me? What am I pledging myself to? I deserve to know what lies ahead before I take that step into the unknown. Then he pointed at himself. If I'm satisfied, then I, Ranther, shall fight for you. Chapter 1745. Robin closed his eyes, letting a heavy silence descend over the hall. A full minute passed, 60 long, stretching seconds that pressed on everyone's nerves, making even the air feel dense and uneasy. No one dared to move. No one even breathed too loudly. Then, finally, Robin exhaled softly, opening his eyes again. He stared up toward the ceiling, his hands resting behind his head, posture utterly relaxed as if the silence had never existed. Your reasoning makes some sense, Ranther, he said quietly, his voice calm yet layered with unreadable undertones. But I won't tell you anything. There's still a chance that you might not follow me afterward. Ranther responded instantly, leaning forward, tone sharp and decisive. Then how about this? You're willing to tell Howard because he'll take an oath, right? I'll do the same. I'll swear a soul oath that I'll take your secrets with me to the grave. He paused, then lifted his hand with a faint, wry smile. No, let's go further. I'll add to the oath that I'll never act against you, even if one day I decide to walk away. What do you say to that? Robin lowered his gaze slowly, meeting Ranther's slit yellow eyes head-on. The faint glimmer within them was impossible to mistake, pure determination, burning ambition, and a curiosity that seemed endless. This guy. Never act against me no matter what. He makes it appear like it's a favor, but it's in his favor. Ranther knows that if what Robin tells him doesn't satisfy what he is looking for, then Robin must still be keeping secrets. Staying away from Robin and his secrets would be for the best. In terms of personality, intellect, and charisma, Ranther was no less than Arrow or Sakar. Yet there was something more dangerous about him. He wielded his intelligence like a blade, quiet, sharp, and precise. Unlike Arrow, who preferred standing in the spotlight and commanding openly, Ranther was the kind of predator who only struck when he was absolutely certain his prey would never escape. Scratch. Robin brushed a hand through his hair, then stretched lazily before raising his hands from behind his head and sitting upright, posture straight and composed. Very well, I appreciate talent, he said at last, voice soft but carrying the weight of decision. And as someone who governs a nearly millennium empire, you've earned a bit of special treatment. A golden white thread emerged from the center of Robin's forehead, shimmering with ethereal radiance as it twisted and coiled through the air, finally solidifying into the form of a luminous book floating before Ranther. The book's surface glowed faintly, and each page seemed to ripple like liquid light. Now that's more like it, Ranther said, a flicker of excitement running through his eyes. He pressed his soul mark against the radiant tome and began murmuring his oath. The hall fell into complete stillness again, every whisper of energy subdued as the contract took shape. The moment Ranther finished and opened his eyes, badum, a deep, resonating pulse shook his chest. He felt chains, massive, heavy chains, coiled tightly around his heart and his spiritual domain, as though forged from divine iron and dragged straight from the abyss of hell itself. Their pressure was suffocating, their existence undeniable. Ranther froze, eyes locking instantly onto Robin's. His pupils dilated as realization struck. This was no ordinary power. This was something that surpassed the strength of a mere 3-star royal soulmaster. It was higher, denser, deeper, like the presence of a being that stood above the very laws of soul force. The other emperors could only stare, their faces pale. None of them dared to speak. Each silently wished they could melt into the darkness itself, to vanish from sight while still hearing every word that might be exchanged. They needed, to know who this man truly was. But Robin had no intention of granting them that privilege. He leaned forward, eyes locking directly with Ranther's as both hands pressed firmly onto the professor's desk. His soul force surged, vast, immeasurable, and terrifyingly calm, as he transmitted his voice straight into Ranther's spiritual domain. To begin with, I don't plan on revealing all my cards to you. Even those closest to me may never know everything about who I am. But I'll tell you one thing, something that might help you decide your path. I am human. Human. Ranther's brows sank, his mind racing. What am I supposed to do with that? It's obvious you're human. Then, all at once, realization struck him. Ranther's eyes widened to their fullest as his hand trembled and pointed at Robin in utter disbelief. You're. Shush. Robin pressed a finger gently to his lips, his expression carrying a faint, almost teasing smile. Remember your oath. You wouldn't want to die because of a careless slip, would you? Everyone within the academic building turned sharply toward Ranther, faces filled with curiosity and astonishment. His reaction was far too intense, far too genuine. It was as if something venomous had just bitten into his soul, a revelation so great it left him paralyzed where he stood. Ranther slowly lowered his hand, but his gaze remained locked on Robin. There was something dark behind those slit golden eyes now, something sharp, almost predatory. His expression carried not just confusion, but the faintest spark of hostility. The revelation that he is Lord Human, the very one accepted to become the great truth chosen of this era, it explained everything. It explained why he had been appointed without ever passing through the professor's council. It explained why Althera had protected him so fiercely, even against the will of other high authorities. It explained how he could so freely experiment with their bloodlines, grant them techniques that no one else could replicate, and supply resources that defied logic. It even explained the near-limitless funding that fueled the Grave Empire, a force that had risen from obscurity to dominance within a single generation. Yes, that one word, human, unraveled every unanswered question. But then again, that also meant something else. That human wasn't backed by some vast cosmic force. No behemoth was watching over him, feeding him treasures, or shielding him from the unseen storms. There was no ancient dynasty behind him, no thousand-year lineage of divine scholars. He was alone, a lone genius with nothing but his mind, his fortune, and his unshakable will carving a throne for himself in a universe ruled by monsters. Ranther's thoughts turned sharper. Why would a researcher, a scholar of bloodlines and laws, invest so heavily in military expansion? Why pour his resources into an empire that breathes war and death? Why? His eyes flew wide open as the realization clicked like thunder. He looked straight at Robin, his soul energy trembling slightly. That cosmic war you spoke of before. It's something connected to you personally, isn't it? Perhaps. Robin's lips curved into a cold, knowing smile. His tone was calm, yet his words struck like a blade. Just remember this one truth, Ranther. If our front wins the next cosmic war, the entire middle sector 99 will belong to me. Is that a threat? Ranther's brows furrowed deeply, his aura flaring for a brief moment. He. Robin chuckled aloud, his laughter echoing through the still air. You give yourself too much credit. I'm speaking about ruling an entire sector, and you think I'm threatening you. What are you compared to a sector? A single spark trying to measure the sun? But yes, those who refuse to join me willingly will join me by force. When that day comes, there will be no offers of wings, only obedience. Ranther's teeth clenched, his hands tightening into fists. Where do you get that arrogance? That impossible confidence? His expression twisted with open hostility. Just because you're rich? Just because you can forge a few trinkets and weapons to strengthen the Grave Empire? You think that's enough to topple the civilizations and legacies that the forces of this sector have built over millions of years? Do you truly believe all of that will crumble just because you've decided it should? Yes, Robin replied simply, his eyes closing once more, tone utterly calm yet cutting like divine steel. And you will see it with your own eyes. The discussion ends here. Decide what you wish. You're completely insane. Ranther suddenly shouted, pointing toward Robin, his voice trembling with a mix of anger and disbelief. You don't listen to reason at all. His irritation was visible in every motion, his aura flickering with unstable emotion. Then, with a loud exhale, he sat back down heavily, his chest rising and falling. The sight left everyone stunned, especially the 4 other emperors who watched in utter confusion. What had angered Ranther so much? And if he was that furious, why didn't he leave? No one dared to interrupt. They sat frozen in silence, all of them aware that Ranther's decision would affect them all. He now knew something they didn't, something about that man named Robin. Even Howard swallowed hard, throat tightening. For the first time since the meeting began, he hesitated. He hadn't sworn any oath yet, and now, uncertainty began to gnaw at him. The tension in the air was suffocating. Seconds turned into minutes, minutes stretched into what felt like eternity. The atmosphere inside the academic building was heavy enough to crush thought itself. Finally, after nearly 15 endless minutes, Ranther rose to his feet once more. The movement was slow, deliberate. His expression had returned to calm, but it was the dangerous calm of a man standing at the edge of a decision. He fixed his golden eyes on Robin and spoke, his voice steady but heavy. I have one final objection. Robin arched a brow, a faint smirk tugging at his lips. What now? Ranther turned and pointed toward the man with the translucent, jelly-like hair. My joining as a wing would strengthen the Grave Empire far more than Howard's ever could. Our influence, our power, our reputation, all of it outweighs his. So tell me, why should I receive the same benefits he does? Chapter 1746. Everyone jolted at Ranther's words. The silence that had filled the hall shattered like fragile glass. The one most visibly affected was the planetary emperor with the horns, his eyes narrowing in disbelief. Logical once again, Robin nodded several times, his tone smooth and almost approving. In terms of both strength and influence, your status is indeed more significant. It's only fair that you receive a greater share of benefits if you join as a wing. He then gestured toward Arrow. If you decide to proceed, you can negotiate directly with Arrow for whatever you deem fair. I'll handle the costs, within reasonable limits, of course. Ranther's grin widened, his sharp teeth flashing under the dim glow of the chamber. Does your wealth even know what reasonable means? He laughed heartily. As long as our worth is recognized, there's no issue with becoming a wing. After all, what was the harm in pledging allegiance for 10,000 years if it meant securing a personal connection with the great truth chosen of this era, one who possessed both unimaginable wealth and unstoppable ambition? His body remained seated in the Grand Academy's hall, but his mind had already begun soaring, envisioning a future overflowing with treasures, opportunities, and power beyond reckoning. Once again, the other emperors were struck dumb by Ranther's dreamy smile. His rapid shift from hostility to silence, and then to this almost blissful expression, baffled them completely. What in the heavens was going on inside his head? Only Howard let out a long, weary sigh, a mix of relief and helplessness all at once. Don't be sad, whispered Howard's wife gently, her voice soft as moonlight. This will be a new beginning for us. She knew well the reason for his frustration. Ranther had insulted him openly, twice even. Yet Howard hadn't spoken a single word in his defense, because every word Ranther uttered was, painfully, true. In the hierarchy of power, he and Ranther simply didn't belong in the same sentence. Hey, don't get too lost in your daydreams. Robin snapped his fingers a few times, the sound echoing sharply across the hall. Keep your demands within reason, or you'll end up getting nothing at all. Then his gaze turned toward Howard. After a brief pause, he looked at Arrow. I want you to prepare a clause ensuring that the wings receive greater resources and more pearls as their armies grow stronger through their own merit or as they conquer additional planets independently, understood? Perhaps Howard himself didn't realize it, but his bloodline was far from weak. What he truly lacked were proper activation methods and supportive techniques. Once those were provided, his empire would rise to unprecedented heights. Of course, my lord, Arrow bowed deeply, lowering his head until it nearly touched Robin's knee. Thank you, your excellency. Howard also bowed, gratitude burning in his chest. He knew this decision was made to comfort him, to restore his dignity. I won't disappoint you. Thank you, Professor. Marina bowed as well, followed by her mother and the rest of their delegation. Good, then, Robin clapped his hands together with finality. It's settled. Everyone has made their choices. Please, take your leave, for the longer you stay, the more you'll owe Althera. Wait. The woman wearing the feathered crown stepped forward, raising her voice. I'll take the same oath Ranther did. Tell me exactly what you told him. I as well, declared the green-skinned emperor, his voice deep and resonant. Perhaps, just perhaps, I'll reconsider my position too. The emperor with the goat-like horns said nothing, but his heart was pounding violently. He wanted to take that step, but his pride shackled him in silence after his earlier refusal. No, Robin brushed his hands dismissively. We're done for today. If you wish to follow their example and join me, you're welcome. If not, proceed with Arrow and finalize the joint defense treaty. And don't forget, his tone sharpened, his smile cold and knowing, you are not speaking to me from a position of power anymore. With the addition of Howard and Ranter, we have already become a millennial empire. That announcement struck like thunder. A wave of shock rolled through the room as realization dawned. It was true, the Grave Empire, the Astray Predators Empire, and the Abyssal Swallowing Jellyfish Empire together now controlled 1,152 planets. The most astonished of all was Arrow himself, his mouth falling open as if the floor had been pulled from beneath him. Clap! Robin's palms struck together sharply, the sound echoing like a thunderclap through the grand hall. The golden light from the chandeliers shimmered across his calm yet commanding expression. "All right then," he said, his voice ringing with finality and authority, "this meeting is officially over for me. From this point forward, your discussions, your negotiations, and even your complaints will be directed toward Arrow, my appointed representative. Whatever agreements you reach with him will be binding upon me personally. And as for those among you who swear allegiance and take the oath to become wings of the Grave Empire, I'll immediately grant you access to the second level of the technique. Arrow will handle the rest of the commitments, resources, and allocations as promised." He stepped forward with measured grace, his cloak brushing lightly against the floor, and handed Arrow a silver ring gleaming with faint inscriptions. "Inside this," Robin said, his tone softening slightly, "you'll find new oath tablets, crafted by my own hands. They're bound directly to my soul force, so use them wisely, and only when you're certain." He patted Arrow's shoulder once, a gesture filled with both trust and burden, then turned, ascending the marble staircase toward his apartment above. His steps were unhurried, confident, as if he were walking away from the world's noise itself. "Hey! This is unacceptable, our discussion isn't over," the woman wearing the feathered crown suddenly cried, her voice rising in anger and disbelief. "Do you even understand what's at stake here? These are the destinies of empires, whole civilizations." Bam! At that precise moment, the apartment door slammed shut with a deafening echo, followed instantly by the bloom of golden white light. A layer of radiant energy covered the entire doorway like a divine seal, calm, yet unbreakable. "That man is unbelievable," the antlered emperor roared, pointing at the sealed door in outrage, his aura flaring in frustration. "Who ends a meeting like that?" Whoosh! Haha, Ranter appeared beside Arrow in a single smooth movement, his tone switching instantly from irritation to amusement. He casually slung his arm around Arrow's neck from behind, like an old friend who had known him for ages. "So then, my dear friend," he said with a grin that carried both charm and menace, "when do we start these so-called negotiations? I have a feeling this is going to be an extraordinarily long day for the both of us." "Ah, where could I possibly go to escape you?" Arrow sighed, shaking his head. Ranter, sharp, cunning, and endlessly calculating, was one of the most dangerous negotiators in the entire sector. When it came to profit and advantage, he was like a predator scenting blood. His Majesty had truly thrown Arrow into the fire this time. Turning toward the rest of the assembly, Arrow extended a hand toward the grand doors. "Please," he said formally, "anyone wishing to strike a deal with the Grave Empire, follow me. We'll be heading to Necropolis, our capital, where we can finalize the details and put your seals to paper." "The capital of the Grave Empire lives on the opposite side of the sector," the green-skinned emperor interjected, frowning deeply. "It will take several days to travel there. I'm not prepared for such a long absence." He rubbed his chin, already forming plans. "Wait a moment, I'll send messengers to our homeworld and neighboring systems to inform them of my departure." "No need," Arrow replied with a knowing smile, waving his hand casually. "What do you mean no need?" The green-skinned emperor blinked, realization dawning slowly across his face. His expression stiffened. "Wait, how did you even get here this quickly?" A hush spread through the hall as everyone suddenly processed the same thought. Whoosh! In Arrow's hand appeared a magnificent pendant, a glowing crystal charm inscribed with flowing spatial runes that shimmered with faint azure light. "Who's coming along?" he asked lightly, the corners of his mouth curving upward in a teasing smile. Every emperor present recognized it instantly. The pendant wasn't an ordinary artifact by any means. Those from the empires already allied under Robin recognized it at once. It was a spatial phasing pendant, originally a legendary relic used by the Shadow Swords, yet this was clearly an improved and refined version, its craftsmanship almost divine. This newer model had been developed by Sky Opening City, enhanced through the 5th-tier spatial inscriptions personally granted to them by Robin himself. Though these pendants couldn't yet allow inter-sector travel, they had revolutionized movement within a single sector, allowing rapid jumps between worlds in mere moments, and their production was only increasing. "I'm obviously coming," Ranter said with a laugh, reaching out and taking the pendant with eager curiosity. He began examining it closely, his eyes narrowing in appreciation of its delicate power. "Let's go," Howard said cheerfully, leaping to his feet with renewed vigor, his entourage quickly following behind him. The green-skinned emperor and the feather-crowned woman exchanged a meaningful glance, one filled with silent calculation, then both nodded and stepped forward together. "All right," the woman said at last, "we're coming too." "Wait, I'm coming as well." Finally, even the antlered emperor followed. After the three of them saw how Ranter behaved, it would be extremely stupid if they didn't get the mutual defense pact at least. Chapter 1747. Soul Society Chamber of Meditation. Robin exhaled deeply as he let his body fall backward, landing softly on the smooth, luminous surface beneath him. A look of complete satisfaction stretched across his face, his expression glowing with pure serenity. It had been over 140 years since the last time he had stepped foot in this sacred chamber, since he had last felt this indescribable, tranquil ecstasy flowing through his soul. Contrary to what he had once believed, becoming a 4-star soulmaster hadn't reduced the effect of this place on him in the slightest. Instead, it had magnified it. The deeper his soul understanding grew, the richer and more profound the chamber's influence became. It was like a piece of divine music, one that only revealed its true melody to those who had matured enough to understand it. Now that his soul force had evolved far beyond what it once was, Robin found himself perceiving layers of harmony and depth within this place that he had never noticed before. "Finally, you've returned to us, Lord Human," a cheerful voice sang, light and sweet as a bell. The tiny fairy Timari twirled joyfully through the air, golden dust trailing behind her as she circled Robin's head. "Your absence this time was far too long. We began to think you had abandoned us forever." Robin tilted his head slightly, his smile widening. "You told me you were assigned to serve only me, didn't you? That doesn't sound fair to you at all." His tone was calm but carried a touch of humor. "Tell them I've given you permission to help others while I'm away. You don't have to sit here waiting centuries for me to appear." "What? No, absolutely not." Timari shook her tiny head so hard that her silvery hair sparkled. "What if you came back and I was busy with someone else? They'd assign you a different fairy, and I can't allow that." No, Lord Human, I'll wait for you no matter how long it takes." "Haha, is that jealousy I'm hearing, or greed?" Robin pushed himself up into a sitting position, his grin playful and teasing. He knew full well that the fairies received benefits from every session their guest underwent here. For her, staying close to him, even if he only moved once every century, was far more profitable than serving countless weaker guests. You're teasing me again, Lord Human." Timari kicked her small legs in the air dramatically, pouting for a moment before breaking into laughter again. She fluttered to his right side, her wings leaving ripples of light as she hovered. "Hee, Lord, what do you want to do today? Should I bring you your messages? Do you wish to hear the latest reports from the Young Sector? News about the cosmic wars? About certain individuals you might be missing? Or do you want to skip all that and dive straight into reviewing the requests inside the Chamber of Truth?" No, Robin waved his hand lazily, his smile soft but weary. "Spare me the news and politics for now. I've had enough of that to last me a few lifetimes." He lightly tapped the side of his head, as if brushing away a lingering thought. From what he had heard about the situation of the three empires, the true beginning empire, the cradle empire, and the grave empire, everything was proceeding far better than even his most optimistic expectations. Each empire was developing smoothly, their leaders acting with surprising competence. And now, after using his influence to double the power of the grave empire, Robin felt confident enough to let them move forward without his constant oversight. But even so, there remained one matter, a single, crucial way he could still assist them directly: money. 140 years ago, when he had last met Theo in the palace, he had promised him an enormous financial contribution, an infusion that could have transformed entire economies overnight. Yet that promise had remained unfulfilled, buried beneath the chaos he had encountered upon finding Jabba and the endless swamp of experiments and research that had consumed his time and attention. When Robin eventually returned to the palace with Jabba at his side, he had expected everything to have stagnated in his absence: decay, inefficiency, confusion. But to his pleasant surprise, none of that had happened. The Empire's machinery had not slowed, it had not even wavered. In fact, everything was running precisely as Robin had once ordered, and in many cases, even better. Part of this success stemmed from the Empire's growing self-sufficiency. They forged their own weapons, relying only minimally on external trade for raw resources. The more planets they annexed, the more diverse their materials became, and with that, the pressure to spend pearls on interstellar trade diminished drastically. Each new world added to their dominion brought hidden wealth, unknown minerals, ancient caches of pearls, and new channels for commerce. Slowly, steadily, the three empires had reached a rare and fragile state of balance and stability. Their people prospered, their fleets expanded, and the flow of resources between them became smoother than ever. Yet Robin knew better than to be lulled by stability. This peace, like everything in the universe, was temporary. Beneath the calm surface of prosperity, he could already feel the faint hum of approaching change, something vast, unseen, and inevitable, waiting patiently to ignite once more, like a spark inside the silent heart of a dying flame. It turned out that Theo had launched a fierce, intricate operation built entirely around gathering information and selling it to the highest bidder at exorbitant prices. The business model he created, and which the Shadow Swords masterfully exploited, became a crucial lifeline for sustaining the three empires' expenses. In doing so, they effectively forced those empires to continue expanding at the same reckless, unsustainable pace. Theo and the Shadow Swords, the unseen soldiers behind every hidden movement, the invisible gears that made the impossible happen. Robin exhaled slowly, the weight of realization pressing on him. The best thing he could do to help them now was to ease their financial burden, freeing them to refocus entirely on intelligence work and on supporting the three empires' survival. "Temari, what's my current balance?" Robin asked quietly. The last time he had checked, his account held roughly 9 billion pearls, an increase of about 4 billion over 60 years, thanks mostly to the consistent sales of his talismans and formation arrays. On that day, he had sent 5 billion to Theo, keeping around 4 billion pearls for himself. Now, he intended to send everything to Theo again, to keep his operations afloat before starting anything new. The Lord's current balances, Temari gestured with her hand, and a glowing holographic window appeared in the air, and 19.7 billion pearls. What? Robin nearly jumped from his seat. How? I haven't published anything new in over 140 years. How did it increase like that? I suppose you'll need to listen to a bit of politics for once, my lord, Temari said with a sly smile, clearly enjoying his surprise. The truth is, Lord Hedrick's war made every major force start discussing the military potential of your array, colonizing the uncolonizable. They realized it could be used for stealth operations or for concealing entire armies in hostile environments, hidden from enemy eyes. She continued with growing pride. We in the Soul Society took advantage of that sudden wave of attention and reintroduced the array to the market, writing the free publicity that came with the war. That created a new surge of buyers, eventually generating the number you see now. And honestly, if not for the Shadow Sword's little stunt that exposed the array's locations so easily, allowing Lord Hedrick to strike those positions, that number might have already reached 100 billion by now. 100 billion. Robin's brows furrowed deeply, his mind running cold. Indeed, war was always the fastest path to fortune. The war industry, when stripped of all moral restraints, was the simplest way to multiply wealth. All it took was a single, powerful weapon, the right amount of chaos, and a nudge between rival sides, then one could simply sit back and watch their fortune explode. Wait, the Shadow Swords. Robin's expression stiffened as a sharp thought cut through his mind. Is their involvement public knowledge now? Yes, Tamari nodded, her voice turning serious. The Shadow Sword's collaboration with Lord Hedrick has become quite well known lately. Much of their intelligence work with him has been leaked and circulated. Ironically, this has boosted their reputation. They're now seen as a force to be reckoned with. But at the same time, every sector that hosts them has grown wary and anxious, tightening control over their activities. Some even say the syndicate itself disapproves of the Shadow Sword's blatant interference. Robin fell into heavy silence, the weight of it pressing against his chest. He knew that Theo assisted Hedrick, but he hadn't imagined it had escalated this far so quickly. At this point, there was nothing he could do but trust that Theo knew what he was doing. After several long seconds of thought, Robin finally sighed and spoke with quiet resolve. Transfer 19 billion pearls to the accounts at Theo 2. Then, bring me the latest requests from the Chamber of Truth. It's time I start rebuilding my fortune. Chapter 1748. Boom. A vast, shimmering wall of water erupted from the tranquil stream, stretching high into the air until it formed a towering, translucent surface that glimmered like a liquid crystal. Its surface rippled gently, reflecting the ambient light in dancing patterns, as if the water itself were alive, breathing, and aware. At the base, tiny pebbles scattered along the streambed began to tremble, quivering like they had a mind of their own. Gradually, they lifted into the air, rising slowly, gracefully, and aligning themselves on the sheer surface of the water. Each pebble found its place with meticulous precision, arranging into letters, symbols, and finally words that glowed faintly with a mystical light. The water wall was no longer just a surface, it had become a living message, a vast, flowing display of intelligence, knowledge, and opportunity. This is. Robin's eyes widened in awe and disbelief as he stared at the massive aquatic structure. Before him now were the missions of the Chamber of Truth, flowing down the wall like a river of light. Each mission was displayed in perfect order, the most valuable at the top, descending step by step to the least rewarding at the bottom. The hierarchy of bounties shimmered clearly, each glowing inscription highlighting the rewards in pearls, radiating their importance like a beacon to those who dared accept them. The last time Robin had been here, centuries ago, there were only a few hundred missions scattered across the wall. The highest bounty among them had been 375 million pearls, which had been considered astronomical at the time, a reward worthy of a legendary master. But now, the scale had grown incomprehensibly. The wall shimmered and quivered, revealing nearly 1,000 missions, each one larger, brighter, and more valuable than the last. At the very top, the pinnacle of all offerings, gleamed a mission worth 3.25 billion pearls, nearly 10 times what the largest mission had once been. The magnitude of the reward alone was enough to make the heart race, even for someone like Robin. Your star has risen once again, Lord Human, Tamari said with a tone that mixed pride and excitement, her tiny wings fluttering rapidly as she circled the wall of water like a living halo of golden light. The uncolonizable array you created has become a phenomenon across realms. I may have subtly reminded the people that this array was crafted by you, through the Chamber of Truth itself. Naturally, I also let it slip that you now accept only the highest paying, most prestigious requests. She twirled in midair, trailing a sparkling ribbon of light behind her. And as you can see, the results speak for themselves. A fresh wave of missions poured in, flowing from across the galaxies. Some, yes, some, come from the ruling elites of the so-called behemoth galaxies themselves. Robin's eyebrows shot up in shock. Behemoths sent missions themselves. Tamari let out a light, tinkling laugh and waved a dismissive hand. Oh, heavens no. Not the behemoths personally, of course, but their elite underlings who are capable of offering such massive rewards. If they can stake this much money as a prize, you can be certain they command unimaginable power. Robin's gaze fixed firmly on the wall, his hand lifting slowly as he hovered over the topmost mission. The water rippled beneath his touch as the mission details unfolded before him like a glowing holographic scroll. Seeking a technique or artifact capable of slowing down the cumulative damage inflicted upon the body by prolonged use of time chambers. Robin's brow furrowed immediately. This mission was no simple favor, no polite request meant to curry influence or earn gratitude. The request was serious, technical, and urgent. And the bounty? Generous, but he could easily demand more. Much more, in fact. Time chambers, sometimes called temporal acceleration arrays, or by other names depending on the realm, were designed around the same principle, creating a sealed capsule around a person's body, a space in which the law of time flowed at a dramatically accelerated rate. Days could pass in hours, years in a single breath, and centuries in mere moments. Within such capsules, a person could master skills, absorb knowledge, and train at a pace impossible in the outside world. The acceleration itself was not inherently dangerous. Those who used time chambers were often experienced masters with millennia of life left to them. The danger came upon exit. Once a person left the chamber, the effects of the accelerated time violently clashed with the flow of the primary timeline. Their body, mind, and soul, having aged or experienced far more than the universe intended for that duration, suddenly collided with the natural flow of time. The physical and mental age no longer matched the environment. Pain, fatigue, and temporal shock struck immediately. The body would groan under the pressure, muscles, bones, and organs rebelling as they struggled to recalibrate. The mind, overloaded by decades or centuries of experience, could falter, faint, or even lose fragments of memory temporarily. Short sessions often caused little more than mild discomfort. Hours inside could leave a person with searing headaches, joint aches, or fatigue immediately upon leaving the formation. Repeated use accelerated the aging of certain organs unevenly, causing long-term deterioration. And for those bold, or reckless, enough to remain inside for weeks, legends described the consequences as near catastrophic. When the formation was dispelled, the body felt as though it were crushed under a pressure far beyond normal limits. The exhaustion coursed through every fiber of their being, often inducing fainting, convulsions, or a sense of drowning, as if pulled from the ocean's deepest abyss and hurled into the blazing sun above. Every heartbeat felt as though it carried the weight of centuries, every breath a battle against forces beyond comprehension. But what about those who spend even longer inside the chambers? Months, perhaps? Or those who accelerate time 100-fold, stretching years into mere hours? Such users often suffer permanent, irreversible damage, injuries inflicted directly by the law of time itself. These aren't ordinary wounds that can heal with rest or medical skill, they are temporal scars, disruptions to the very fabric of one's being. Healing them requires laws of equivalent level, such as the fundamental law of life, and even then, such laws are incredibly rare, precious beyond measure, and almost impossible to acquire. The higher the level of temporal distortion, the more extraordinary the remedy must be. Time chambers were considered the most prized and critical commodity of the behemoth of time, theoretically the most essential resource in the galaxy. In truth, however, only a select few behemoth galaxies and millennial empires had actually purchased such chambers. The majority of time chambers were used sparingly to accelerate recovery from injuries, to hasten the assimilation of techniques, or to prepare for an imminent event with unparalleled speed. Typically, time acceleration was capped at tenfold and used for no more than a week or two, making the chambers largely impractical for extended use. In effect, they were more ornamental than functional, luxuries and symbols of prestige. Like precious gems, they were meant to be displayed in royal treasuries. Behemoths and the affluent rulers of millennial empires loved to boast of owning them, but in practice, they contributed little to real power or efficiency. Robin murmured thoughtfully, rubbing his forehead while a faint smile spread across his face. No one will truly care about this problem except the Sand of Time Galaxy. If they can find even a partial solution, their sales and influence will skyrocket across multiple sectors. He tapped twice on the water wall, the sound echoing faintly as the missions shimmered in response. Even if this request is only for a method to delay the onset of symptoms, rather than a complete cure. 3.25 billion pearls? If I create exactly what they want, they could easily make 10 times that amount without even trying. He sank into a reflective silence, his mind tracing possibilities and probabilities. I'm already on my destined path toward confrontation with the Interas galaxy. Perhaps it wouldn't be such a bad idea to establish a positive relationship with another behemoth galaxy in the meantime. He looked upward and waved decisively, the water wall shimmering with a ripple of light. Very well, I will accept it. Turning toward Tamari, he added firmly, Fairy, remember this, when I deliver the solution later, you must tell the requester that I could provide even more effective solutions if they are willing to pay more. Make sure they understand that. Do you follow me? The mission itself was deliberately vague. It did not specify the exact artifact, technique, or method required, nor did it indicate the desired degree of symptom delay. Even a modest solution that postponed the effects for a few hours would technically fulfill the assignment, though Robin knew he could easily exceed expectations and create something far more valuable. Registered. Tamari exclaimed, raising a tiny finger in confirmation, her wings fluttering with excitement. Good. Next. Robin said, beginning to open the highest missions one by one. Although none of the subsequent missions had the immediate allure or audacity of the first, each was undeniably more challenging, requiring greater ingenuity, skill, and resources. He even rejected one, instructing Tamari to demand a higher reward from its requester. After carefully selecting 10 missions, he waved his hand, and the remaining inscriptions shimmered faintly. That's enough for now. I'll choose the next batch after I complete these. Why 10, Lord Human? Why not tackle them one by one? You're here to work anyway, Tamari asked, tilting her head curiously. A broad, mischievous smile spread across Robin's face. Hee, not this time. I have a new pen I want to try, and I intend to savor the process. Chapter 1749. Inside the vast academic building. I still can't bring myself to believe what we just witnessed, Shaddad murmured, his massive frame leaning against one of the marble pillars as disbelief flickered through his deep voice. To think that the Centennial Grave Empire, an empire that has obsessed every major power across the past few centuries, has truly advanced to become a millennial empire, and with such apparent ease. His eyes widened as if still processing the reality before him. When this news spreads, it's going to shake the entire mid-sector 99 to its very core. There will be unrest, panic, and endless speculation. The Grave Empire wouldn't dare openly declare itself a millennial empire, Morgana replied, exhaling a long breath. Her tone was calm, but there was a glimmer of uncertainty behind her words. Before she met Robin, she wouldn't have cared about any of these political intricacies. Titles, empires, or laws of dominion were nothing more than distant noise. But after spending over 100 years within the academy's walls, she had come to learn much more than she wished, hearing countless conversations from students. Some she listened to willingly, others she couldn't avoid. "You're right." Shaddad nodded thoughtfully, his tusks glinting faintly under the corridor's light. A true millennial empire must have a monarch as its ruler, or at least a guardian powerful enough to carry that burden. Anything less would be a farce. He then raised his head toward Morgana, his voice deepening. "But isn't that an even greater problem? Now, the Grave Empire will attract the attention, and possibly the wrath, of the genuine millennial empires more than ever before. His Majesty seems to have his own designs," Morgana murmured, shrugging slightly, though a hint of respect tinged her eyes. "Even though I barely know anything about him, he's definitely not someone ordinary. Every move of his seems to ripple across the sectors like a calculated storm." Shaddad nodded in quiet agreement and glanced downward, recalling that vivid memory. He had personally seen Robin heal the Cosmic Elder, a feat thought impossible, and then claim those unimaginable treasures with a calmness that defied comprehension. Jabba interrupted, snapping his fingers several times, his tone playfully exasperated. "Hello, mind catching me up so I can worry along with you too? I feel like the side character in my own story here." "Ha!" Shaddad slapped his thigh and stood, the ground creaking faintly beneath his weight. "Come on, I'll explain everything while you take your first proper bath." Then he stroked his chin theatrically. "The remnants of the master's baths are still there, the remains of the fifth bath, in fact. That should be absolutely perfect for you." "Why does that sound so disgusting?" Jabba muttered, grimacing, then clapped once in defeat. "You know what, fine. The master told me to leave my body strengthening to you, so I won't argue." He leaned forward, wrapping one arm around the 3 heavy wooden boxes, tucking them beneath his elbow, while the other arm held the 3 thick metal plates. "All right then, I'm ready." "Ha, you're really bringing those inside?" Shaddad blinked at him, utterly baffled. For 2 whole months, Jabba had carried those items everywhere. When he walked, ate, trained, even when he slept. He would sit on them while eating, and in the bath. He actually balanced them above his head while soaking. Thanks to Morgana's explanations, Jabba had begun to understand what a master law truly represented, and the mere thought that Jabba possessed not 1, but 3 of them, was enough to make his behavior seem increasingly unstable. Jabba feared that if he placed them inside a low-grade spatial ring, grade 3 or 4 at best, it might be torn apart by their power, or worse, that they themselves could be harmed. And of course, the 3 wooden boxes were hardly less significant. How could anyone dare to store those black eggs, each capable of erasing entire sectors, inside a cheap, fragile ring? "Of course I'm bringing them in," Jabba shouted defensively, adjusting his grip as he started marching toward the bath chamber. "Come on, lead the way. Do you at least have a new loofah ready?" Buzz. At that very instant, a thin rift tore open in space like a shimmering wound. Robin's head in both hands emerged from the distortion, his expression sharp and irritated. "I've been searching the apartment, and you're here playing with them? Hand them over." Before Jabba could react, Robin snatched the 3 boxes from beneath his arm with one swift motion. Bam! His other hand came down on Jabba's head with a solid smack. "Finish reading those plates quickly, and then destroy them. No excuses." Buzz. The spatial rift snapped shut again, vanishing without a trace. "What just happened?" Morgana gasped, leaping to her feet, her aura flaring slightly. "Why did His Majesty look angry?" "Ugh." Jabba groaned, rubbing the spot where Robin had struck him. "He's angry because he sealed the door with a soul force lock, then had to rush back out immediately." He sighed, then waved lazily and hugged the 3 plates closer to his chest with renewed determination. "Come on, little brother, we've got plenty to do. Let's go." Shaddad roared enthusiastically, his booming voice echoing down the hall. Inside the professor's quiet apartment. Hee. Robin chuckled softly as he waved his hand, closing the shimmering spatial rift that floated before him. The air rippled once, then fell still. A wide, boyish grin spread across his face, the kind of smile that belonged not to an emperor or scholar, but to a curious child who had just found a new toy to take apart. With a burst of restless energy, he jumped up from the bed and strode toward his desk, moving almost too fast for the eye to follow. The 3 heavy wooden boxes rested in his arms, glowing faintly with the seal marks he had placed on them earlier. He set them down one after another, the echo of wood against metal filling the room. Then, with a spark of excitement flashing in his eyes, he opened the first box. "Wow," he whispered under his breath, the sound almost reverent. Inside lay the eternal feather, Seraphim. The quill pen rested there, serene and radiant, as if it were not merely an artifact but a fragment of divine will itself. Its presence seemed to emit a subtle golden glow that brightened the entire room. The light it gave off wasn't harsh or blinding. It was soft, alive, almost holy, as though truth, purity, and creation themselves had been condensed into this single form. Robin reached out, his movements slow and cautious, like a priest approaching a sacred relic. His fingertips brushed the quill, and a warmth pulsed through his hand. Lifting it carefully, he examined it from every angle, his lips curling into a wide, foolish grin of awe. The faint golden light reflected in his eyes, making them burn with twin halos of radiance. Yet despite his brilliance and countless experiences with heavenly relics, he couldn't make sense of the strange, intertwined runes carved along its shaft. They shimmered, rearranged, and resisted comprehension, as if mocking the mortal concept of understanding. Shoo! With a thought, a large rectangular board made of trey ant bark appeared on the desk before him, the natural fibers faintly humming with life. 3 small ink bowls materialized beside it, each crafted from different materials and filled with exotic liquids, the first designed to interact with temporal patterns, the second for life patterns, and the third for blood laws. Each bowl shimmered under the light differently, like portals to distinct worlds. Robin eagerly lowered the quill's tip toward the first bowl, ready to test its reaction. But just as the tip hovered above the surface, he froze. A sudden instinct stopped him. He hesitated, his hand trembling slightly, then he turned the quill a few degrees to the left, pressing its glowing tip directly onto the tray ant board instead. He began to sketch, lines and sigils woven from the law of time, each symbol carrying the weight of cosmic flow. He fully expected the board to shrink, decay, and crumble, the usual consequence of manipulating temporal essence. Whoosh! What? His eyes widened. The shimmering, color-shifting liquid inside the quill flowed out smoothly, forming glowing lines across the bark. It looked like living starlight, a liquid dream. Yet the board remained perfectly intact. No withering, no decay. Only the faintest ripple of aging touched the edges of the drawn symbols before fading away entirely. That minimal effect, the temporary withering followed by stabilization, was exactly what happened when he used the special time ink he had created himself. This can't be, Robin muttered, disbelief creeping into his tone. He quickly lifted his hand and drew again, this time invoking a different formula, a fragment of another law, another test. The ink gleamed with the same mesmerizing, multi-hued light. Around the new symbols, the tray ant bark pulsed gently, as though breathing, alive again for a fleeting moment before being subdued. Once more, the reaction was identical to his own crafted inks. He stared at the quill in silence. The shimmering fluid inside it, that glowing, color-shifting essence, remained untouched, undiminished. It didn't even decrease, he whispered in awe. Could it be? Was this quill replicating his own memories of the inks he had used before? If so, that meant it could recreate any ink formulation he had ever designed, and perhaps even improve upon them if he imagined a superior version. And if that were true, it also meant the ink inside this quill was endless. Robin's smile widened slowly. The implications were staggering. He would no longer have to waste entire days brewing inks, collecting rare materials, distilling their essences, and balancing their temporal reactions. Even more, he no longer needed to lift his pen from the board every few strokes to redip it. Those constant interruptions had always consumed nearly a quarter of his drawing time, forcing him to painstakingly match line thickness and ink flow when resuming. With this quill, the flow was continuous, perfect, infinite. That alone made his work faster, cleaner, but this was beyond efficiency. It was liberation. And then another realization struck him. This was the same quill that had written on its own before, forming words in Madair and even attacking Jabba under its own will. The thought sent a chill of fascination through him. Robin leaned back slightly, staring at the quill with that same wide, excited grin spreading across his face again, but this time, it was mixed with awe and curiosity. Every curve, every shimmer, every mysterious line engraved upon it held secrets waiting to be uncovered. He could spend months studying it and still only scratch the surface of its mysteries. Truly, he whispered, the golden glow reflecting in his eyes, it seems the coming days will be far more entertaining than I imagined. Chapter 1750. Young Sector 101, Verilion. SHHHH. The heavy, ancient metal door creaked open, releasing a gust of stagnant air. A faint hiss followed as pressurized steam escaped, and then the figures emerged, towering beings with curved, horned heads and armor dyed a deep, sinister crimson. Their armor plates clinked and scraped against one another as they stepped forward, their presence alone exuding menace and pride. "Ha, I almost forgot what fresh air smells like," one of them bellowed, spreading his muscular arms wide as if to embrace the ruined world before him. His rough voice cracked like thunder in the empty wasteland. "How long have we been drifting in space?" another grumbled, his tone carrying a weary amusement. "I don't know," the first replied with a sharp laugh, "but who cares? We're back, all of us. Ha ha ha." Their laughter echoed through the hollow silence. The ground beneath their boots, dark, scorched glass, reflected their silhouettes like distorted shadows of ghosts returning from war. After nearly 100 crimson soldiers had descended, Sakar finally landed, his heavy boots striking the crystallized ground with a low boom. The pressure around him shifted, and the soldiers instinctively stepped aside. Following him came Amon, a mountain of a man nearly a meter taller, his armor etched with runes that pulsed faintly with dull red light. Without a word, Sakar closed his eyes and swept the landscape with his spiritual perception. His expression hardened, and his head dipped slightly, as if in silent recognition of what this place once was. This land, what once served as the command hub of the shattering Meteor Empire's armies, was now nothing but a vast plain of scorched glass. The soil had melted under temperatures so fierce that even the essence of stone had been rewritten. Miles of the crust were now cratered and fractured, each massive pit deep enough to hold oceans. If they were filled with water, they could have birthed civilizations, cities glimmering along their shining shores. But now, only death reigned here. Yes, Sakar had set out that day with his men to protect this world, but reality had not been kind. From the moment the Supreme Sword, Theo, gave his command, to the time spent securing the fleet, refining their strategy, briefing his generals, and coordinating the flanking maneuver that would crush the coalition's rear, every step, every decision, had consumed time. Time that their enemies had used with devastating precision. Dozens of fleets descended upon Verilion in that window, and the bombardment that followed was beyond comprehension. It wasn't just an assault, it was a cosmic punishment. No, to be precise, the coalition didn't destroy the planet, but one continent, the only continent that had served as both fortress and sanctuary for the shattering Meteor Empire and the Crimson Legions. The number of orbital detonations that struck the surface defied reason, each wave carried the wrath of a dying star. The sky had burned white, then black, and finally disappeared under a wall of ash. It was almost impossible to imagine that a single living being could have survived that storm of annihilation. And yet, even amidst that devastation, there lingered a sliver of hope within this abyss of ruin. First, the continent had been purely military. The civilians had long been evacuated to other worlds, spared from the firestorm that would consume their home. Second, while nearly 80% of the crumbled Meteor Empire's Grand Army perished defending Verilion, roughly 20% of their forces were scattered among neighboring worlds. They were fragmented, yes, but alive. And as long as even a fragment endured, the Empire itself still breathed. Third, the bombardment had been concentrated on that single continent. After Sakar gave Helga and her elite units clearance to cleanse the planet's surface, the coalition's remnant forces were most likely wiped out. The surviving Verilion inhabitants could finally reclaim what was left of their world, piece by fragile piece. That continent had been their birthplace, their pride, the beating heart of their empire, but even the proud must learn when to retreat. The planetary emperor had withdrawn, taking his remaining legions with him, leaving behind a grave of glass and silence. At least the rest of Verilion had not shared the same fate. Was that truly hope? Perhaps it was, a thin thread of light amid an ocean of darkness, but it was enough to remind them that the crumbled Meteor Empire had not been erased from history. Not yet. As for Sakar, the reason he chose to land upon the glass continent was simple, painfully simple. He cared little for the Emperor's orders or for the fates of those who had fled. For beneath this dead and gleaming wasteland lay something far more important, a hidden city, buried under layers of melted stone and ash. A city that had once been their haven, where their women lived, where their food was stored, and where their young had slept, dreaming of glory beneath a sky that would one day burn them all. There. Sakar extended one massive claw and pointed toward a specific patch of the glassy terrain. Start digging there. Carefully. Don't go too deep, and don't strike too hard. We can't afford to bring the entire city down on the heads of whoever might still be alive beneath. Understood, Marshal, came the unified shout of the crimson-armored warriors. The sound rolled like thunder across the wasteland. They were a fearsome sight, demons with curved horns, armored hides shimmering under the twin suns of Verilion. Their heavy boots struck the ground, shattering the fragile glass crust beneath them. Excitement coursed through their bodies, a mix of hunger, relief, and primal yearning. It had been months since they last tasted warm blood or touched their mates, months since they breathed air untainted by the metallic stench of space. Sakar stayed behind for a moment, his towering frame still and focused. He pressed his clawed hand against his chestplate, channeling his soul force toward the sound ring embedded within his armor. Helga, his voice rumbled through the link, low and commanding, we're standing directly above the city, but there's no visible entrance. Not a single one. What's going on down there? It made no sense. Through his spiritual perception, Sakar could clearly sense dozens, no, hundreds of faint life signatures beneath the glass. They were moving slowly, organized even, perhaps still clinging to a structured life underground. Yet from one edge of the buried city to the other, there was nothing, no stairways, no tunnels, no visible passages. Only hundreds of tiny, needle-thin openings piercing the glass, too small for even a serpent to pass through, designed purely for air circulation. My king, you've returned. Helga's voice echoed almost instantly through the link, her tone mixed with joy and guilt. There was still food and water down here, and the war above was far from over. I thought it best they stay hidden until you returned. Did I make the wrong call? As long as you didn't abandon them, that's enough. Sakar's response came calm and heavy, the kind of voice that could silence a battlefield. Where are you now? We're helping what's left of the crumbled Meteor Empire reclaim their strongholds, Helga answered swiftly, her tone snapping back into a soldier's focus. Their planetary emperor begged for mercy. He knelt before us and pleaded that we stop razing what remained of Verilion's cities. He promised to rebuild them himself, so I accepted his terms. I don't blame him, Sakar muttered, cutting the transmission. His eyes dimmed slightly as he looked around the desolation. The glass plain stretched endlessly beneath a hazy crimson sky. To any outsider, this was nothing but a dead wasteland, but to Sakar, this was sacred ground, the ashes of his kin and history. If he were that planetary emperor, he too might have fallen to his knees. Watching your world burned, melted, and stripped of its legacy would drive any ruler to despair. To preserve even a fragment of the old architecture, even a shattered monument, was an act of defiance against oblivion itself. Crack! Your Majesty! Over here, one of the crimson soldiers shouted, his rough voice breaking through Sakar's thoughts. The soldier knelt beside a fissure where molten glass had begun to split apart, revealing a hollow space beneath. The opening widened, slowly, reluctantly, until it formed a jagged pit large enough to swallow a full-grown drake. Without hesitation, Sakar strode forward. Every being here was a demon king, a ruler of their own clans, hardened by centuries of war and blood. Each possessed a will strong enough to bend lesser demons into submission. Yet even among such exalted beings, none dared stand as equals before Sakar or Amon. To them, those two were not merely kings, they were the monarchs of their race, the primal lords from whom all bloodlines drew strength. Sakar dropped down into the pit with a single heavy step, the ground trembling beneath his weight. The others followed, their armored bodies disappearing one by one into the darkened depths. Inside, the world shifted. The tunnels glowed faintly from the old runes still carved into their walls, dim lights that flickered with the faintest trace of ancient power. The air smelled of dust, age, and something faintly metallic, the scent of blood that had dried centuries ago. Yet there was life here. The corridors pulsed softly with echoes of breathing, whispers, and faint heartbeats. The demon kings fanned out immediately. Their soul senses spread through the maze, mapping every corridor, every ruined hall, every chamber. Some sought out their private quarters, others rushed toward the birthing dens, or to the vast corpse sanctuaries where the bodies of their ancestors slept in silence. But Sakar did not deviate. His strides were long and unwavering, his massive frame brushing against the low ceilings as he advanced. Along the way, countless demons froze at the sight of him. Gasps, cries, then silence. Dozens of figures fell to their knees as the truth reached them. Their King of Kings had returned. Some wept, others pressed their foreheads to the cold stone floor, muttering prayers to old gods. Sakar didn't slow. He moved like a shadow of iron and authority, his gaze fixed on some point deeper ahead. Finally, he stopped. The corridor around him felt strangely familiar, and he realized this was where his old chamber once stood. He hesitated a moment, then turned toward one of the lesser demons nearby, who had frozen mid-breath under his stare. "You there?" The demon jolted, then immediately dropped flat, forehead slamming into the floor. "Why yes, my lord. Before I left, I heard screams," Sakar began, his tone quieter now, almost pensive. "There was a female, in that direction." He gestured toward a distant tunnel, one long collapsed by glass and rubble. "I was told she was screaming from childbirth." He tilted his head slightly, voice deepening. "What happened to her?" To be continued. Thanks for listening. If you enjoyed this video, hit that like button and subscribe so you never miss an update. Check out the playlist to catch up on the rest of the series. I'll be back with the next part soon, stay tuned.